ready to be. All right. So, what's up, you guys? All the
Hey,
people here. I love your name, Ten. And I was thinking about all the different slangs because, like, I didn't even know that one, the reheated nachos thing. But I was thinking back in the day, it used to be people used to say, "Oh, you got game, right? Somebody's got game," if they were like good with women or men. And then it turned into like, "Oh, you got swag." And now the new thing is Riz. And I can't even say it right in a sentence. It's not, I don't know how it goes, but that's like the new game or swag is Riz. I know, I'm making,
Riz. I don't
yes,
know that one either.
you're going to hear it now. And like a lot of different things like that, that I'm not hip with. Oh, what's up,
Oh, it's
Watt?
like when things were cool and then it went to fly or
Mm-hmm.
something.
Yeah.
Like every generation has new names, and I think we should try and keep up with them. I mean, even though we're getting older and it's not our verbiage, we should still be able to interpret it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I feel like I got lucky for a while because my daughter would keep me hip, but I don't know. I'm kind of farther. I'm getting to that age where, like, what are the new kids saying? I'm starting to feel old with it. The Riz.
I remember the first time I heard somebody say bad as good. You know what I mean? Bad, he's bad, whatever. It was me and another guitar player were watching this other guitar player play. He was a phenomenal player. My friend said, "That's a bad, mofo." And I was like, it didn't compute with me. I'm like, "No, he's not bad. He's really good." He said, "No, you don't understand."
Well, and it's that word cap, no cap or something. I guess that
Oh yeah,
I'm not even sure exactly what that
lie.
means.
I don't know
Yeah,
what that means either.
a
No,
lie. If you're capping, you're lying. No cap means you're not. And see, that's what I'm talking about. That's my daughter. I wouldn't know that. I sit there and listen to him talking. No cap, no cap. What are you talking about? I need a translator, and that's how I found out.
I looked up the cute little boots thing, and it's just like a way of saying something that's would normally be, I guess, marginalized on online. I guess I don't know. It was kind of vague, really.
Hmm.
oh, it's just a lot of new terminology, and we should keep up on it because
Oh Lord, is it not lying? Cap is yelling. Oh my God, I swear it was lying.
cap is yelling. I
I
thought it
don't.
was like no cap. Like,
No lie. That's how I take it.
yeah, I'm.
But
It,
I was going to say they do this thing in wrestling for this one wrestler. His name is Jay Uso, and it's Yeet, yeet, and the whole place goes crazy. They're all going yeet, 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 and I still don't know what it means.
oh my God, I know you could get yeeted.
What does yeet mean? Do you know?
Oh my
mm-mm.
God. I don't know. I know that I
Hey,
can hear the.
Bonnie.
I heard the getting yeeted. My daughter would say stuff like that, and I can't remember either. It's. I don't know. This is making me feel old just sitting here talking about it because I should know, right?
You should know. You're the youngster here, lady.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're younger than me.
not by much, not by very much. Um, but yeah, I don't know all the slangs either. I just knew the ones I did know because of my little girl and her little goofy friends. That no cap, I used to hear that all the time, and that's what they told me. That's what it was. No lie. I'm not lying. I'm not capping.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
cap. Yeah, that's and I would yeah. But the reheated nachos really got to me because it's like, wow, that's kind of cute.
I had
And
no idea.
it was building up, like it slightly got used, throughout the last year, but that whole Doja Cat um, comment on X about her reheating her nachos. In other words, she's tried to revamp herself and, it ain't working.
well, I guess going over the same things you did in a previous video. I guess.
Yeah, but it didn't have any new pizzazz or spunk to
Right.
it. So, yeah. So I'm not going to be, I don't want to be reheated nachos, but we're not going to be that, right?
Right.
Shift kicker.
Yeah, the whole thing that you had that video and it was like well, reheated nachos aren't as good as they are the first time, and
Yeah, they get all soggy.
it's like you really start thinking about it like a whole thing. But
Well, and if you got supreme nachos with everything on it, you're gonna have the dollop of the sour cream and the guacamole, and it's gonna be on top, and it's gonna be squished in there, and then you go to try to reheat. Like, who the fuck wants warm
Yeah, you don't want that.
guacamole? No, 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 no.
You know what's one of the worst is like fried fish. We get guys to come into work. We had a little cafeteria, but it was just a place to eat. You know, they had some machines and microwaves and stuff like that. Guys would come in there and put like a piece of fried fish, from like yesterday or whatever in the micro. I don't know if you've ever smelt fish that came out of a microwave. I mean, it could be the best piece of fish in the world, and it's going to stink the whole freaking cafeteria up, man. I used to give people a hard time about it. I'm like, man, don't do that, and they continue to do it, and they'd eat it too, man. It's gross.
Yeah,
go ahead, Penn.
it stinks up that microwave for everybody else.
Oh God, yeah. You put your roast beef in there after that, and it tastes like fish beef or something.
Ooh,
I know.
people.
You triggered me with that fried fish. I know you probably didn't see it. I know there's people here that saw it during the virus and everybody was at home. Madonna singing about fried fish. It was like really. I know it sounds crazy, but it really.
Oh, I remember that weird cryptic video of her.
She was saying she was out of the stuff, man. That's what it was. That's what everybody was saying, and it sure seemed like it because it was creepy.
Man, she is, since all that plastic surgery, you're talking about Madonna, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, she looks like an alien or something now, man. It's terrible.
Yeah.
She is like a year older than me, and she kept her figure and still was pretty, all up through the years, and she didn't need to do all that garbage, just get old like me, man. Just, live it, live with it. Still got my hair.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I shouldn't say it on a live. I guess I can. Whatever. My
Go ahead.
daughters.
But Bonnie, when you get the supreme nachos, they never put the stuff on the side. They always put it on top.
It's a big blob of shit on top. Yeah.
Yeah, to make it look all like grandiose, and then
Well, it's a presentation.
You dig it in, and then you got leftover little warm guacamole. No.
Well, my little son-in-law shaved his hair off because he was getting bald. It was starting to be noticeable. He had long hair, wearing a ponytail, kind of long hair, and he just gave up. I mean, I feel like he's pretty young for that, but some people just have those. Some people don't have the good genes, Jorga. They don't get to keep their hair, man.
Not everybody's a vampire either. We have advantages.
I swear to God, I would swear I was one. If with the sleeping habits, I could damn near avoid the sun, and it wouldn't be that difficult. It wouldn't change my life that much. It's pretty terrible.
Man, this morning, because I've been having problems with sleeping, and I try to go. I always do this. I'll try to go to sleep around 3:00 in the morning. I lay there, get back up, put on some videos or something. So normally it goes on till like, I don't know. Today was like 6:30 in the morning. I lay in the bed. I'm laying there getting ready. I know I'm getting ready to fall asleep, and all of a sudden, boom, power's out. Because we've had an ice storm here. Everything is, and man. So I lost my power. I'm like, all right, no big deal. I don't have a generator, but I got a kerosene heater, and I've got one of them camping stoves. And really all I wanted was some hot tea. So I broke out the camping stove, put the propane on it, made me some tea, listened to the radio because I got nothing else. And I walked outside to see if my power lines were okay. And man, there's woods over here and there's woods over there. And you could just stand there for a couple minutes and just hear things just cracking, like branches coming off and trees falling and all. It was bad. So that's what I did today. And it was like 4 hours, which I thought that was pretty good because there was 28,000 people in my county without power. And I only had to go 4 hours. So, and I had my tea and my radio, and I was good,
And Jorga killed a guy once. Oh.
I did kill a guy one time,
But anyways.
So I got that going for me.
And hello, rural pepper. I spelt it wrong. Sorry. I missed an R in there. I'm sorry.
What'd you say? Rural prepper? I don't see that.
Yeah, I said hello, rural prepper.
Oh, okay.
I forgot the R. Sorry, my finger.
Rural.
Hard word to say, anyways.
That is hard to say. Rural. You know what? I have certain words that I have a terrible time saying. What's that? It's a vitamin. It's called turmeric. I can't say it. It's turmeric.
Two.
Like
a tomb.
Turmeric.
Like ambulance.
Ambulance, yeah.
Ambulance. Or a glove compartment. Okay. Oh, he said it's all good. I'm assuming it's a man. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Well, wait a minute. I can't because Trump's in office now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Are you a man, rural prepper? Mike. Hey, awesome. Okay, Mike.
All right.
Nice to meet you, Mike. Oh, we love Shift. Yeah, put some thumbs up, guys.
Oh, I already did. Okay. Rural prepper. Rural. God, I sound like Scooby-Doo or something, man.
Oh, good. They pee standing up. That means it's a man.
Yeah,
sure,
yeah.
I like that.
I go pee standing up. I'm a man too, you know.
I know you are. And
No, it's a line from this movie called Kung Pao, where this guy was trying to be cool in front of some chick, and he said, "I'm a man too, you know. I go pee standing up."
Pat Evans puts turmeric.
Turmeric.
Oh, and yeah, Friday's Valentine's Day.
Oh, great.
And did you? I don't know if anybody's been to the store, but I went tonight looking for flowers. And oh man, they're expensive this year, you guys. So I would suggest that you take advantage of I Love You More Day.
I'm gonna have to go get my hand a card now.
Yeah, because it's the day after Valentine's Day. I Love You Even More at 50% off. Because
yeah.
Yeah, because the $50 bouquets of flowers from last year, this year they're $100 at Safe, and that's Safeway.
This would be my first wife. Thought it would be so nice if we got married on Valentine's Day. No shit. 1980. So how long has that been? Like 45 years ago. It'll be my wedding anniversary. Yeah.
That's the same year that Mount St. Helens went off.
It is. Yep. I remember it.
Wow. I know with flowers, I've learned so much so late. Like, I should have known all this. I mean, I guess you always know you can get seeds out of flowers and stuff, but I've never actually put it to practice, you know? And I did zinnias, and it's like the little petals you just peel. It's so crazy. You pull them out, and it looks like a little arrowhead, and you just break off the rest of. So every single leaf of this flower is another seed. I've probably got 1,000 zinnia seeds. And then I don't know, the Love Lies Bleeding, but I didn't know any of this stuff literally 2-3 years ago. I didn't know how to do it. You know, I'm just learning. So I do have a lot of flowers just because the last couple of years I was starting to plant flowers, and I there's a lot I didn't even get seeds out of that I don't know that exact process. I had to figure, like, it's crazy how many seeds are in one zinnia flower. I'm giving flowers. I don't need anything.
Why do y'all like flowers? That's a question that has perplexed men ever since they were cavemen. What do you get? They're gonna die.
It's bringing the outdoors to the indoors. Because like I usually buy flowers every couple weeks just to have in the house. And I didn't do that when the kids were around. It's more now that they're out of the house. You have that extra money to do that. And my sister-in-law started buying tulips, and she'd have things like that, you know, a little. I just thought it was so nice. And she's like, yeah, you know, it's bringing a little bit of the outdoors indoors. And I said, well, yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh God.
But I didn't buy any roses. They were too expensive. I bought one of those blue orchids because I told my husband, I said, this is better than you know, roses for us, you know, because it'll last longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was still $41 for an orchid. I mean, it's just this year for Valentine's, man. If you didn't already get something for whoever, and you're getting last minute, you're gonna pay. It's like expensive. So I suggest that you go on the day after, which is I Love You More at 50% off day. Yeah.
You cheapskate.
No, we pumped that last year. We were telling people, you know, it's like, why not? You know, why not start? Why are we doing it on Valentine's, celebrating our love for each other on Valentine's Day when we can do it for 50% off the next day? And then we won't be part of the pagan rituals. Yeah. Okay.
I won't really make y'all mad now, but I one thing that I do not understand is the diamond ring thing, man. That's probably why I'm not married right now. But it's like all that money you put in that thing, and I hear radio commercials all the time, you know, for the love of your life, you know, come and get this diamond ring. Blah, blah, blah. What does it do? It doesn't do anything. You can't cut your grass with it. You can't drive it to work. You can't, you know, for the same amount of money, you could get a car. It's a freaking ring, you know. And if you divorce, she ain't gonna give it back. Trust me, they never do that. They always keep it. I'm like, can I have that ring back? No. What are you gonna do?
You got to keep, no, the woman gets the ring, and you know, diamonds would take, you know, hundreds of years and compression of the earth to make the natural ones. You know, I like the natural ones, even though they're owned by the De Beers. You got the whole market on them.
But if I bought one of them pubic zucchinis, could I pass it off as a real one?
Yeah, but you know what? A lot of that is made of carbon, and what are we made out of? And I'm wondering, all these manufactured gemstones are, you know, a good way of getting rid of evidence and shit.
I saw a commercial the other day ago about diamonds, and it said that they were lab grown. I don't know.
That's the ones I'm talking about. Those ones. And if you go and you look at some of the biggest places that create diamond labs and stuff, you know how many people that we know in government that are part of that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. They own stock in these companies. And who's
I like to see how they do it.
How they getting rid of the, you know, the leftover, you know what's, you know, the peeps, you know, the chittens, you know, and all that stuff. And then they, you know, yeah, composting. And then creating diamonds out of carbon, lab created. Yeah, we're carbon. I don't know. Okay, it's just my theory. Okay, you know, and that's why I got 10 for out. Okay.
Yeah. No, look. Hold on a second. Let me see. I probably messed it up. There we go. We'll put that one up. We can say whatever we want. Allegedly, they're
doing that with those.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
it's a magic word. I mean, they're either going to get you or they aren't.
See, even Papa Two Bear says they're making gemstones out of cremated remains now too. See, guys, see, see, that's what I'm trying to hint at.
So I can wear my grandma on my finger.
Yeah, you can have, yeah. That's why that when all, you know, I thought lab created gems were a cool thing at first, but then if you go deeper into it, and me having nothing off the table, and they got to get rid of the evidence.
Make her into a ring.
Yeah, make it. Yeah, because where are all these chitlins going every year when hundreds of thousands of them disappear?
Do you ever see that episode of Jackass where Johnny Knoxville was taking this old lady? He said it was his grandma, but it won't. It was an actress. So all these different taxidermies, you know. He's like, "Yeah, she ain't got but so much longer. Can you stuff her?" You know. I mean, it was freaking hilarious, man.
So we were saying about whatever you say, and they like deplatform and stuff. I do have a little bit of Stephen Bannon's interview from about a week ago. He was saying how, and he said in 2020 about that virus and everything, and they called him a conspiracy theorist. And like a weekend, they said, "Hey, by the way, it was a lab. It may have leaked out. Like basically, it wasn't a conspiracy. It was he just knew it first. He said it first, and then they deplatformed him from like the war room and all that.
They put him in jail.
Yeah, that too. For like, yeah, and he talks about that a little bit too. But I didn't. It's a really long interview, so I just put a couple timestamps of some. Hi, Miss Mendersue. I put in a couple timestamps of some stuff. Like the first one is the interview asked him about Trump and is it going to be all about revenge and stuff like that. Are you guys interested in watching some of that?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll mute.
You can talk over it if you want. Now I just got to figure out. Okay, I have to hit present. Duh.
I got my noisy air purifiers on because my cat's next to me and I'm smoking, and I don't want my cat to get secondhand smoke.
Oh, he can handle it. Trust me.
Oh,
I think what you're seeing is a very focused deconstruction of the administrative state and take down the deep state. We call it days of thunder here. And folks should understand that President Trump's political comeback started the day he got back to Mar-a-Lago with the war room and the war room posse and this kind of grassroots effort that turned into the
I'm sorry. I do that every
precinct
time.
strategy and had his back the whole time. That's the political side, which most people think is everything. But the other side was these public intellectuals, America First Party Institute under Brooks Rollins and Stephen Miller, America First Law under Miller, Center for Renewing America under Russ Vogt, the infamous Project 2025. But that was to look at verticals of everything we wanted to accomplish, drill deep into policy, and to start to put together teams. Remember, we can hit the deck plates running with 4,000. There's 4,000 people to control a government that is about 10 million employees. That's 2.5 million civilian bureaucrats, 2.5 million military, about 5 million contractors at some sort of executive level. So it's about 10 million that controls a budget of $6.5 trillion a year in assets of, I don't know, 75, 80 trillion. So it's massive. And they've been working for years. And now you're seeing the days of thunder. Every day there's, 5 executive orders, 10 more executive actions, legislation that started or signed, all types of other activity, everything from freeing hostages to freeing the guys who are down in Venezuela, the people that went down there to try to free the people in Venezuela. So everything across the board. So it's not revenge. It's really setting things right. The American people kind of demanded this. They voted for it, and they're getting it.
What I find incredible is the lack of opposition in the last 2 weeks. What happened to the resistance?
I think you see, I want to make it the analogy kind of the Tory party to the Reform Party. These in the established order, they get so lazy because they control the levers of power. They control the financial community, so it's the financial community, the tech community, the corporatists, the universities, pop culture, high culture, media, and they get lazy. I am not shocked. I am surprised at how quickly the ideas are evaporating. What I mean by that, when you say no resistance, let's break it down in pieces. Number one, in the confirmation hearings, and we just had Tulsi and Bobby Kennedy approved, which they said was never going to happen. After we got Pete Hegseth approved, they said it was never going to happen. If you go back and your audience looks at the confirmation hearings, Marco Rubio is laying out the end of the post-war international rules-based order. Pete Hegseth is talking about a revolution in military affairs. Russ Vogt and really Scott Bessent are talking about a new economic model for the United States based on external revenue. Look at this thing, what we call the golden door, the golden market. Huge ideas put out on this Trump revolution, what he calls a revolution of common sense. There's no pushback. There's people going after the personal shortcomings or foibles of these individuals, but there's no pushback, virtually no pushback on the ideas, and ideas have consequences. Then if you look at the resistance in the streets, a lot of this, remember, is how it's financed. This is why USAID is so important. So we're choking down and cutting off the oxygen because this hasn't really been financed by a lot of private groups. That money's all been slush fund through the government. So when you talk about resistance at every level, they've been shattered. They've been shattered from their financing sources. The media is kind of on is just almost like a puppy now because their audience has collapsed. And one of the reasons their audience collapsed, they lied to them the entire time about how they were going to win. So at every level where there would be resistance, there's just been an absolute collapse. On top of that, the Democrats, because as I've been saying for a long time, they're ruled kind of from this octogenarian group. Those people refuse to turn over power. The committee heads, they had a protest yesterday, and the committee heads of the Democrats are all, white guys in their 70s and their 80s that don't even, can't communicate with a young audience. So no, it's been shattered. It will come back as things through, but the resistance to Trump 2.0 has been less than the resistance of the Tories to Nigel Reform's Reform Party. And that's kind of hard to believe since it looks like there's been almost no resistance to that. So you are where you are. And I think my theory of the case of flood the zone and give them all pedal, no brake, It's just attack, 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 keep driving it, flood the zone, overwhelm them. It gets to be a psychological thing. They don't even know what to choose and picking. You see it by the covers. They're overwhelmed. They don't know where to turn. They don't have the normal levers of power they could grab. And so they're kind of adrift.
Who do you think should be?
He's right.
Yeah, there's a bunch more, and I'm not going to do it right now. Let me find you again. There you are. I definitely wanted to share a couple different parts. He actually talks about the protests. I should have started there because that's kind of where we left off last week. We're on the protests.
Are they still going on, those protests?
10 will have to tell you if they are. Now this interview is actually 1 week old, but he actually speaks on it, and it's kind of goes right along with what we were saying, but from the last time. And Bonnie, I see you in there, part of the plan. What's funny is I actually thought of a couple people when I'm not going to play that whole interview, but there's a part in there. It's too long, but he pretty much talks about controlled opposition and how the Republicans in the past have been more responsible than the Democrats in some areas. The thing is, they're not saying only the Democrats are bad. There's stuff going, there's corruption every which way. They're going to get rid of people on both sides, not just one side. And it's a lot more. There's a lot more information. And like I'm going to post that into the comments so people can watch the whole thing. Because really, it's kind of funny because that a lot of people say, oh, well, you can't have any faith in either side. And to some point, I think he would agree with that very statement. Like that's what he's saying. There's bad on both sides, but if you weed it out on both sides, we might have a chance. But there's a lot more he talks about. And like I said, he definitely talks about the protests. Well, later on in here, I need to make sure I put that in just so people can see the whole thing because it's worth watching. I really enjoyed listening to all the information. Tim's looking for protests now. He sent her on a quest.
Oh yeah, but they looking pretty peaceful actually.
Well, they did last week when we were looking at them, man. They weren't leaving trash. They weren't really blocking streets. None of it.
That's pretty peaceful for a protest.
Damn right.
And I'm assuming this is in California.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow.
I don't know exactly where this is at. California seems to be the main.
Thank you for the follow.
The main place for a lot of it.
Yeah, and it's legal to protest. I mean, what I've seen from these people, they're doing it the right way, man. I mean, they're not looting, they're not breaking windows, they're not catching stuff on fire, they're not blocking. Well, they did block some streets, I think, in the beginning, and they have been putting up some graffiti. But other than that,
and you notice there's less and less of them that are doing it.
Oh yeah, it's just a handful there.
And these kids probably are all college students from America.
Well, it doesn't match some of what he said. He talks about the ones burning American flags and things, and he said LA. But what he was saying is we need transparency. He says it on and on throughout there. And he has faith in us that if we see a bunch of bullshit, we'll call it for what it is. A bunch of bullshit. Like, not the best. Well, it's funny because this is like night and day from what he was saying, though. These guys are out here dancing and smiling. But they don't have American flags. They do have their own flags.
Okay, so I'm thinking that was California, and then here's Arizona live. Is this right? Yeah, this is Arizona.
They're jamming.
And it looks like it's just one guy here.
He's a one-man party.
But yeah, this is live, you guys, in Arizona. And yep, that's the protest. And there is the protester. And he's his own film guy too, even. Oh, there's no. I think that kid was just. I don't really see him with the group. He's it. Loud and proud, I guess. I don't know, guys. I don't want you to get copyright for the music. So. But pretty much, yeah, it's died down. So that whole thing, getting all the aliens all upset and stuff. I think a lot of them aren't participating because there's been a lot of ice cream trucks, right?
Yeah. I watched a video today of a woman that was just walking down through some part of New York City. I don't know where she was exactly. She was like, man, I mean, there was hardly anybody there. She said, you know, a couple weeks ago, you couldn't even walk through here. There's so many people. So, yeah, they're either hiding or they've been deported.
Yeah, or they're going back on their own.
Yeah.
You know, that could be also, you know, because they don't want, well, they might not want to fall into the hands of the Mexican government because what if they're, you know, they left Mexico for a reason.
Oh, that is true.
So rather than get, you know, caught up by the ice cream trucks, they're just going to head on back and then they'll probably go down south. I don't know where the hell they're going to go, to be honest with you. I know they can't go to the Gulf of Mexico anymore because it's the Gulf of America. Never Gulf of Mexico. And you can't go there. You can Gulf of America.
That is hilarious, man. I swear it is. It's just like one more little jab from Trump. Man, you know what else I'm going to do?
Well,
piss some people off.
The shoreline that Mexico has that borders the Gulf.
Yeah, but Mexico is still part of America. I mean, there's North and South America. That every piece of shoreline that touches the Gulf of America is a part of America. It's not the United States.
Yeah. Well,
you hear that, Mexico?
There's actually a part in that interview as well where he kind of explains some of his thinking on expanding, and it's way later down in there, but he does talk about it a little bit, and it made more sense than anything else because I really didn't understand. Still don't really, not fully. But if you want, I can do the part about transparency next. Just it should be about 4 minutes or so, maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna mute and check with my husband really quick. Make sure that he doesn't. I'll be right back. Do your thing.
Overall has to do it, and the special prosecutor then goes back to even before Trump was president. You go back to Crossfire Hurricane, you go back to Cambridge, you go back to MI6 involvement, you go back to the Five Eyes involvement in all this. You're going to have to go in some places that people don't want to go, but it has to happen. We have to find out about the intelligence community overall. You have to go back to the Russia hoax, all of that. You have to go back to then the stolen election. You have to go back to J6 to get to the bottom of that. And then the vast criminal conspiracy against President Trump to indict him 92 times on charges that just on the Jack Smith stuff alone would be 300 years in a federal prison because they wanted him to die in federal prison. The reason they were so over the top, your audience should miss the point. They never thought we would be back. They thought we were finished. We put Bannon in prison, Navarro in prison, we can prison Trump. They're finished. It was the exact opposite. And that's one of the reasons that they're so shocked and so not organized in the resistance. They just got lazy, right? It didn't work the big muscles, didn't do the reps you need like in sports to be on top of things. In addition to all that happening, I think further investigations have to go on the pandemic. Further investigations have to go of how we had this, of the invasion of our country, very organized, who paid for it, who did it. So to me, there's a massive series of investigations we have to have so the American people can fully understand how the apparatus came about, how it's weaponized, and then how is it used against the American people and everything like the pandemic to things like the invasion of our country. So I think these are massive investigations. If I felt confident that Congress could do it in an organized way with public hearings, I would be the first to advocate that. And maybe it's dual track, but I believe you have to have a grand jury. You have to have high levels of evidence, and all this has to be made public But I think this goes on for years. And to me, it's one of the most important things we could do. It has to happen, or we're not going to have a country. Just us winning and changing fundamentally things. The administration will not. You have to go. The cancer is in the body. It's metastasizing. Now we're here stopping it on the administrative state, on the deep state. But you've got to go back to the source of the disease and really not just cut it out, but actually understand it, study it of how it happened and who's responsible. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that go to prison. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to go to prison for many, many years. Just before.
Good.
I agree. There's like a lot more. Like I said, I'm just trying not to put something on for 72 hours, you know. But the good parts, there's definitely part where he talks about General Milley needing to face tribunal.
Ooh, I'd like to hear that one.
It's in there. I'm just trying not to, you know, play something. I mean, where is 10 still out for a second? We can do.
Yeah, thank.
All right, this next part I will do. It's about 3 minutes, maybe 4. He talks about when he went to prison. He talks about how the people who went after January 6th that went begging for pardons. And why would you beg for a pardon if you didn't do anything wrong, right? So I got it. Yeah, it's. Oh, I'm not sharing. I got to go back and share. Sorry, I have it ready though.
Prisoners because of overcrowding. The people that put
Okay, making sure it was
me
playing.
there are who thought I would never return and never come back. Nancy Pelosi's kind of been kicked to the curb because all the older Democrats are looked at as feckless. But the J6 committee went begging for pardons. This is unheard of. They approached the White House and put huge pressure on Biden to give them preemptive blanket pardons, which we don't even know is legal. It's never happened in the United States except one technical time on Nixon. And Nixon really had a House Judiciary Committee that was about to issue criminal indictments on him. So it wasn't like he didn't, you know, they had a process that went on for over a year. Nixon knew specifically what he was going to be charged with when this happened, or relevant things. So it wasn't a blanket preemptive pardon. It was kind of done to make sure he had a deal. They guaranteed it to him to get out of the White House and they could go on with their life. This is totally different. The people that put me in prison for a misdemeanor for 4 months, which also people understand, in a federal prison, the prison I was in is over 100 years old, has never had a misdemeanor. One of the wards and one of the guys there told me one time they couldn't find a misdemeanor in the federal system. Our prisons are so overcrowded, they don't have room for the felons. So those people, Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson, the people that went after Trump and gave criminal referrals on Trump, that Jack Smith then lined up for 300 years in prison, crimes for 300 years in prison on Trump, and sent Peter Navarro to prison and sent 1,000 J6 people to prison. These people then went begging for a pardon for what they had done. I'm going, whoa, what they done can't stand up underneath scrutiny. So number one, I think technically, and I've been a big advocate of this, that the Justice Department should not effectuate any of those, or we've got to go another route because we are going to hold these people accountable. This is going to be a massive part of the investigation of the vast criminal conspiracy, not just against President Trump and not just people about, but what actually went on. I have no time and no burning place in my heart for revenge. It's not. What I have is that this can never happen again. Fortunately, I happen to be a tough enough Mick that I could get through it 70 years old, 4 months of prison, which is not easy. These prisons are quite dangerous because of the drugs, okay, and the violence that comes from the drugs. It's really for the J6 people and others and people that don't have my financial resources or kind of, cussedness, that they have to be protected. We can never allow this to happen again. I know so many people are saying if they went to prison, they'd be shattered for what they had to have. The J6 people were so arrogant, so cocky in Justice Department because they never thought Trump's people were coming back, and now they're petrified. And I hear that Jack Smith's team is quite upset that they didn't get pardons. I will just tell them, lawyer up. You might want to check countries that don't have treaties with the United States, right? You might want to look at living the rest of your life there because investigations are going to happen. We cannot. And President Trump has no time for this. He's doing his thing, but there are people around him. You can already see with the people going to the Justice Department. Emil Bovey has just been a superstar of the last 3. He's the number 3 guy. The people around President Trump that Boris Epstein put in there are extraordinary. So folks in England should understand we're going to have things like this going to happen every day, but there's going to be a massive investigation side that's not driven by Trump, but driven by other people, so we can make sure that this never happens again in our republic.
Yeah, he was kind of trolling there on the leave the country part, but not really, because he's talking about Jack Smith, who was going after Trump. And if he did anything illegal,
Oh, yeah.
So the next part is about the Millie stuff and the tribunals. It's about 2 minutes long. Do you guys have interest in?
Yeah, I want to hear what he says about Millie. I can't
And then-
stand
Yeah,
him.
I can't stand him either.
Then we'll go.
I
right
think he's a vampire for reals.
in. I
He's an
mean,
ugly one, man.
Well, he's really, really ashy looking.
I wasn't ready for that. I'm sorry. Okay, like I said, it's only about 2 minutes. Let's see, it ends at 18.
I want
minutes
to
or so.
have radical transparency in all of these court hearings, including we're a huge believer that General Milley must be recalled to active duty. He must go before a military tribunal under the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is different than civilian law here. General Milley has to be tried for treason because I believe he's guilty of treason, but that has to be done in a fair and equitable way. But I think that has to be done now. And so you're going to see people around President Trump and people in the MAGA movement that have these platforms that are quite powerful, really putting pressure on that we got to drive this one and continue to do it. And people should understand, I'm a huge advocate of releasing documentation of what MI6 and the CIA have been doing for years. The British people are not paying, didn't know they were paying for this. The American people didn't know they were paying for this. This is not acceptable. It's very much like when the Church Commission came up in the 70s because the CIA, we had no House Intelligence Committee. We had no Senate Intelligence Committee. The CIA had been out of control. We found out in that all the involvement they had in assassinations in sub-Saharan, in Africa and in Latin America, and they didn't even want to touch their involvement in assassinations here in the United States of either Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy or Jack Kennedy and or others, right? Their involvement. And so I believe in massive declassification and massive radical transparency.
Now let me put the Democrats.
How can you be mad at that,
You know?
Just a lot going on all at one time.
Oh, and in other news, Mary Freeland actually brought this up. We had another plane crash today.
Where?
Really?
It's like a daily thing. Yeah, it was a I don't know if it was considered a fighter, but it was kind of like a F-18 Navy, two-seater. Went down in San Diego Bay, which I'm quite familiar with San Diego Bay. And both guys ejected and got picked up by a boat, so they're both okay. But evidently, the jet just failed. And I mean, it went nose first in the water. They have video of it. Luckily they lived. So
They didn't say why the plane went down or anything like.
No, the most I can get out of it is it just basically stopped working. I think it just like shut down. So,
Huh. That don't sound good.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, we just got a lot of stuff coming in from the sun right now, and I kind of wonder how that affects the electronics and planes and stuff. Or if they're doing it, if somebody else is doing it.
Yeah, hey, you don't know.
Yeah, you just don't know. Nothing's off the table here because the sun is popping off really bad, you guys, right now.
Yeah, I definitely want to look back in that one spot in Enoch I was telling you about that talks about the sun. I swear it said like it could be used as a curse. And that was in Enoch. And I'd never seen that. And it was like, you were the first person I thought of because you always talk about the sun. And I really haven't gotten real deep into it again, but it was interesting to say the least.
Yeah, a lot's going on. A lot of energy's coming in from the sun and hitting us like persistently, and it affects animals, it affects us, and then we get these gigantic corona holes right now. Like it doesn't look good. Okay, but it's a part of nature, and things are happening. Volcanoes are popping off. Like we had a volcano the other day that just popped off. The Santa Maria volcano in Guatemala, and it hasn't erupted since like 1902. But it's a good thing.
I was just going to say, everybody knows I'm suffering the worst case of insomnia ever. And it's been going on since I quit drinking. And that's probably got something to do with it. But I've been hearing that a whole lot of people lately are suffering from insomnia. So, I mean, it seems like something's up. I don't know if it's the sunspots or God only knows what, but it's weird that I'm going through this, and apparently a whole lot of other people are too.
Well, boy, I don't even know how to explain it because I'm not professional. I don't really know, but just looking at things that I've been looking at, yeah, I think a lot is coordinating with the energy that's coming off the sun because we're going into the solar maximum this year, and then the cycle will restart. And we generally have a lot more activity and energy that comes off the sun towards the end of the cycle.
So they can actually so the sun. I'm asking you this. I don't know the answer. So the sun they can kind of track, and it's basically they know when it's going to do what. I'm at a loss for what I'm trying to say. They can track it, and then they'll know when certain things are going to happen. In other words, like it's yeah, I don't know.
It's
I'm not
more of like a prediction of what type of energy is coming in, and they track it with the satellites that are on both sides of the earth, and then the ones by the sun, and they basically give you a the odds, and they're getting better and better at predicting it.
Okay.
Because obviously their instrumentation's getting a little bit better. And I noticed that even at NOAA, the solar synopsis drawers, they're getting better, you guys. They're getting way better.
Well, just like weathermen have gotten a lot better over the years too,
But I also think they know a lot too that they don't want to tell us because it's a repeat of a cycle. I'm trying to find, I got so much stuff here in my bookmarks, you guys. I'm trying to find the effects of the solar activity on our body here. Oh, here it is. Cosmic ray.
We lost her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. I think she was trying to share something. She'll probably be right back. If not, I got a little bit more of the Steve Bannon and the thing. I saw some people saying why trust him and all this, and I get it. But let me scoot you. I know. But they jailed him, and I do trust Steve Bannon, and I feel like he's paid when I just don't see how they can be literally sought after and put in jail and they're supposed to be on the same team still. It's kind of like it doesn't make sense to me, especially not the things that are being said. But you got to listen to it all. I'm only showing a couple seconds. I'm definitely going to drop that link for the entire thing because there's a complete spot in there where he explains that there was some controlled opposition. And so you've got good guys fighting against not only the, deep state, whatever you want to call it. Well, it is the deep state still, but people on the same side fighting from the inside out. I agree, Miss Minder. Me and Miss Minder Sue see it a lot the same. But I mean, not everybody does, and that's fine. I'm just saying, as far as I'm concerned, I trust Steve Bannon. I think that
How long was I gone?
Not very long ago. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No,
I just felt like I just went through some time, like something weird just fucking happened.
No, it wasn't like an hour or anything. It was just a couple minutes. Is that what you're thinking? It wasn't
Well,
no
yeah,
time.
because I don't know, like I just disappeared. Like it didn't even. And it seems like it. Okay, that doesn't make me feel good. Sorry. Because I don't think they want us to talk about it. The sun shit. That's why it's so.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I just found my cosmic ray alert, and I'm talking to myself back here, and then I realize I'm like, what the? Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, so let's go on the Bannon thing.
Oh, you don't have any? I thought you had.
Oh, I have it, but I don't. It's like, are they gonna mess with us? God, that was weird.
I don't know. Now I've got a spinny circle. Let me try to see if I can just play this for a minute.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Count Trumpula, yeah, Bonnie, like something.
Neither one of them are like great. They probably don't want either one of them being talked about, but this one is where he kind of sort of explains the strange. I'm still confused, but it's more explanation than I got from Trump, to be honest. This is his opinion, I suppose, of the moves that Trump's been making. So if you guys are interested in that.
And now we're driving towards Berlin. We're breaking out the hedgerows of Normandy and driving across the plains of France to take Paris and then eventually get to the Rhine and take Berlin. What do I mean by that? I mean that you're seeing populist nationalists with confidence. President Trump is owning these decisions. I mean, he's larger than life right now because the Democrats are in such disarray, and he keeps driving decisions every day. There's executive orders on the economy, on tariffs, on immigration, on deportations, on virtually every vertical we have that things has to be turned around. You're seeing populist nationalist policies come in with people. What's fundamentally so important, I hope your audience doesn't miss the point, is you're seeing a geoeconomic and geostrategic not reimagining, a kind of a massive pivot in the United States. When we say the end of the post-war rules-based order, that means we don't want to be an empire anymore. President Trump is doing pretty obviously a hemispheric defense, whether that is sending Marco Rubio on his first trip. He didn't go to London. He didn't go to Brussels. He didn't go to Asia. He went to the Panama Canal to tell these guys, hey, we need you to step out here and say, one belt, one road's over, essentially kicking the Chinese out. We're taking our canal back. The canal all the way to Greenland is the Mahanian strategy that the old British Empire had of, here it's going to be hemispheric defense. We're going to make sure the Chinese and Russian Navy can't connect in the Caribbean. We're going to make sure in some sort of partnership with an independent Greenland that we're going to have I think a base there, a big nuclear submarine base, so we don't have to depend upon Cregan in Scotland. And that is going to guarantee that we control the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. And so Soviet submarines, fast attack and boomer, just can't come down from Murmansk or Archangel and come down and just get off the waters of the United States. We're also going to make sure in that we're positioned for the new great game of the 21st century. Britain and Russia fought the great game for 100 years in Afghanistan and Persia about one more report for the Russian Empire and for the defense of India, British India. The Arctic's the new great game. And it's a great power struggle. You've got the Chinese Communist Party's already up there. The KGB and the Russians already up there. The United States is going to be up there. And I think with Canada as a partner, but based off of Greenland. So you're seeing a Monroe doctrine to look at our hemispheric defense. He's even talking about putting in some sort of iron dome that might secure it. Now, the technology of that and the cost of it still be determined. But if you look at that, coupled with trade and how he's looking at our market as a premium market, he's sending a very strong signal that the years of us spending hundreds of billions of dollars around the rim of the Eurasian landmass may be over. We will pick and choose those things we get involved with, right? And I think that's a very strong signal. One of the big signals, and this comes with Ukraine and the coming negotiations, I think he's telling NATO and the countries of the continent in the United Kingdom, the Russian army is kind of your problem. We're a naval power and the Russian Navy is our problem, and we're going to bottle it up in the Arctic, or if it's not bottled up, we'll track it, submarine to submarine. So we feel confident we got it. Russian army in that part of the Eurasian landmass, in near Kursk and Stalingrad, is we would strongly recommend. It's not an English problem, but Boris Johnson, you guys have at it, but it's not an American problem. It's not in the vital national. Those issues are not in the vital national security interests of the United States. I think it's a very strong signal, and I hope people in the powers that be in London are paying attention, because we can't afford it anymore. Remember, we're trying to work through a financial crisis here where we have $2 trillion of deficit. We have to borrow $2 trillion a year just to make it, and we got to stop that.
50%.
Okay, did you notice in there he said the word archangel?
No, I noticed the hemispheric defense, because like I said, that was more than Trump said. And I'm not even, I like Trump. I'm just saying he wasn't telling us. But what I didn't notice the angel. You can. What did you hear?
I heard him say archangel. And that kind of like, I don't know. Why would he slip that word into? And he's, I don't know. Something's weird with that. That's very cryptic. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I totally missed it. I am
Bonnie,
about
did
to
you hear it? Did anybody else hear that word archangel? What is an archangel got to do with a strategic military defense and having
Maybe it's a name of one or
Greenland?
something. We can go back and listen to that if you want. I'm gonna get through this. The rest are real short and it's over and I'm done with it. But like I said, in the middle of this, he goes into the controlled opposition. It was worth, but I just didn't want to bog down the stream with it, but it's worth listening to if anybody wants to, because I mean, that's a lot of what I was hearing was, oh, it's controlled opposition. Well, but this is admitting that it was, but we're trying to get away from that and how we're going to try to do it, which is, what I'm hoping for. All right, let's see.
Oh, the newest Russian naval submarine is what Navy vet said. Oh, okay.
Well, there you go.
And get away from the archangel. Okay.
Gotcha. All right, this is real short. Should be 2 more little short.
They're pushing more.
I mean, he's thinking downrange. I think people should understand in his 4 years when he was out of office, he took it very personally how it was stolen from him, but he planned and plotted every day, not simply the political comeback, but the policy comeback. What are we actually going to do? So he says, my revenge is a new golden age for America. Why his acolytes and people are looking at these verticals that we're driving to, but there's also something of holding people accountable for how this happened, of how we got in this situation. Not just President Trump and J6 and the Russian investigation, all that clearly has to be looked at. But I'm talking about decades and decades of rot in the United States. How did this come about? And how did the American taxpayers end up paying for it?
Let's talk about immigration.
So the next part is the protest, but he does talk about people burning flags, but he basically goes back to transparency that most replayed. I'd never seen that before. Part of it that was the most replayed.
Well, and the money for the, the deep, whatever, it's got to be running out because they're not able to pay the, the PEEP testers, like look at how many were out there. They were out there just because they feel like that's the right thing to do. Like they can't get the movement behind it with the money like they did the AMP folks.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't guess I played the part there that's in there as well, where he talks about they're used to pulling all the levers from the levers at the media, the levers with the money, and they can't pull any of the levers because they're like in shock. And I agree that there's something to that. So here goes this part about the protest real quick.
To those protesters who are currently out on the streets in LA and other cities protesting against the deportations, they've got Mexican flags, they're burning American flags. What do you say to them?
Do more of it. I think it's great. I think the American people have to see this. Number one, I'm all for protests. I think protests it's a kind of an American tradition. As I remember in the revolution, I think it's how we kicked off the revolution, right? I'm a huge believer in it. But obviously you gotta, there are constraints you have to have on it. But I also think it shows you who people are. The protests in particularly in Southern California who's organizing it, and it's virulently anti-American. They're burning the American flag, they're waving the Mexican flag. I think people just ought to see more of it. I think the protest at this point in time, you can't let it disrupt the functions of the ICE agents in actually doing this. And I think you'll get to that point eventually. But I think the protests are fine as long as the media is showing who's in back of it, and don't try to cover it up. Let the American people see. Let them see it. It's like the protests you see in London when you have these big radical Islamic protests. I say cut the cameras on BBC. These guys suppress it. The British people, because you're a mother country. One thing is the Anglo-Saxon community, the Anglosphere, has tremendous common sense built upon working class kind of experience. I'm always, like in Brexit or anything, this is with Churchill on really backing Churchill's play with the same people that are back, the same groups that back Brexit, working class people in Midlands. The more information they have, the common sense kicks in, the kind of way of measure. This is my point. I want radical transparency. I want transparency who's in back of these protests. I don't have a problem with the protests. If they come and try to stop ICE, then something's got to be done about it. But we tried to show as much of the protest today as we possibly could, because I want our audience to understand what's going on. Particularly, they're waving Mexican flags and they're burning American flags. I don't know if these are the best. The people are not. They're not sending their best, right?
Let's talk about Britain. Should Britain expect?
Okay, and then the last minute of the whole thing. Exactly, it's a little.
After 196 years.
Well, I skipped around a lot in here and didn't get too many ads. Don't you feel like they punish you with ads when you skip around too much? Like, well, now you have to suffer an ad.
Laurence Olivier. And when I talk about cultural bonds, I'm from the South, and the novel of the South is Gone with the Wind. And Vivian Leigh, who's British, plays Scarlett O'Hara. That shows you the bonds that we have that are very deep, and particularly with the American South. So it's no, I'm just getting started. I work 18 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I can't get enough. And I tell you, a guy that outworks me is Donald Trump. And people say, well, he plays golf. I said, hey, when he's on the golf course, he's making deals. He's got guys. He's on the phone. He's drilling guys. He's playing with people for a reason. This guy is in beast mode all the time. I've never seen anything like it. He is now, we haven't gotten peak Trump, but we're getting prime Trump. I think we're building to peak Trump. And it's so every day that I wake up, and I get up about 4 a.m. to check international news, to read the Guardian and the Telegraph and the Times and all the foreign papers early. When I get up, I tell people every day's Christmas Day, and I got a dozen boxes to open up, and there's going to be great things in each box. When you've been in the wilderness, like we've been in the wilderness, and remember, they took all our bank, we lost all of our banks, all of our credit cards, they deplatformed. I'm still banned in perpetuity on all the big platforms. You can't get me on Facebook, or you can barely, Google, they got all the bad stuff up front. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, we're banned on all of them. And but it's great. We were so, and President Trump, he was debanked, credit cards cut off, Melania, all of it, because they thought we were out of power and they're all going to put us in prison, so you don't have to deal with these people. It's the greatest. President Trump led the greatest comeback, not just in American history. He led the greatest comeback in all political history, if you read history. And the people around him that have been not just loyal to him personally, but loyal to this cause, understand that the American people responded to it. People throughout the world responded to it. And you're just seeing the beginning of it. We're at the top in baseball terms. We're at the top of the first inning. We got a long game ahead of us, and it's going to be a fight, tough fight. I tell people this at the inauguration. I said, "Don't come here just to party and think that this is it. This is the what Churchill said about I think El Amin. Now we up until the inauguration, or November 5th, that was kind of the end of the beginning, right? And now we've got the whole rest of the story. And President Trump's here on the hero's journey, so we're here to support him and be part of that." Like Nelson's band of brothers.
So this is the beginning of the end. Thank you so much, Stephen Bannon, for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
The beginning of the end.
Did somebody said let's re-listen? I wonder if she means that part, because I think I know. I think that was when he was explaining his moves. I'm pretty sure, and I've got the timestamp. It's the longer. It's 47 to about 51 when you thought you heard. I think that's what she's talking about. But that already got explained, right? That was because what was it?
Navy vet said that was the name of a Russian submarine. It's probably an N1, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I don't know. That one spot where he was talking about the hemispheric defense and all this, like, I only ever heard stuff in pieces, like, well, he's doing this thing and he's renaming this place, and it always sounded crazy. But when he kind of explained that there's a rhyme to his reason, like there's a reason he's doing it, and he explained it better than I think Trump has, that for it, like they have said, we might need it to be secure, like it's to keep us from being vulnerable. I feel like it gives us more. I don't know.
And what if we really are in an ice wall in the middle, and there's those 3 openings they showed at the ice walls? I'm wondering sometimes if they're going to strategically place some things by the opening, because there's only 3 openings in every map that I've ever seen in a lot of the different videos, because people have shown that where there's like, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I'm not
the
sure.
Flat Earth concept, like nothing's off the table. I don't know if we're fucking round or flat at this point. I really don't know. Okay. But there's old maps that show the world differently and the continents differently. Like they broke apart at some point. And then there's ones that's got ice walls with little openings. I don't know.
Well, I know that there's.
What if something's on the other side of the wall that we made a deal with?
I've heard stuff where they made deals in with entities, or
what if the entities live on the other side of the wall, like in that one movie from Disney where they came from a world and they went to our world and they weren't supposed to be here. God, what was the name of that movie? Had that Black Panther dude in it. I mean, a lot of these things that we read in fiction and stuff, what if the fiction is really real?
What if the fiction is really real?
If the sci-fi is real. Sorry, I'm tired.
No, I mean, I believe there was, I didn't get through that one I was telling you about, and it totally made me think of Hickow, but the Bible and Enoch talks about the Nephilim, and there's just like a lot of stuff that is
Yeah.
going on that people don't talk about. And so who knows,
And the big trees, and if you look at mountains on its side, it looks like sometimes a face. Like, I don't know, you guys. I think they fly.
It's called pareidolia. When you see things that like looks like a face in the tree or something, it's just the way the tree is. It's pareidolia.
But remember, if you remember back in history, they talked about people that made houses out of tree stumps, even because the trees were so massive. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of truth to the sci-fi shit, you know what I mean, that we read. And we just, it just seems so out of there that it's not possible, but it really is possible. Drink a bottle of Jack Daniels and you'll know the world is spinning. Oh, no, I don't drink. I mean, I really don't know if the earth is flat around anymore. Like, there's really good debates on both sides, I got to admit. So I'm open to it. Nothing's off the table. If it's round, great. If it's flat, okay. If it's shaped like an egg, I'll deal with it. Sorry.
You're fine. I think that there are good arguments on both sides too. And I know people are like, oh, you're crazy if you don't just say it's round, but they do.
I know.
Both sides. And it's like, I don't know. I've been lied to about so many things. Nothing would surprise me if I was lied to about it. Oh yeah, what's the ocean within the ocean, or what was that? That was a whole thing for a while.
Yeah.
They actually said something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I damn sure don't know what's in there because I haven't swam to the next ocean or whatever's going on.
And what's going on in the ocean, we haven't seemed to have explored that like we have, the land. I don't know. It all goes back to the dude that was getting all of the demons thrown out of him, and the God threw him into the pigs, or Jesus threw him into the pigs, and then went into the ocean, and then you got like sirens,
They ran off of the cliff into some waters that's how I remember it. And it was like always weird. Like, why do they, I guess I always wondered why he had to cast them into the pigs. Like, what did, I know.
And why the water?
Right.
Why did they decide to go to the water? Why didn't they just, go into a fire? Or, I mean, I don't know. Is that just the most convenient? I mean, I don't know.
Me either.
Because what if there is shit living down there? What if there's a whole nother world of something living down there and we made a deal with them? Like that one Disney movie. There's another one where they were living in the ocean, remember?
You talk about Little Mermaid?
No, it was some other one. God, I'm just not good at movies. Like, you'd never want me on your Family Feud team, like category movies. Yeah, no, I'm not good at that. But I think there's a lot of truth to a lot of stuff now in the sci-fi stuff.
Well, yeah, they do put stuff out there too. I feel like for different reasons, like the whole thing I was talking about before with Roseanne Barr's, like, I do not consent, because it's like if you see it, yeah, predictive programming is one of the ways to put it. But like if you see it and you accept it, it's like some kind of, you're making a deal with it. It's like a if it's an occultic type thing, they have to tell you, they have to show you, and if you watch it and you like just take it in and accept it, you kind of just like accept it. I feel like, at least I don't know. I'm gonna find that clip. It's short anyway, and she talks about it. But I mean, she does sound a little crazy, but like I feel like people that talk about certain shit, of course they're gonna sound crazy, And she is a little crazy, but like in the good way, But she's like, that's how they do it. And it was something that Obama was posting about how it was going to take a while to count these votes. And like her son made a joke to her and said, oh, so you're the real reason that they didn't cheat them. Because she said, not only did she not say she didn't consent, she explained it, and then a bunch of anonymous regular people like me and you got underneath the same post saying, I do not consent. Like, it's pretty wild, only because she's Roseanne Barr and people listen to her. She's got a following. And people started saying under this post, I do not consent. I do not consent. And well, Trump got in. I don't know if that's the reason why, but like, if that was some kind of, like they did, like she said, the first time we never even thought something like that was even possible. How would we ever, imagine that? And now this time you kind of knew. So she saw some of this, like where they're trying to look like, make our brains ready for him to lose again. And she's like, I do not consent. I know. I butchered. I need to get the actual clip.
I like Count Trumpula's comment, and this is he's got a good point. If Earth was flat, an asteroid impact would not only shatter it into pieces, also chuck everything into space, and we ain't found any space bomb dino popsicles yet. And that you know what? That's a good point. Because if we were a flat surface, yeah, maybe it could shatter.
Yeah, Cheryl, I was thinking about the part where she made a deal with Ursula and she traded her so she could go be part of the other. I was on it. She's making fun of me for guessing the Little Mermaid, but there really was a part. And I feel like just as much as any other movie, they do it in like movies like that. You would never think, like.
But then you hear about stories of the guys on the seas, like if they hear the sound of a siren, don't, because apparently they'll drag you into the sea, and that's supposed to be the other, the evil mermaid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard about
good mermaids and evil mermaids. I don't know. Like, because they said that the wives of the Nephilim, they were thrown into the ocean and became sirens. I read that somewhere. I don't know where. Okay, but
God, probably Enoch. I need to finish the ones I haven't finished them. That stuff is fascinating because you don't hear about it in church necessarily.
No, they don't talk anything about that kind of stuff.
I remember being little and hearing my aunts and uncles talk about the fallen and maybe even use the word Nephilim, because I guess I just come from, they probably sought out information too and found it fascinating, but like
I never heard any talk of it until I
didn't really understand
all
it.
You guys.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I was young. I just like I don't think I understood what they're saying, but so when I first heard it as a, I already had the pathway for it. Like, okay, I've heard them talking about this and kind of had something to know.
Well, then like all of a sudden, like when I heard about the Nephilim, things started making sense about Paul Bunyan and his big ox and Gulliver's Travels and what was the other gigantic there, this Paul Bunyan was, a kid story. And he chopped down the big tree or something. Oh, the Nephilim equals Scientologist. Oh, you know what? I wouldn't put it past, to be honest with you, because that guy, L. Ron Hubbard, man, he was a nutfuck. He was a drinker, you guys, and a womanizer. And he was a science fiction writer, and he was getting paid like pennies for his novels. And he even said, he goes, if you want to become rich, make your own religion. And that's what he did. And he created all out of all the sci-fi shit. And we did not evolve from clams. I'm almost solid on that one, okay?
Almost solid.
Almost solid. Well, nothing's off the table.
And I think like that too. And that's why some of the things I have to bounce off to, somebody else. And I need somebody else to like balance me out and not let me get too far out there.
And I also think there's things that live in different dimensions. We just can't see it through our eyes, like straight on. But look at shit. Start noticing your peripheral more. You'll catch some weird ass shit. Especially if you have a relationship with God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. These things are always around you, and they always trying to tempt you and do shit or scare you. They like to scare you, like Monsters Inc. Yeah, think about Monsters Inc.
You're totally segueing. I've got this really dark interview, and I tried to get small pieces of it to just kind of get the point across because it's good and bad, you know. It's about this guy that got into say, you know, he became part of the well, he eventually became a high wizard, which there was only supposedly there's only 10 at a time. But he started as just this little boy, you know, playing Bloody Mary, or like playing this game at school. And he would see the person. Like I remember people talking about that and maybe even doing it. And I never, thank God, I never saw anything.
I didn't either, because we did that a couple times as kids.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how his started. And I mean, we should be thankful that we didn't, because he kept doing it. And then he got involved in magic. And eventually, like at like 12 years old, he kind of got into this cult and didn't know it. You know, and it's sick, but it was a real thing. This is, you know, it ended up, that's why I had to cut it short, because it ended up being, I watched this thinking it was going to be one, but it ended up being 2 hour and a half long. So I only have like small pieces. And of course, I have the links too. But I found it fascinating because I don't know why this guy would lie about his story. And he started as a kid. He got recruited in sort of. And like there were these three sisters, and they were like 8, 11, and 14 years old, that young. And he was like 12. And their parents all knew about it. They just told them they were doing movies. These little girls had been doing these movies since they were 3 years old. And so they were actually doing the things with each other, which I guess, I mean, it doesn't make it any better. It's still terrible. But they were filming it. It was basically, you know, child porn. And just like starting him off young. And he didn't even realize till he was 20 he was in a satanic thing. Well, he wasn't when and that's there. I have that clip of him explaining how it happened. Like him asking them, he's like, no, you're not. You want to be? And he told him, you've done almost everything you need to do to be in. Just like he had to sign his name in blood and everything. Anyways, it's intense, and I didn't know whether I was going to share it if anybody was interested. It is pretty dark because it gets into the you know, the opposite of Planned Parenthood, you know, and that's so the difference between a curse and a hex is you have to have the blood. They have to do an abortion and touch the blood. It's pretty intense because hexes are stronger than curses. And this guy was involved in all of this, and he gets out though, obviously, or he wouldn't be having the interview. It's just pretty intense, but it's the best part to me was where he was talking about gonna do one of these, you know, take this baby's whatever and do this hex. And there were all these people outside with their rosaries, and they were saying a certain chant, and the baby was born instead, and he couldn't perform it, and that baby got adopted by good people, not a coven or something. And there had only been 3 that didn't work, and all of them involved people outside praying with their rosaries. So it just shows you that God is more powerful, you know. And I feel like, I don't know. Like I said, I went back and forth about it because it's pretty intense, but and I don't want to offend anybody but this is somebody that claims that, you know, and tells their story about becoming basically the biggest, and it's pretty intense. Jorgen fell asleep. His insomnia is cured.
Yorga, are you still here?
Yeah, I was listening. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I said, it's pretty heavy material, and I just didn't know. But it hit me because, and you were talking about, you know, different entities and things, and that's what he said a hex was. They basically asked Satan to send a demon to a person. And like he was like, in a curse, they just go, and if you're in grace, they can't get you, basically. Like if a person's living, you know, not doing any sinful things, the demon has to return. But with a hex, they can just keep trying until you do eventually sin, and then they can attach themselves. I mean, this shit's trippy. But this is somebody that swears from the inside out, you know. And I always I find the good in things, like the fact that he's what?
Oh yeah, that's another one, Mary Freeland. Jack and the Beanstalk. You know, because there was a giant, remember, up the beanstalk?
Yeah, it always creeped me out when he said, "I smell the blood of an Englishman."
Yeah,
Ooh, that's still creepy.
Weird. Yeah. As a kid, you don't think about that, you know, but Whoa. I forgot about that, Yorga. Yeah.
Yeah, P5 farm. I smell the blood.
So, yeah. So, how is it that all these different stories about, giants just happen to be, children's, fables? Are you guys still there?
I'm here. Yeah. Well, that's what
Yeah.
they are giants, right? That's the Nephilim and the humans offsprings became giants.
Then
Right?
don't forget the Jolly Green Giant.
Well, supposedly he was jolly, but what kind of jolly? Like, there could be
I
degrees.
don't know. He did have it. He does wear a quite risque outfit.
And
Those
why the
leaves.
fuck is he green? Of
I
all
guess
colors,
because
so he could blend in with the nature?
well, the first Green Giant product ever was peas, and they were these really, really big peas. I don't know why they were so big, but they were big peas, and they called them Green Giants, and that's where that comes from.
Oh, and I like what Mary Freeland said about the Bigfoot from another dimension. Because you guys know I believe in Bigfoot. And you can't convince me otherwise. I'm pretty damn sure what I saw that day when I was a kid. And I'll never forget it. And I'll never forget the smell. And yeah. I think they're real. But then I've also heard creepy stories about the coast of Washington too, about sirens. So
I never really thought
there's
about
a lot of Indian legend shit up here about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? The Bigfoot.
Well, I watched. Oh, go ahead.
Well, both of those those creatures. Because we don't call them Yetis, you call them Bigfoots. The Yetis must be like we're in the snow places.
Yeah. Well, I watch a whole lot of that stuff too, and to be honest with you, I'm on the fence as far as is there a Bigfoot, is there not? I don't know. There's a lot of kind of he said, she said, circumstantial evidence. But one thing that's weird, because y'all were just talking about, could it be like interdimensional Bigfoot? And there's been several accounts. Of course, this is just some guy said it, but several accounts where they'd be say you're out in the middle of the woods and you'd hear this metallic, it sounded like a metallic door scraping and coming open, and then they would start seeing Bigfoots, and that's, they've said that, well, it's different people have said the same thing. You hear what sounds like somebody open up a sliding door like on a dumpster or something out in the middle of the woods, and then all of a sudden you start seeing Bigfoot. So that's like coming through a door, or I don't know.
Man.
And what did I just seen? I just seen somebody's ties together with the goose that lays the golden egg, Navy vet said. That's another one. Why would a goose lay a golden egg?
There's a lot of stuff I never thought about. But what you were saying, Yorga, about the opening and all that is so crazy, because that's another thing I remember one time my aunt was, and this is just so crazy sounding, but not really. You never know. I remember it though, because I was thinking at the time I was a kid, I was young. I was like, she's crazy. But she swears there was like hillside and they like moved and opened up. Like it looked like one thing. And then like people came out and then it closed again and went back to like hillside. And I was like, man, she's insane. And then now she probably did see that. Like kind of like you were saying, like a door opens and stuff. Like it's like, I don't know. It makes, I mean, what are you just going to walk around and knock on everything and make sure it's not hollow? Because that's crazy, but you just never know. I would believe it, that stuff could be hidden in plain sight. We didn't even think to look at.
And Navy vet said that he had an uncle that's where he saw Bigfoot in a window in the cabin they were staying out in West Virginia. And after that, he sold his guns and quit hunting for the rest of those years. I'll tell you what, I'll never go into the deep forest ever again, and I will never go down by the canopy, the scary part, because that's where I saw it as a kid. And I've told you guys the same story. Nothing's fucking changed. And I told my dad, and he thought I was crazy. I was only like 13 back then.
Could you
But
see it good, or was it just?
I just saw its eyes because it was peeking over a giant pile of freshly broken boughs, pine boughs.
Uh-huh.
So, and we smelt something as we were approaching that area. But what got me was it was underneath the canopy and starting to go, in the darker area there. And then this pile of boughs, and all of a sudden I seen these gigantic eyes, and the light reflected off it, and light reflects off eyes, you know what I mean? And like it scared, and I just, oh shit. And then that same weekend on King 5 News, some dude up in that same area was using a backhoe, and he claims he seen one. But my dad, oh, you're crazy, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what I saw. That's what I smelled. And that's where I realized that they were real after that. And then after waking up and meeting all you guys, you think about it. If they were doing some DNA messing around shit with things long time ago, who's to say they didn't cook up, a few of them, and they got loose? Because think about when Mount St. Helens went off, you guys. Do you realize that the military came in and fenced off 300 miles around that thing? Yeah, according to rumor, they were dragging out dead bodies of the Bigfoots got burned. Okay.
Dang.
I've heard that too.
Yeah. So why would the military do that?
I don't know. I don't know why the military or Park Service employees would try to cover it up. Somebody comes to a park, ranger or whatever, tell their story that they saw something. It seems like the government always tries to cover it up.
Yeah, or the people that just go missing up in the Cascades or up by Mount Rainier. I mean, I don't know about other places in the United States. I realize that 411 show does that. I just look at the ones that are local here, because there's a lot of the United States. I'm just going to focus on Washington, okay? There's a lot of crazy shit that goes on up here as it is.
That's probably good advice, Jerry. Become flashy light thing you like Men in Black.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I never reported anything to any. Hey, Lily, I never reported it to anybody. I was just a kid, but I did tell my dad, but he just thought I was, nuts. And he just blew it off. So that's as far as the whole thing went. And then also too, I remember that movie that came out in the 70s too. Do you remember, Jorga, the one that had the Loch Ness Monster and the Bigfoot, and they were talking about all these creatures? Remember that?
Oh no, was it a documentary?
Yeah, it was like a documentary, and I remember my parents took me to the movie theater for that one on one of the Saturday matinees.
I don't know if I remember that.
It's got that footage of, the iconic footage that where they show the Bigfoot walking through the forest, and people always say, is that a guy in a suit?
Right.
Like the filming was done in the 70s. The pixelation was really bad,
Yeah, 1967. It's called the Patterson-Gimlin film.
Okay, that one, yeah. I think because I wasn't born then. It was something in the 70s. It was a movie.
Oh, well, I'm saying that the actual film was filmed in 1967, but somebody might have done a movie about it in the 70s and just added that same, footage.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so how good was the cameras back then? And then the Loch Ness Monster, I think that was just a gigantic sturgeon. Because sturgeons can get long, and they're like a dinosauric fish. They're considered like a dinosauric fish. They live longer than most fishes, and you can't fish for them in Russia because that's where they get their beluga caviar. It's actually sturgeon eggs. Yeah, beluga caviar. I've never had it personally, so I don't want any caviar. I've had some. I don't really like it. It's kind of nasty.
Yeah, I've never tried it. It looks gross to me.
It's
either.
interesting, the texture, depending on which caviar. I'll try it, different ones, but I never, I'll try it. The 1 bite rule,
Shoot, I remember back in the 70s, that stuff was like over $100 a can, like a tuna looking can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm just not into caviar. So, but anyhow, yeah. So, who knows where all these mythical creatures and I don't know. And then who's to say that there isn't an ice wall, and maybe these 3 openings is where strategically we're getting ready to place some military shit because something coming from the other side. I don't know. Why do we?
There she goes.
Yeah, it says she's still. Oh no, it said device is not connected for a minute, and then it went. Well, now we'll never know what she was saying. There she is.
There she is.
Yeah, because I asked why we need an iron dome, like Bonnie asked.
Mhm.
Ooh, like, am I pissing off the algorithm tonight? I know I got it. My connection's not good.
No. And then it still says she's still there, but it says device is not connected. Bermuda is a bloody big fish.
I'm being punished. They don't like it when I talk about the sun because it ain't good. They don't like it when I start talking about mystical creatures because why? And no, they don't like me talking about the 3 openings in the wall. Silence.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
No, usually I'm over here like thinking about the three seashells on the toilet in that movie. Total Recall. Y'all probably have no idea what I'm talking about.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god. Maybe it was. I thought it was Total Recall. Or it had Sandra Bullock in it. What was that? I think so.
I think she's a man.
I swear to God. Oh my god. We were just talking about that clip
No,
of
Miss
Ellen,
Minders too.
Ellen and Sandra Bullock and the freaking stuff she puts on her face.
Oh, yeah.
That's so creepy.
But apparently a lot of high-end cosmetics have that in there, apparently. And I don't know which ones. I don't know what to look for. But
Yeah,
they've got it in there. And then some of your eye creams and stuff, you better look at what the fuck you're putting on your face, because some of them literally have snake venom in them. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, I read one of those and I'm like, oh, a hard pass on that one. Put that one back on the counter. You know what I mean? What the hell? Snake venom for your eyes? To tighten your eyes? I don't. Count Trump. The sun's final future outburst for this world is no alleged.
It's prophecy.
Well, you see, the thing is with this sun cycle, you guys, it's every 11 years. It's not like, think about how many years you've been on the earth and how many sun cycles you've been through. Okay. Now, the only thing that I did find a correlation is at the height of the maximum or, part of the sun cycle. Generally, a lot of war pops off. Okay. Yeah. So like the American War against the Brits, yeah, that popped off during that. The Civil War, yeah, that popped off during that. The Iraq War, yeah, that popped off during that. Yeah, just go back and look. See, the thing is, I really do think things are in a cycle. And I think, like, you're going to start seeing a lot of things that may have happened towards the end of the 1800s up until the 1930s. I feel like we're just repeating time right now. And when the last time we had a Carrington was 1859. Our stock market crashed in 1929. This volcano that just popped off the other day in Guatemala, it hasn't gone off since 1902. And the previous one before that, oh, wait a minute, the 1902 one, I think was, that was the strongest one. It was an EV6. And so who's to say it's time for things to start popping off? And they know it. And there's time jumpers, like Jay says, okay? What if there are time jumpers?
Man,
Yeah, I think we're way overdue on a whole lot of things, like a asteroid hitting the Earth, or something major, it's going to affect everybody.
Well, how in the hell did I really want to know how the Grand Canyon was formed. Hey, James Richardson, was it maybe a comment that came in? Is that the one that they said that took out the dinosaurs?
I think it was the Great Flood of Noah that formed the Grand Canyon.
And then why is it that we can't even go into sections of the Grand Canyon, and people are going in there with drones and they're not supposed to? And oh boy, they said they're finding some weird shit. There's artifacts and doors, and and they're saying that that this could be where everything was originally, like Jerusalem and all that stuff. Like, I don't know, everything's so confusing right now.
Yeah, there's stories going around that somebody had found a whole bunch of Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon.
Yep. They were fucking around with their what do you call it, the drone, and they found out, but then they also got in trouble from the military too. So, and then when you find out, like this Doge stuff, that they uncovered that a lot of your children's meals that are served through the school districts and stuff, that's all done through the DOD. Yeah, Department of Defense. Since when?
Yeah, no kidding.
Like, huh? So what are you doing? Taking our little children's and taking our chitlins and making them into little soldiers that you want? Oh, yeah, because that's what they did to us. Generation X. I think we were like the test group. That's why we didn't get a lot of hugs and loves and, shake it off, rub some dirt on it, shit. Your feels didn't matter. Grow up, get a job, get that picket fence, get that family, pay your taxes. And then, of course, we're in high school and we learn, that the things you can't get away from is taxes, is what my parents tell me. You even have a death tax.
Yeah, that's the one that pisses me off more than anything else.
Yeah. You get tagged when you come out of the hospital, get your number, go through the drill, and then get pushed out as a,
We have personal property tax here in Virginia, and that one pisses me off too. I mean, I get a bill every year for the vehicles that I own.
Oh, for the vehicles?
For the vehicles that are paid for, I pay tax on them when I bought them. I pay tax every time I put gas in them, and just for owning them, we get taxed every year. And I get these statements, and I know last year was like $800. I had to just got to. What if you don't have $800? You just got to come up with.
See, they do that with us too, but it's our tabs. You have to have your tabs, and you pay for your tabs yearly, and they go by the type of car. And at one time we had them like down to like $35, And that's what our original great governor ran on. And then he turned out to be as corrupt as fuck during the pandemic. Yeah, he was one of those. He was a really gray, ashy, like kind of a vampire looking one that was up on the stage with Trump. Yeah. I don't know if you remember him. Inslee. He's dirty. What was my point? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So anyhow, a lot of weird talk tonight. Sorry, guys. We don't have any direction on, like, we're just kind of talking, right, Cola?
Yeah, and I enjoy it. Like, you know, I leave my mind open to so many things, and it's like sometimes I have to have people to like ground me because I will just take off and I have to remember like everything isn't a conspiracy because that's kind of how I am anymore. I just, there's so much. It doesn't take much to convince me anymore because stuff's been so crazy. Like so many things I just thought for certain. Like I can remember really believing that the news was just the news without a motive. And that's crazy. Like now, I get it now, but like just from that moment till now, how many things you've realized you've been lied to about,
Well, and how they take things and they twist them in the different generations. Because I was watching a video on Antarctica and how Hitler sent this dude named General Reichert down there to, post out, where he was going to take land in New Swabia or whatever and stuff. And then you go and you look at, old Star Trek movies, and wasn't there a Colonel Reichert? Yeah, there certainly was, because I get stuck watching that shit with my husband. I know more about Star Trek than I ever wanted to know. But see, that's what he enjoys to watch. So, you do what you got to do. Ten City.
So behind. I don't even know what that was about now. That's the way they want it. There's no telling.
And Jerry's got a good one. Queen owned everything through and the banks and stuff, and that is true. She owned more land than any other person in the world. Now that she's dead and the royals are broke, I wonder if they own Greenland, and that's why Trump wants to buy it.
I like that. The eyeball.
Yeah, that whole monarchy thing has always pissed me off, man. If I was in England, and a lot of them, would confess to be proud patriots and God save the Queen and all that kind of stuff, but it's a whole family of people that don't have to do anything. That the tax money comes in to keep them going, because it's all the pomp and circumstance and the beautiful palace and all that kind of stuff. But it's a load of shit, man. They don't do anything governmentally.
Count wants to know what a beheaded nacho. There's no beheaded.
I had that.
It's reheated.
What is beheaded nachos?
Beheaded nachos. Yeah, well.
Yeah,
what about reheated nachos? You don't want to ever be called a reheated nacho, especially as a content creator on YouTube or any of the platforms. Because if you're reheating nachos, then that's a smack.
Well, that's what only place I ever saw that was on 10 TV on your channel. I never saw it on an actual on YouTube. I don't have TikTok, so that was the first time I ever saw it. And I don't have it's like, what did it say? It said a couple different things, right? Like it was specifically to people in pop culture or something, and then it was kind of a good thing to be called it, and they tried to make it a good thing. Yeah, that's what it is. Reheated nachos. You were there, Billy. It's like the slang.
It's the new slang. Yeah, it's probably more meta type slang, but who knows how the kids are using it. But yeah, as far as like content creator, if you get called a reheated nacho, then you're basically copying somebody else's shit, and you can't do it as good as the original nachos. Because, see, you're reheating this shit, and there's probably some guacamole squished in there and some sour cream. And who wants warm guacamole and sour cream? Okay. Who the hell would reheat their nachos anyhow? Unless you got everything on the side. I ain't reheating guacamole on my nachos. Hard pass into the garbage. And got the Riz. Yeah, I gotta have the Riz. I forgot what that one was. Cola, what was that again?
Yeah, I don't think I could say that one right. You're risen somebody. It sounds really nasty to me. I just don't understand it. It's like in weird places. Riz is it was game, then swag, then now it's Riz. And I'm too old for that one. Like I don't even know how to say it right. um it just I'm gonna have to get it. I hear it in context. It just doesn't sound right still. You got to hear it a bunch and then it's like, okay, then it starts to sound right. Right now it still sounds weird to me. That's what Billy said it too somewhere about. No, he said my drip is on point. I think on point's old too, because I used to say that and I'm old, so it's got to be something different. Oh, here it is. I got the Riz. Maybe you say it like that. You Riz somebody up means like you got game with that person. Like, see, it sounds stupid when I say it because
What's a plagiarize? Oh, a plagiarized fart. Oh, I like that.
No, wait, what?
Oh, Count says it's on hard to see. It's like a plagiarized fart because you're plagiarizing somebody else, another content creator's stuff, but yet you're not as good, so you're definitely a fart, right? Did I get that right?
I mean, yeah, I guess. What's up, Suze? It says Sue. You're missing your Z.
Keep bringing the ribs.
I wasn't sure. I think that's my iCloud account then that came up. I was like, I didn't know what email was going to use when I came up. Did it say Z?
It just says Sue.
Oh, Sue. Okay.
No, so I said you're missing your Z. So good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. And I saw you in some stream and I was like, I got to text her to come and like, why not come up here with us? It's been forever. Yeah. We used to play poker together all the time. Look, here's Billy saying hi. It's been forever though.
Oh, hi, Billy.
So, 10 TV and Yorga from
I do know them. I remember them.
Hello.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, I remember Yorga. And I think I'm subbed to you, 10 TV. I just missed your lives all the time.
Well, she's got a channel too now. I'm pretty sure I got a super mod in the building. But yeah, she has to go back and forth because they come for her. They already kicked her off the stream 10 times.
Really?
Yeah, anytime we talk about anything important, they seem to just like kick me off.
Oh. Hello.
We're super shadow bound too. So we were looking at our little thing in the studio the other day, and most of the people that come and see us, it's only because of the browse feature. Like really 4% only 4% of you are getting the notifications. So it's not my fault. They're literally shadow banning us because they don't like the way we talk about things because we're Gen X. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Mm-hmm. That seems to happen in a lot of places.
We're okay with it, though. We know, we're okay with it. Because if we blew up and became a big channel, then you'd think we're a pogo, and we're not a pogos. Never be a pogo.
Or reheated nachos.
If somebody called me, yeah, I would be like so pissed now if somebody called me that. What? But I think we need to keep up on the kids' terminology. So,
yeah,
at least we know if they're getting. But
well, you won't feel so stupid if one of them says something like that,
right?
You'd be like, oh, oh yeah, cool. I know what that means.
I wish I could remember who said in your chat goes, so if I say this, am I going to sound like a hip grandma or like, oh my God, don't say that? I just couldn't help but laugh because you'll try to say it and then you'll just sound even older and more out of it because you say it wrong. Better off just knowing when they say it. Good night, Bonnie.
Like Turnamark, Turnamark.
Turmeric. I don't.
or,
That's
or
not one.
ambulance.
Yeah, or Venezuela.
Venezuelan. Venezuelans, I think is what they're, but Venezuela, yeah.
Venezuelans.
Venezuelans.
No, I think it's Venezuelan. Yeah, see? Oh, yeah, there is there is James Richardson. And Navy Dad even mentioned that he just happened to watch Star Trek Voyager the other day. Yeah, see, Commander Riker, that's his name, sorry. But isn't it funny how they take like names from history and like put them in this sci-fi stuff, and then the next generations don't know about? Because did you know there was a Commander Riker that like scoped out Antarctica for Hitler? Nope, I didn't either. So now we know.
I just found out that every character in Married with Children, the names that they have, like Bud Bundy, and they're all copied after wrestlers.
Oh,
I didn't
really?
know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
That's a good show. Well, I don't know if I'd call it good, but it's just like it was funny at the time. Like imagine that was edgy. Like nowadays, that's almost normal. Like it gets so much worse than Married with Children.
Mm-hmm.
And look what Indy said. Yeah, there was an X-Files about that MR stuff,
Tournament. Come and earn it.
Yeah, Venezuela.
Whoa. Here's one that gets me, man. When somebody says supposedly instead of supposedly. Supposedly.
Or
Supposedly.
instead of specifically, they say pacifically.
Specifically, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or tooken versus taken. I hate the tooken. There's no word tooken.
There is no word tooken.
No, it's taken. And this one I just learned too. I guess it's a Pennsylvania thing. Yins.
Oh
Yins,
yeah.
Yins don't know what I'm talking. I didn't know yins was a thing that you guys said on the East Coast. I'm like, wow, that's kind of, because I'm West Coast, so that's cool. At least I know what yins is all about,
I know what yins are on here, but that's it.
I didn't know that that's a very common way to say you instead, on the in Pennsylvania. Is it just Pennsylvania? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't say it here. We say y'all.
Yeah, we don't say it here either.
I don't say it here.
One thing we do say here is him. You know what that is?
That's funny the way Indy put this. Washington, yeah.
Yeah, or Warshrag.
Washington, yeah.
Yeah, my mom. That's my mom. Yeah. But we also say, like I said, him. Oh, and it means here. It's like over here. Over here.
Over here and oh.
No, it's supposed to be over here, but it sounds like him.
Huh. I learn a lot from Hit Gal and Pootie all the time, so I'm learning like Southern slang. I'm trying. And I do know the degrees of bless your heart. So
I was about to say I thought there was only 2, but there might be more. And one's like you're an idiot and one's like really genuine. So if there's another one, I don't know it.
yeah, those bless your hearts, but I yeah. Okay, so some people call a vacuum a sweeper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's like people on the East Coast. You guys call, Coca-Cola soda, and
pop.
It's pop over here on the West Coast. It always has been pop.
Yeah, we always call it pop.
So I didn't know that.
When you vacuum and you're in England, they call it Hoover. I need to Hoover.
I need to Hoover.
Yeah, like I need to go Hoover my house. Yes, they do.
Sounds like you need an Uber.
Good, I might. They won't pick me up. They kick me out.
Who came up with that name Uber? Like,
I don't know. It means like super in German, I think.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's
what's that got to
German.
do with the ride sharing service? I don't know.
See, I thought that was what it meant here. I guess it was a German thing. Yeah, like people say, "Oh, it's Uber this." It's like a lot of this, right? But that's
Right.
not. That
Means
is
super.
right. And then they made it a ride, and then it's like nobody says it like that anymore. But I swear people used to say that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hmm.
Brian Lloyd said, "My grandma has a war shreg."
Yeah, I hate that. They say it like
War shreg.
That's my mother. My mother did that. War.
I guess
Thank
look
God
at
I didn't pick it up.
focus count.
that.
He needs a Hoover. To me, that's like, sugar boogers. Hoovering them up, Okay.
Yeah. And instead of a noun, they make it like a verb. You know.
Oh, yeah, I don't like the Dirt Devils. I don't like the name of them either. And they're really not that great. The other,
No,
they make
they're
them,
not.
and they're kind of spendy too,
Mm-hmm.
for what you get. I don't know. They're so, I don't know. My mom's 94 years old and she still has her original Kirby, you guys. She got a newer
Really?
one, like in the 80s or something, but she still has that old one. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, I used to have one that had all the chrome on it. Stuff looked like a 1950s Cadillac or something. It's
Yeah,
heavy,
they look like a car.
heavy
And
as
they're,
hell.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna say they're really heavy.
Cheryl's like, "All right, enough of the small talk. Let's get back to the good shit."
What do you guys think about the pyramids and underground? Now, underground cities, well, ever since Jay came back from Las Vegas and met that Israeli woman that her husband went over to fight with the Israeli army. He got called back, but I guess they're living, in America or somewhere. She said that there was like 13 or I don't know what Jay said, 17 stories or something of tunnels and cities under Rafah. And that's at the edge of the Gaza Strip. And maybe that's part of the reason why we're going to go in and do what we're probably going to do on Saturday. Because do you really think they're going to give up all those hostages on Saturday?
No.
I don't think so either. And Higgal doesn't even think half of them are still there because she's prayed for them. And she said, a lot of people feel the loss of them.
Yeah.
I can't explain that, okay? I'm not, I don't understand it like Higgal does. And she's got relatives living in Israel, and she's of the Jewish faith. And she's of the good ones, not the cabal ones, okay?
Yeah, you just feel like they're gonna get the blunt of
Brunt,
whatever's
not
gonna
blunt.
happen. Like, yeah, they're just I don't know. I feel bad for them because I don't know.
Well, and with Trump
They're already starving them.
Trump's coming in and saying that we're going to rebuild it and make it all beautiful and it's going to be under U.S. controlled. Like, oh, what? Wait a minute. Wait. We got shit to do over here.
Mm-hmm.
We got vets in the street or homeless. Look at you guys shut down all the damn mental institutions in the 80s and you wonder why we got all these crazy motherfuckers on TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's not TikTok anymore for kids. It's beg talk. It's bitch talk. It's crazy talk.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. We need to concentrate here. I want to help other people in the other places of the world. I'm sure you guys do too. But come on. I want to go build some other fucking city for all these other people. I don't know them. I'm not even related to them. Like, what about rebuilding from all the protests from 4 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have those cities revived back since all those buildings burned down? I don't know. I don't live there. Can you tell me? Did the Burger King and the Wendy's come back? All those places? What about the food deserts that these mega corporations are creating around us? You notice there's a Dollar General popping up everywhere, guys. Everywhere. Why? Yeah. Creating little food deserts. Because you notice they ain't got nothing healthy in there. Yeah, they got
Absolutely.
they got a freezer section. Yeah, you can get freezer food and ice cream. You can get beer. You can get your milk and some cheese. And no fresh vegetables. No fresh fruit. Okay, I'm on a rant, and I don't know how that happened. I didn't even do an energy drink tonight. Wow, guys. And it's time for me to take my allergy pills. So,
All right. Well, I got one. Y'all were talking about, mysterious things and whatnot. When I was a kid, and I lived near Richmond, Virginia, when I was a kid, way before the internet and everything, there was always talk of this lost city that was over on the other side of town, and I used to hear rumors about it and everything. And I never really believed it. This lost city. It was like streets and stuff, but it was all fenced off and whatnot, Come find out, it's true. Luckily, with the advent of the internet, what it was, you can look up Lost City of Richmond on YouTube, and there's a fairly quick video about it. Hold on, I gotta let my damn dumb. Come on, dummy.
oh, kitty.
Come on.
Oh, hello, blue butterfly. I've never seen your name before.
All right, so getting back before I was rudely interrupted by a 20-pound cat.
Oh, my cat's about 18 pounds.
Yeah, we heard all these crazy rumors about this thing, before the internet, that it was like a Area 51 kind of place, or, it was this, it was that, there was tunnels there, everything. And what it really was it's near the Richmond airport that we still have. So they built a dummy airport during World War II. So if the Germans did get to America and wanted to bomb us, they would bomb this thing first. It'd be all the lights. We cut all the lights out of the airport, the real airport, and everybody cut their lights out and whatnot. And they would bomb. It was a decoy, is all it was. Then later on in the 50s, the state took over that land, and they were going to make a community for people that, what do you call it, are mentally challenged, Okay. And it was going to be a whole community, and they paved the roads. There's roads going on through there. There's a water tower. There's fire hydrants. 1953, and the population that lived around there raised holy hell. They didn't want that in their neighborhood, and the whole thing just died. But it's still there. There's roads. There's it's crazy. There's the lost city was a real thing.
I've seen a couple of videos where these kids recently, within the last few years, found some areas where like towns were just like disappeared, and they were walking through and they noticed that a lot of the stuff was just left there. And that always kind of creeped me out because they don't know why either. So, there's Booty Boot.
Booty Poo.
It's a funny name.
You know what I don't understand is, you watch these exploration videos and stuff where people will go into old abandoned houses and whatnot, and they're always just trash. There's stuff everywhere, walls torn out and everything. How in the hell they get like that? They all are like that.
Oh, probably squatters and people that use them as those crack houses, or I don't know.
Yeah, maybe so. I did see another one. I think this is in Pennsylvania, where these people found this house that hadn't been lived in either 20 or 25 years. And they went in there and everything was still there. Pretty much all their furniture, TV sets, still had power going to this place. They turned on one of the TV sets and it came on. Still had power. Yeah, it's really, really weird.
There's a channel where I saw they went and found Taylor Swift's mansion she was supposedly building for her mom and dad, and it was 3/4 done and left abandoned. And then there was another house that I saw too. Like I've seen all the Rihanna's house, and I'll tell you what, she looked like she flew the hell out, because like she was doing some evil stuff in there, and something came out of a portal, and she like left on the bathroom counter. and it was like, and there was, yeah, you notice all these celebrities with these abandoned mansions.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And there's still a lot of stuff in there, like the beds will be in there, the curtains will be in there. Just,
Yeah.
some stuff's already been ripped out because vandals went in and, they knew they could get a lot for a granite countersink. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I seen a few on YouTube. I was subscribed for a little while, but it was abandoned Hollywood people homes.
Yeah, why is that
fully furnished?
Fully
Yeah.
furnished. Like they just
Clothes.
ran out of there. Like something.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
something scared the crap out of them. Literally, you guys. Like, does not make any sense. And these are all young kids. They're just kind of adventurous content creators looking, to show you something weird so they can get lots of clicks and views.
Mm-hmm.
But yet,
You
people
could
are
see-
looking at them and there's lots of clicks and views. But how come nobody's asking the question, why so many of them?
Well,
Yeah.
kind of in the same vein of thought, I went by, what's her name? Katy Perry's house. I was on this Hollywood tour thing, and they're saying, so-and-so lives here. Katy Perry lives here. What got me about her house was, it's right on Mulholland. These, just like I have one of these trash things I use, you can pull out to where the trash truck pulls up to get it. It's like got a thing with a big lid on it. I call them Herbie Kirby's. She had 14 of those things out on the front stoop waiting for the garbage man to come. 14. And the thing is, she always tries to talk to she's about the environment and all this stuff. Man, if you're getting 14 of them things picked up every week, good God, you're not helping the environment, lady.
Was garbage just garbage?
I guess that's what they were there for, garbage, yeah.
Wow.
I know. 14. I used one.
Yeah.
Well,
Me
maybe
too.
she's one of those chronic online shoppers and she's got a lot of boxes and you know what I mean?
I don't know.
You can
Unless
almost
she's-
tell who a chronic online shopper is because they've got a lot in their trash cans as far as boxes or recycling. Yeah, think about it for a minute, guys. Hey, we're living in a new world. Things are different. You got to start noticing the new stuff. Yeah, that's how you know you're a chronic shopper. Yeah.
Do you think that that maybe the tunnels were exposed and that's why they ran? Because maybe some of them actually been through them, or maybe some people actually didn't know at all. So when they saw them, they were freaked out, didn't want to look to be part of it? Or do you think the tunnels had nothing to do with them leaving those houses? Because that's what everybody says. There's tunnels under the ground from one place to the next. So
Yeah, they were all connecting a lot of them up to the Playboy Mansion.
and all kinds of places they said. You hear it depends on who, if you believe every story, then they're connected to everything. Like, because there's a lot, and I don't know how you're supposed to know who's lying. Why would you lie about something like that?
Well,
Being
that
taken
ex
to tunnels?
Playboy bunny said Hugh Hefner was the devil.
Which one? I know.
The one that had the Vegas
Oh,
show.
look what he did.
Oh, Holly.
Yeah,
I actually read
Holly.
some of those books. That's why I asked. I know a little more than I should about that stuff, just because I used to watch The Girls Next Door, and I really like Kendra. Like, I know it's random, but like just reality TV, I'd watch it, and she was funny, and she'd like burp, and she just like so different than them other girls, and so I read her book, and I read some of those books, and it was interesting, but just like just for like entertainment purposes.
So she claimed that Hugh was the devil, and then somebody else, who was it that claimed that P. Diddy's manager, what's his name, the white guy,
Todd Davis. Are you talking
Todd
about
Davis is the devil.
Michael said that.
And the devil can come in lots of forms and be in a lot of different places, a lot of different times. Don't think God can't. Yeah, the devil can do the same kind of thing. Because he copies. He's like
like reheated nachos.
Yeah. He reheats. The devil reheats his nachos all the time. That's a really good analogy, to be honest with you, because God created the ultimate nachos. The devil and Satan can only reheat it.
That's deep.
The analogies about Satan's nachos. I love it.
Satan's nachos. God.
Satan's
Definitely
nachos.
reheated.
They're reheated.
Oh, I found
You
a
see,
note.
that's a great way to, you know what? We could actually cancel Satan and the devil using that terminology maybe with the kids, you guys. Think about it. You know, as Gen Xers, we're not that fucking stupid. We were the test group. That's why we're the X. Nothing's off the table. All I know is as long as I got God and Jesus, I know we're going to ride this out okay. And it says have no fear in the Bible like 300 times. And so that's what I'm just going to try to do is have no fear because, you know, what's coming, we can't stop it. It's a cycle. It's a cycle that's being recycled like reheated nachos.
Satan, I refute you and your soggy nachos.
And your soggy nachos. Get behind me, Satan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get behind me. Get thy soggy nachos behind me.
Wouldn't that be funny though if we could actually get something like that going viral with the young kids?
Yeah.
And have them rebuking Satan instead of trying to, you know, go. I realize that they're trying to be kids and we were there too, but we got influenced and, you know, and they're getting influenced. And if we can influence them in the right way to say that Satan's reheated nachos, he's not the original. Woo, we won. God wins. We win. Yeah. And I didn't even have an energy drink.
Now I want to go to a Mexican restaurant and order the soggy nachos.
Yeah, that's bro.
Can you reheat them and make them real soggy? Oh, thank you. See?
Yeah, I don't want to go against the thing, but like, I don't know if they're like just like 20 minutes soggy because there's so much yummy stuff on them. Those are kind of good, right? They have just a little crunch. It's like the next day and you reheat them, they're nasty. But like,
yeah, like nachos in the microwave. Ooh, hard pass. That's disgusting. Why would you do that? And who the hell wants warm guacamole? You know, it was all squished in on that one side that you dug in. Yeah, no reheated nachos. So that's the word for the week, you guys, and try to use it. And let's see if we can cancel Satan by calling him a reheated nacho. I think we're on a mission here. In fact, we're going to hit that on Sunday. Hit reheated nachos and good analogy of the devil.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are enjoying our little talk up here. Like we had nothing really planned, but
Mm-hmm.
we're doing it. I really like that name, Blue Butterfly. Hello. I don't know who you are, but hello. And I like your comments in chat. You know, this is the only time I can actually read chat. It's when I'm on somebody else's panel.
Mm.
You notice I have a hard time when we're doing a show catching comments.
Oh, yeah.
I apologize to that, you guys. It's really hard to multitask like that.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. I'm getting powerfully sleepy. Hopefully, I will sleep and not just lay there and stare at the ceiling. So it's been fun. It's been 2 hours now. So I'm going to cast off, but I will be talking to all of y'all soon.
Sunday. Yes, because we have to rebuke Satan. And if you can't fall asleep, do come back, okay?
Okay, I will.
Okay.
All right, love y'all.
All right, good night, Orga.
We love you, Orga.
Yeah, I'm normally in bed at midnight. Just happen to be up tonight.
All right.
Hey, Cola, guess what?
What?
I quit smoking.
Oh, you.
I quit in July.
Man, see, I just did a little bit too. It wasn't that long ago. And what do you think? It was like 5 days before it really was, you know, like how long? About 5 days, and it was more easy than it was before. Or was it more than that for you?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it took actually about 3 weeks until I was not thinking about it anymore.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I still think about it sometimes. I can't blame you.
Yeah, my husband
hard.
smokes, so yeah, I can still smell it, and I yell at him because he smokes in the living room, and I tell him he has to get out. But
That's awesome, though. Think about your health and how much money you've been able to, save. Just
oh
like,
yeah,
God, I wish I never got started on it. That was something on our generation. They really pushed on
Yeah.
us, you guys.
And
yeah, I
now,
think I smoked for
yeah,
40 years.
I smoked for 20 some, and it's a cruel joke. It's like everybody does it, and then all of a sudden now it's like, oh, you're doing that. Oh, you're awful. Like it was never that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not cool to be a smoker anymore.
right.
Pardon me, I just
You
took
were saying.
But remember when it was like, oh, you're a pot smoker? Oh, that's so terrible. And now it's legal everywhere. This new generation, they're like, yeah, whatever. And we used to have to hide that shit.
Mm-hmm. We were potheads.
Yes, we were
We
labeled.
were the high-ons. They used to call us the
We're
high-ons.
stoners. We were called the
Yeah.
stoners. I hated that. It was like, and you had to hide it. And it was funny because another stoner would know another stoner. You just
Yeah.
all you gotta do is look at their lighter, okay? Oh, I see where you ashed out that bowl on that side of that lighter.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, it's the details and things, folks. Really, like when when you got a chronic shopper, on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody up here is like, I love this lady. I'm assuming they're talking about you, and I put your link in there. I'm not real good. Normally, I can't like type something and put a link, but just in case, probably most people here know who you are. But she goes on 10 TV 2 right now because 10 TV 1 is down because she says too
We
much.
have to take internet school, and so
She's doing classes. We'll get back to you.
yeah, we got in troubles because we got haters that like to report us for misinformation.
Oh.
And instead of just myself doing it, I'm going to do it with the group and on the panel group so that way everything doesn't weigh on me. If we fuck up and fail, okay, there'll be a group of us. It's not all going to go on me because it ain't just my channel. It's a we channel. There's everybody, Pootie, Agent J, Yorga, Craig, Shift, Hickow. Without the combination of all those different people, I couldn't do it by myself. Oh, hell no.
Right.
You kidding me? No way.
But if anybody doesn't know, it's Tuesdays and Sunday nights every single week, and it's a lot of fun. But most people here, I feel like, do know. But in Yorga that just
Okay.
dropped down is there too.
Yep,
But
Yorga's regular on the panel.
Yeah, and Craig, who wasn't here, who's funny he's so funny. And I'm
I loved his little short video that he did today. I shared it. You guys. Oh, it's really good. He made it into like a short film, and it's got him in it and Odin. And Odin's just awesome, and I'm so thankful that Craig saved that dog. So
yeah, I got to figure out how to do that. I've never been a member to any channel and didn't think I ever would. But if I was going to, it would be for Craig. So I might have to look into figuring out because I've just never even considered it, to be honest. I was like, I don't really need to be a member anywhere, But I agree for a dog, and because we know Craig's a good guy.
Yeah, Craig ain't doing it. It's literally all the proceeds will go to Odin, and he's doing daily videos on Odin, so you can watch him grow up. Because he's a big ass puppy right now. He's almost 100 pounds, if not 100 pounds.
Really?
Yeah,
the dog.
It's one of those
gosh.
gigantic black. It's one of those dogs that they hunt big game in Africa with, and he was supposed to go to this guy in Africa. And for a big game hunting dog, but he came out with a bum eye. So the buyer in Africa said, hard pass. And Craig ended up getting him because he wasn't worth, the value.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I think they're made for like, I don't know, big game shit. What's big game? Could be anything, actually. Rhinos. You better not be hunting the elephants. I really like the elephants.
I was just gonna say the elephants too.
Leave them alone. I mean, I know they're big and they kind of bust up a lot of shit, and they're not great for the environment, but we keep them as sections,
I always say that's where they live, That's their home.
Yeah, leave them alone. I don't know why people like to big game hunt something anyhow. I mean, I guess it's a man thing, like whoo, but I don't get it. So, but it's mostly the rich people that get to do that, the elites, So, they go from the game to the people hunt. And
Yeah.
that shit's got to be real because there's just too many stories about it, too many sci-fi movies on it. You can't make that shit up. You'd have to smoke some really good weed to make up some of these stories. Think about it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think there's weed good enough to even, get that creative in the mind, for such weird scenarios. Okay, I don't know how I got on this. Happy birthday. Whose birthday?
Navy vet said didn't even realize it.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
That's how they creep up on you when we don't it's a little different than when you're young. You're like, I'm this much in 6 months and 4 days. No. Get older, you don't want to remember.
Just stop celebrating.
You weren't supposed to ask that, Booty. Oh, but he answered. That's what's up. Well, I just wonder. I didn't play the video because it was kind of dark, and it just depends if But would like to ask either one of you guys if there was any time in your life where you really just felt like some kind of experience that you knew came from God, or God was trying to change or stop something or anything like that. And if I'm putting you on the spot, you don't have to answer. It's just something I did want to ask, and I never showed the video. And that's kind of what it was about, was like a bunch of spiritual on both ends, good and bad, Like, okay, for a short example, like one time I was in a house and there was tornadic activity, the sirens were going off and I was scared. I had my daughter and what would have been my sister-in-law had her son, and we were standing in the hallway and I was like, hold my hands, let's pray, and she prayed a lot differently than me. I remember I didn't expect it. All she said, she just goes, holy, 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 holy. And I never really heard anybody. The way I was praying was like, I was quoting scripture where 2 or more gathered in prayer, God's in the midst, and I'm standing on the scripture and I'm pleading the blood of Jesus over us, and I'm doing it my way, she's doing it her way. And we were holding hands, and there was like this blanket of peace just like fell on top of me in the midst of me really being really nervous. It was like I don't know how else to describe it. It felt literally like a blanket that was actually peace, and it calmed me down just long enough before we ended up leaving because they were afraid the trees were going to crush the house, and I kind of lost that feeling. But for just that moment, that was supernatural. That was different, and I just, things like that, anything like that to share. And if you don't, that's fine too. I was just wondering.
Well, I have, just now that you've said that, because I couldn't think of anything, but I do have a story of my daughter. She was probably 12 or 13, and she had on her inner thigh, she had something on her skin, and her doctor, we could not figure out what it was. So they called the hospital and they were having her go over to the medical building and seeing the main doctor there. And I called my girlfriend, and her mother is extremely religious, and she said, I'll tell my mom and my mom will pray. So I think it was like the next day we were going. And when we got to the doctor's office, she had to change up and everything, and he checked. It was gone. Like, it literally was gone. And it had been there for like a week. And the doctors could not figure out what it was. And, we went home and did whatever and got up the next day and went to the doctors, and it was completely gone. The doctor called the other doctor and said, we don't see anything. And she was like, what? What do you mean? But that's it's only happened to us once. But that's the most bizarre thing that I could say, that someone prayed for us and it miraculously it disappeared.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's just like little things like that. Well, because like, yeah, this stuff was pretty dark, and I'm still trying to think. I think the best little clip um was when this Satanist, this high wizard, was trying to be next to the actual doctor taking this, I hate to even say the words, and he wanted to
Yeah.
get, well, and these people were outside chanting and praying with their rosaries, and that didn't happen. And he describes it. He tells you how it happened in his words, what was going on. And then he like said, well, there's a distinction. If you do it while they're in the womb, it's not a crime. If you do it once they're out of the womb, it is. So Satanist or not, they don't want to make it a crime. And like the lady come in, the social whatever, he describes it. But like, I thought that was it's dark because he was going to do it, but it's also miraculous because it just went in such a way that that baby's life was spared. He said the woman was saying, the baby's in my birth canal. You're going to do something. You need to do something. And the doctor kept checking and going, it's not there. And then they were sitting here having a conversation, and then the baby cried and was born. So it kind of saved its life by the people outside praying probably did. The
Right.
good was better
Exactly.
was stronger than the evil. But like I said, it's just so dark, and I feel like, I don't know.
This is a video that you watched?
Oh yeah. And I mean, I guess I can definitely put the link to it in the chat. There's 2 parts. And
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I thought about like sharing it's just so dark. And I mean, people may take it differently. There was something about it that didn't set well with me. Like, he just didn't seem super remorseful, even though he was out of it all. He still just didn't strike me as super remorseful. But maybe I don't know anything, I don't know what his life was like. It started when he was a child and was like, doing things with other little girls his age, but they were all like young, like 12 and 11 and 14 and these young ages, and making these films for other. And like he said at the time, he didn't know that it was adults watching. He thought he had young fans. I mean, everything about his mind was probably distorted living in a world like that.
Right.
Well, that's kind of like that one guy, Levon, the Satanist
Antoine
dude.
Antoine
LaVey, yeah, and the story about how the minister was able to go out and I don't understand it either. The astral plane, and he clipped the silver cord of Antoine, and that's how he died.
Mm-hmm.
And that he had, taken in one of Anton's daughters, and that she had cursed bloodline. And oh, that was a creepy one. I actually listened to that one twice, like in a couple different years.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure those both it, but like I don't know which order, like which ones. But they say right on them, part 1 and part 2. Yeah, I mean, it was a weird one. I'm responding to this. I got you. That's it's something still fun. And he didn't go on, and I watched 2 separate videos, both an hour and a half long, and I feel like he didn't go on enough about how good God is. Like you're claiming to be. Well, one thing I did like was he does an analogy how you can't sell your soul because you don't own it. And I thought about that's the least dark part. And like he thought that's the trick. They had him signing his name in blood on 3 different documents and everything. And like, because he said he went all the way, he's literally at Bohemian Grove. It's the this is a documentary. This is an interview or 2-part interview with a guy that says he was he says there's only 10 high wizards of the world, and he was one of them. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the Antoine was supposed to have been one of those.
Oh, I'm sure. Probably the biggest one ever or something.
Now, Navy Met has a comment here. People that don't show any remorse are hard to trust, is saying,
right.
Different people show remorse in different degrees, and men show it differently than women do.
Yeah, I agree with Navy.
So you'd have to really know that person, I mean, to be able to say, well, I don't know, you could trust them. I mean, what if they're one of those solid looking people all the time? What if they're not animated? You know what I'm saying? They're monotone. So, they're explaining, I don't know that story, but yeah, I don't know. The remorse, I don't even think, like, showing remorse out front to the people is one thing, but being remorseful of it and going to God, that's better. Just saying. Because that's what God sent his son down here, is die on the cross to forgive us for all our sins. But we have to ask for forgiveness. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I don't know what my point was there. I was just reading a comment.
No, you're good. I think, all right, I went ahead why you can't sell your soul. And so you guys can have some idea what I'm talking about. I put it in there too, so if you want to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to show
Is it scary?
I don't think so. I think this is positive, honestly. Why you can't
Okay.
sell it. This is can you see it?
I don't do scary. I was reading what Blue Butterfly was saying. I'm like, I don't do scary and stuff like
See,
that.
it makes you think you're selling your soul so he can keep you more bound in whatever he has you in.
Right. In my talks, I usually have somebody sitting next to me, and I'll ask them what kind of car they drive. And then I ask the audience, who out there can legally sell me this person's car? Nobody puts their hands up. I'm like, why not? And because it doesn't belong to us. You're right. That's why you can't sell your soul. It doesn't belong to you. I mean, you may have heard God died for you. Jesus paid the ultimate price for your soul. You don't own it. You can't loan it. You can't lease it. And you certainly can't sell it. But you may have heard that the devil's a liar. I'm here to confirm. If the devil tells you good morning, get a second opinion.
So yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
There's two parts, a first and a second part of that. He talks about going to the Grove and all that. He says he was in the naughty Illumin, those people, whatever, and got out. So I don't know. He didn't show enough of remorse, but he did the other good part, which if y'all wanted to, I would.
But he also looked like he was like one of those solid face kind of guys. Did you notice his demeanor?
Mm-hmm.
So his remorse could be showed. See, that's something we can't judge people on.
But you can't tell, but that's true.
You really can't tell. I mean, what if the guy was totally burned up, and how are you going to figure out? I mean, I guess it's a volume in your voice, but it comes from your heart. But yeah, you still got to go to God and Jesus on that one. And I don't know if you can sell your soul. Possibly. I think that it's possible. I don't know if like anything is on the table, you guys, because why is there hell? And if you sell your soul, like God gave us free will. Right. Doesn't mean we're always going to do the right thing. And he knows that also.
Right. Well, sometimes I think I sold my soul just being married.
Oh, Lord.
Jeez. Honestly. Been married too damn long.
The way he was trying to explain it is like, it's not that just thinking that they did is the bad part, because then they'll do more evil, because what does it matter? They've lost their soul. Like, it's a deception. They are made to believe that they have, but this is what he believes, right? But they never had the authority to do it. But once they believe that they have, they feel like all hope is lost, so they'll do worse things. They'll be more vile of a human.
Right. And maybe you can't, but in a sense you can. Like I was mentioning, God gave us free will. So if you make the choice to go in that wrong direction, I don't know.
I think even selling your soul, I think, is even when you, because my sister did this, committing suicide to me is almost like selling your soul. Because you're giving yourself away.
Yeah. And then I seen something about a suicide tree and hell, and it's just like, oh man, I don't want to be there.
No.
Yeah.
That's why I could never do something like that. And I've been very depressed at one point in my life that I felt like doing that. I felt like just driving over a bridge, you guys. I mean, shit was just spinning way too fast. And but I couldn't do it. And
I could never do that. I mean, I'd yell till my voice couldn't talk anymore, but I may drink or something, but I don't think I could kill myself.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
That's
Just knowing just knowing that there's a better something after this.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, yeah, people say it and then whatever. I feel it. I feel like there's something better. Just like I feel like there's different dimensions. I really do, because like those little demon things, they're in other dimensions. You don't always see them straight on, but man, start looking at your peripheral vision. Trust me.
Yeah. I always catch sometimes I think something's walked past the side of me, and then I'll turn my head real quick. And you know what's really funny? And I had said something to my husband, and then the one day I was like, look. Because it's not 11:11, but I've been seeing 1:11. Like all the time. And it's just constant, like at least once a day, if not more than once a day. But it's every single day. And it has been for a few weeks.
Oh, I've heard of other people having that. I didn't have that, but I did see a shadow person out of the corner of my eye.
Did you really?
Yeah,
It would
and then
freak me out.
And I turned and looked straight on, and then it disappeared. And then immediately I started praying and rebuking the devil, and I was telling that demon that I'm binding you in a rope doused with the blood of Jesus Christ, and I'm sending you back from where you came, where you will remain in Jesus' name. And then shit like you felt calm. Yeah, at one point I really felt like I was getting demonically attacked a few years ago, you guys, and I've talked about this on the channel before. You know, like the big troll guy that popped up on my roof outside. My husband's like, what are you looking at? And I'm like, I ain't gonna tell him. But as soon as I saw it out of my peripheral, and as soon as I turned and looked straight at it, and sitting on my roof, and it was a huge ass, big blobby looking troll guy with big old eyes. As soon as it realized I like something out of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe shit. Okay, literally. As soon as I looked at it and it realized I could see it, it's like disappeared. And I'm like, okay. And then, of course, you know, I'm back in the house and I'm starting to pray. But I didn't say anything to my husband because I don't want to freak him out.
Yeah.
I really felt like I was getting attacked, you guys, for quite a few years. And I think a lot of it had to do with, you know, like God telling me that day, slamming me with, you got to study the sun. Like he did a download into me. It was so weird. I'm like, huh? The space, that's a lot, God. There's all the stars. He goes, I don't want you to study the stars or the earth or the moon. I want you to focus on the sun. And now I know why. Because we're coming into something with the sun. And you know what? He didn't want me to freak out. And he didn't want you to freak out. That's why I give you the sun report the way I do. So you don't freak out. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, I do believe last week you had already did your live and it was finished. So I don't know if I'll check my notifications again and make sure that I have all. So are you going live tomorrow, Thursday and Sunday, or Wednesday?
Tuesdays and Sundays.
Oh, Tuesday. Right? Okay.
And New said space is bad. Okay. I'm picking that up from TikTok. Sorry, guys. Like, I never said okay before. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jerry. That's awful when people get falsely accused of bullshit.
There, Lily. Come on up. She's standing on the floor going,
something walked through my room. Don't
okay.
ever want to see anything like that again. It was very human.
All right, lay down.
I have a picture of something that walked through my room.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you reading that?
They don't bother me because I would scream at them.
Well, I know they're all not good. That's why I start praying, and they go away right away. They don't. They don't like they want my energy. They want to suck it, but I like push it out even stronger.
I have a lady that I watch on YouTube. They'll maybe once a month get together, and she's called PDX Paranormal, and it's a group of them. They'll all come on panel, and have you heard of the Spirit Box?
Yeah, I don't mess with that kind of stuff.
What is it? I have not heard of it. What is
Yeah.
it?
Ooh.
But there's like 5 or 6 of them, and they're like, it's supposed to be spirits that come through the box, and
Yeah.
it'll
Oh,
say
no.
different
Oh,
things.
Oh,
But
no.
don't
No,
think
no.
that isn't, think about it. Look at about the live vision and all the
Yeah.
programming and the things. Like, what about the movie Lawnmower Man? That's the one I did remember. That's scary as shit. Because they went through used the technology to communicate.
Yeah.
Ain't messing with that shit. That's like a Ouija board. I'll never touch one of those ever again either.
Nope.
And I will definitely tell my jelly bean, don't be messing with those, and don't be doing any of that. I'm gonna have to sit down and have a talk with her. She's 6 now, but she acts like she's 8, and these kids are so advanced. So I don't want her in the bathroom saying bloody, you know what, and seeing
That's how that guy got started. Was doing exactly that at school, and then he started doing it at home. I'm serious. And then he started doing magic, and next thing you know, that's how it started. Like, I mean, it was freaky. He said the thing about that is you think that they're in the mirror, but really you see them in the mirror, but they're beside you and their reflections there. I was like, oh, it made my hair stand up on my arms reading that or listening to him say that when you're looking in the mirror, you think that the entity is in the mirror, but it's actually right beside you. It's just you can only see them in the mirror, and that just freaked me out.
The thing with Lawnmower Man that got me, you guys, are new, because they go, what's wrong with Lawnmower Man? Wasn't anything wrong with it. It was just a scary movie in the thought that this guy literally, went into the computer.
Right.
Him and
I don't
even
think
tried
I
to
ever
bring
seen
that
that
other
movie.
girl into it and almost killed her. But see, that the thing is that's what's Satan's coming through these black boxes and devices, jumping into,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I even showed you guys crawling light on my cameras at my house. Okay? Light does not crawl. I know it all just sounds really, really, the AI takes over. Yes, that's what they've been programming. They've been soft disclosuring it to us for a long time. And think about it. You're an energy, a battery. Everybody's a battery.
Mm-hmm.
And they're sucking. Do you realize that we're wetware for their technology? And going all into that is like kind of crazy shit too. That's why Lawnmower Man kind of freaked me out. Because of that type of technology. Who knows?
Gosh, when was that movie made?
Oh, wow. It was
in the 90s?
Yeah, I'm thinking it. Well, no, probably in the 2000s, because I seen it with my husband. So we've been married since 2001.
Okay. I remember hearing about it, but I didn't watch it.
Yeah, he was a mentally disabled, gentleman.
Didn't he get killed by a lawnmower at the end or something?
Somebody got killed by a lawnmower, but he ended up going into the machine.
In the computer?
Oh, it was 92. Then I must have rewatched it with my husband.
Oh, it was in the 90s. Okay.
Wow. Because
92, I had my second child.
Yeah, because the first time I watched it was when I was married. So I guess, I don't watch a lot of movies. I'm not real good on movies, but that one freaked me out. To think that something could come through the power lines or the 5G.
Oh, yeah, the 5G.
And then they're using us as batteries to run all this shit.
Now we got Elon Musk.
Because we all have an energy field around us. When you walk up on somebody and they got bad juju, you can feel their bad energy, or can feel really good energy off people.
Right. I agree.
Like, I'm high energy. And I think that's why they like to attack me, because they don't like high energy.
They're trying to
in
get
low.
They want to steal it for themselves.
They want to steal it because they're in a low vibration in another dimension, which makes a lot of sense. I
Mhm.
mean, this shit was kind of crazy, you know, maybe 15 years ago, but now nothing's off the table.
Right. Nothing is.
Nothing. Oh, I know. Remember that in 2012? Yeah.
That's the good old days. It's terrible.
My girlfriend packed so much for the end of the world. It was hilarious.
Oh, the
She had,
Y2K.
yeah, she didn't have kids that were babies, but she had baby food, diapers for anyone that needed it. But she packed her basement for probably a year. And then she used to always say, I can't believe you're not packing anything. And I'd tell her, well, I'll just come to your house. Because she had so much.
I feel
And then
like, oh, go
nothing
ahead.
happened. Go ahead.
What? I feel like that whole Y2K thing was an experiment to see how we were going to react, because I was dating my husband at the time and he was testing these computers because they thought that they didn't have the digits to flip over. And like we literally had to sit out at this chemical plant on New Year's because we were worried about Y2K. And he was telling me the whole time that, you know, there's nothing going to happen, and nothing did happen. The
No.
computers flipped over. But then let's go back 5 years prior to that. Okay, the internet had just came out, you guys, to the public.
Yeah.
So we were all babies, and they used that to do a test run to see how we were all going to react. It was the first toilet paper rush. Think about it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking that, and the next was COVID.
Mm-hmm. This is all, yeah, they're programming us, and they're at least they're trying to. But a lot of us see this, and because we've got one foot in the past and one in the future because of our age, and we were the test group. Yeah, that's why they want to get rid of us. We're like the encyclopedia. They want to burn us.
Well, if they just, I mean, sometimes I feel like if they just wait long enough, we're gonna die eventually of natural causes.
Yeah.
So why rush it? Like it's gonna happen. Calm down. But I don't know.
Because
They're
we're going
gonna-
into this new Renaissance age. Like
It is kind of crazy that we're like the last ones that know how to live without a cell phone. Like I can't imagine like growing up and having a cell phone from as far back as I could remember, you know, because I'm already
Yeah.
really freaking attached to it, to be honest with you. I already panic if I can't find it in a split second, you know. Imagine if I'd always had it'd be like twice as bad, I feel like.
remember when we thought we were ballers when we got a beeper?
Yeah, I never had a beeper.
I had a beeper, yeah. And you could do like different things, different numbers, and turn it upside down, and it would say hello or
ho.
Yeah, or ho. Yeah, you could do some. Yeah, and we're like, oh, look at how, oh, technology. But that was all to get us, you know, entrapped into where we're at right now. Ever seen Brainstorm 1983? No. Don't.
And then the new cell phones were so heavy.
Yeah.
I remember my husband getting one for a job, and it came in a case, and it was just huge.
New. I understand what you're saying about, you know, predictions and stuff, but I think we already have that. I think we got time jumpers. Ask the HNJ about it, okay? We both agreed there's possibility.
Yeah.
You know? Like the Stargates, that whole Stargate thing, and then they got the whole Stargate, you know, series. Remember that?
It's been a while since you did one. Like, what was it like? Well, maybe like the other day you did one, but
report?
It used to be a lot more common. The sun reports, yeah.
You want a sun report?
I mean, if you want to give one, I was saying that you used to do them like every day or a lot more often. This right here, this is where I'm getting it from. She says you're good with the sun reports, 10.
Oh, the sun's not looking so good, you guys. It's really not looking so good right now. And a lot of people that report on the sun stuff, they make everything sound all scary, kind of. And it's basically for the clicks and the views, you guys. I'm not going to do that to you. What's going on is there's just a lot of energy coming in right now. Do you want me to literally? Okay, I'll do it.
If you want to.
Let me see here. I got my solar synopsis map up.
We have a thing. Okay.
This is a new forecaster, Stockman. I want to give you kudos on this. Let me make sure it's the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. Okay. So we've got a lot of sunspots going on right now with a lot of different polarities, you guys. And 3992 is Earth facing right now with a lot of polarity going on, with possibility of, something popping off there. The big problem is these corona holes right now. Any of the energy that's blowing off, which is at a constant C class. You notice up here it says C class, or it says a C with a 99% chance of that type of energy coming in the next 24 hours. It's going on all the time. Okay. Yeah. Because that's where we are in the solar cycle. Okay. So let me go over here and show you what kind of energy is actually coming in right now and why they're worried about it. Because this stuff affects our magnetosphere, and the energy also, when it comes in, it affects like us, migrating animals, technology like satellites and telecommunications, things like that,
Mm-hmm.
So here on this solar wind prediction, this is a prediction, okay? It's this is the density of the energy coming in, but this is the velocity, the speed, and the speed has been the issue. And when you got two corona holes, those black holes on that solar synopsis that were like right straight on like that, all that is a great big, like blower, like a leaf blower. And the bigger the hole, the more the leaf blower is going to spread out that energy and make it come at us even faster. So on the 7th, we had some things pop off, and this is how the energy in the red here, the speed, has been coming in, and the green dot is the Earth. So when we were talking about planes falling out of the sky and shit like that,
Oh, yeah.
Because, see, pilots, when a lot of solar flares are coming in, if they've been exposed to too much solar radiation, they get tested for that and they get grounded. They can only fly so many hours at such an altitude during these types of storms because it literally affects your body. So, like I said, the density of it's been, pretty normal. It's the speed of this coming in. So now let me flip over and I'll show you what's been popping off on the
So where is the Earth again?
The Earth was the little green dot. There's a little green dot right here, right here, right here, right here. And so
okay, like yellow, in the center. Okay.
Yeah, and the yellow's the sun.
Okay.
So when that energy is coming at us like it was right here, and there's a little green dot, and that's us. And so we're just engulfed in a lot of solar radiation and activity right now. And it doesn't look like it's laying off. According to the alerts and warnings, it said that it was pretty persistent. We've got active warning, yes. And we're looking
at full moon.
See, and I don't know exactly how the moon correlates with the sun stuff, like, because God only told me to study the sun. Because when I told him, I said, what? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, are you kidding? And he's like, no. And then, and so this is where we're at. So we're looking at for energy that's been coming in. The last 7 days we had we had a lot of activity on the 7th up until just recently, in the last 24 hours. We had about 9 M classes is what I counted the other day. And we used to be riding normally in the early part of the solar cycle, okay? We were down in the B's, you guys. We used to ride at the B line here, right? And as we go up in the solar cycle, it just intensifies. So now we're at a constant C. So there's constant shit coming in all the time. Let me see if I can get my ISWA. Hang on just a second. So I'm going to show you what, I don't know if I can blow that up. Let me see if I can blow this up. These guys revamped this whole website, and it took me almost 2 days to figure it out. And I knew what everything was. I just didn't know where to find it. Okay. So this little drawing right in the middle right now, this is the Earth in the very, very middle of the black circle. And if you see, there's a white side and a dark side. The white side is the daylight side of the Earth that's facing the sun right now. And because we're in the dark right now, we're on the back side. Okay. So we've got a lot of energy that's coming in. So the sun, say, is over here where my mouse is spinning. And it's constantly sending all this energy. And this is the Earth, and this is our magnetic field. And it's crunching down on us really hard. And when we crunch down like that, it's because we're absorbing a lot of energy from the sun. And then in turn, the Earth needs to release that. And that's where you get your earthquakes and your volcanoes. At least that's what me and Dutch Sense think, okay? Because remember, I'm not professional. He's not professional. But the two of us correlated that. And
I think there was someone saying today there was a tornado like in Mississippi or something. Would it make tornadoes too?
I don't know anything about that because I think we have a lot of stratospheric aerosol spraying going on. Yeah. And that's where the cloud seeding. And I think remember when they said whoever controls the weather controls the world? Mm-hmm. Well, they've been controlling it for a long, long time. They can't control the sun, though. And they can't control what's coming in right now because it's part of the solar cycle. So you can see how the Earth just gets red here, guys. Like we're getting slammed. Mm-hmm. Like also, bam! And you can see the different colors in it.
That's pretty.
So, but we don't like to see it like this because she's working hard to maintain that magnetic field. Because without that magnetic field, I don't think we could survive.
Huh.
So the Earth's working really hard. A lot of stuff's coming off the sun. A lot of energy's being expelled from the sun. It's part of the solar cycle. Okay, so now news asking about not really, I haven't been sleeping well. Okay, so let me explain something about how this shit affects your body. Okay. Now, this is one of my weird reports. I didn't plan this out or anything, you guys. So, again, I'm not professional. I'm just showing you shit, okay? So, when we have energy and cosmic rays that come in, this is how this stuff affects us, okay? When we get into different geomatic storms, like you'll have heart fluctuations, uptick in heart attack, strokes, acute coronary syndrome, high blood pressure, seizures, migraine, anxiety, stress, emotional instability, uptick in suicide risk and calls into the suicide hotline. Yeah. Okay, that's just one. Now, we've got other things where it diminishes your cognitive ability. There's more traffic accidents and work accidents and worker injuries during this time. And not only that, it can affect your herpes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because see, flare-ups in migraines, digestive disorders, skin conditions, including those related to STDs. Yeah.
Huh. That's funny.
This is real shit, you guys. But not only that, just think about how it affects the animals. They're much smaller beings. And the
Mhm.
migratory birds, they're the ones that are having a really hard time right now.
So where are we at? Right? Are we at solar flare risks? What does it say? Oh, these are different.
These are different when we go into the different KPs, and I'll show you what the
Okay.
KPs are on this.
Sorry for all the questions.
Oh no, that's okay. I feel like Jay's up here, so please don't ask me if we're gonna die. He always asks me every time.
No, I won't ask
and
you that because we
tomorrow's-
are. I would tell him yes.
Tomorrow's not promised. So
Oh,
right,
We're all gonna die.
I was looking over something else. I'm sorry.
so this is the estimated planetary K index, how the energy comes in, and this is broke up by 3-hour increments. Okay. So right now we've been in the green, which is good. We want to be in the green. It's when we go up in these other KPs here, the yellow, the orange,
Okay.
the darker orange, and then the red.
Okay.
And so the higher we are in a KP with the energy, that it just, kind of correlates with that
Comes
other
a higher risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's interesting.
and it's not really, good to be flying during that kind of stuff. It even says right on here that, and let me see here, something about high altitudes, because you don't want to be in high altitudes. For airline passengers, enhanced alert for those with ventricular dysfunction, cardiomyopathy, and that's for like increased in that kind of things. Well, like you're more likely to have a heart attack, basically, for airline passengers in high latitudes, right there.
I'm over here
It
trying
can
to type
affect
in
the
my head.
diabetic patient even right here and create metabolic disorders.
Oh my gosh.
See, that's the thing, is this energy does affect our bodies and people don't see. And so you may be sleeping more or sleeping less. You may be eating more, eating less. It affects everyone differently. I know when we get into a high KP, I start not feeling good when we get into the red, because one night I was talking to Jay and we were in a red and I was telling him, dude, I don't feel good, man.
So do you never? Okay, so I feel bad that I like to lay in the sun, and I feel like I'm absorbing energy, but I guess that's not always good. I know too much skin cancer and all these types of things, but you don't ever feel like a good feeling out of the sun, just sitting in it. Is there like times where it's not as
Yeah, I
dangerous
think
to
it
be in
was until it's doing what it's doing now. Because I don't feel like that, to be honest with you. I feel like there's another planetary body out there, but you guys know I've always thought that too. So, and I think that's why they're covering a lot of shit up, because I saw the balls by the sun on the last go and everybody thought I was crazy, remember? And every month they'd be going from an 11 o'clock to 7 o'clock, or a 1 o'clock to a 7 o'clock. No, a 1 o'clock to a 4 o'clock, and a 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and a 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And every 28 days. And the sun now does not feel like the sun like when we grew up. Because remember, when you could look at the sun and it didn't like burn your eyeballs and it felt good on your skin. And now you're out in it for very long and you feel like you're getting microwaved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too hot.
I don't think it's our sun, but you know what? Look, that's just my opinion. I think that's something.
I even have a hard time. Like last summer, I want to make coffee and sit outside, and I would end up staying in the house most of the summer because it's just too hot.
Well, also that a lot of people, their tomato plants were burning, and I was suggesting a crop cover even during the day. And then another thing is the moon's been really, really bright too. Really bright. Unusually bright. And you know what? When the moon's that bright like that, guess what, folks? Your plants don't sleep. So how are they going to grow?
Oh.
That's where crop cover, even at night, is good too. a lot of changes that's happening. I've just noticed in my gardening. And like since 2019, like it seems like something happened about, I don't know, maybe 2012, and then I didn't notice it until 2019. Yeah, but the crop cover was helping, because if you're like even our tomatoes weren't doing that good in Eastern Washington. Now I tried to grow some in Seattle, it didn't matter. They don't grow good over there. You got to grow them in tires. That's too much work. So, but yeah, and I think God told me to study the sun for a reason, because if we are getting ready to have a Carrington event, he didn't want me to freak out, because he knew if anything, I'd be the first one to be running around like Chicken Little with his head cut off. And he's like, nope, I don't need you like rage baiting and freaking people out. I want you to study this, understand it, and explain it in the best way you can, and just make sure that everybody knows tomorrow's not promised. Find God and Jesus. Okay?
I'm finally getting my little baby spiderettes off my spider plants. Not all of them, but some of them, and because I hadn't messed with plants until like 4 or 5 years ago. I always thought that I couldn't have them, I'd kill them, because guess I got a plant or two a couple times and didn't take good care of them. But then I started like actually taking care of some, but not so well. Now I'm getting better at it. Like it's probably been 2 or 3 years now, and I got a bunch that are still alive anyway. I'm keeping them alive, but I've never gotten the spiderettes and moved them into, and that's what you're supposed to do is you got to snip them a certain place and either put them in water or put them right in the dirt. And they're just like, so you multiply them. And it's so exciting. Oh my gosh.
I love those. I have one of those by my front door.
It should, if I don't know why, but see, I've got like 4 or 5, and 2 of them for sure are doing it, and the other ones aren't. So I guess they just have to be the best conditions. Everything's got to be just right, and they'll do it.
When it's funny, because when I was little in the 70s, the whole concept about bringing the outdoors indoors was the big trend, along with the orange and that green color. Yeah. Okay. So like now that whole thing is coming back around, and the millennials are really getting into doing plants, you guys. And some of these plants, they cost lots of money. And spider plants, they're very popular, to grow. And I remember them, in the macrame in the 70s. Remember that crazy shit?
Yes.
My
mom had some.
That whole thing's coming back around and bringing the outdoors in. I think it's cool. I like it.
Yeah, hanging them from the ceiling. My mom had them hanging in front of the door wall. She had one plant, I forget what it was, and it went all the way across the door wall. It just kept growing and growing and growing.
I love it. That's the other one. Let's pothos, and those I know how to propagate. You just clip a couple inches off of them, put them in water in the sun. They get roots, then you plant them, and it's just so easy. And it wasn't easy till I knew how to do it right. Now I got to figure out these spider plants, and once I figure it out and it works, I'll be a pro, right? But I'm just nervous because I've never done it. I have no idea. It's like I kind of like, so it said something about cutting like an inch down. It said something about a node, and it's like, to me it looks like a whole nother plant. I want to save them both, and I don't think I can. I think I got to plant one that's got these little leaves and it looks so cute. But I don't know anything about anything, and I think I have to put that part in the dirt. But I'm going to find somebody doing a YouTube. I'm going to watch somebody do it on YouTube.
Yeah.
I have to, because I'll be so sad if I could get 2 and I just get 1, that I'm going to be sad about it. But
the thing about spider plants, to get them to do the offshoot of the shoots, is you want to keep them in the original container and keep them very
bitty one.
And you go up to about a 6 or an 8 inch pot is at the best. and then leave them there, because the thing is it feels trapped and confined, so it'll send out new shoots because of that. Like I'll have to do a video. I'll do a little short tomorrow just for you, Cola, and I'll show you my indoor garden.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Because I've got shit everywhere in my house. Like I've got corn plants, I got spider plants, all these air cleaners. Oh, and you got to dust them. Don't forget to throw them in the shower, okay? Yeah. The spider plants really like to shower. Got to give them a little shower once a week. I know that sounds really weird. I'll do a video for you guys.
I
I
totally
just
went
said
to get
plastic
the one that
because of
I'm
my
talking
cat.
about. I went to
Huh.
I totally went to get the one I'm talking about just so I can show you, because it's like my favoriteest thing. And it isn't probably a 6th. I don't know. Maybe this is, I'm not sure here.
I just recently picked up 2 bird of paradise white ones, and I'm gonna try to grow them gigantic in my house, you guys.
You see the
Oh,
little
let's
bitty?
see.
That's the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. And it goes all the
Oh,
way
that's
over to,
huge.
I was so excited. I'm like a kid in a candy store over these little things. They're so cute to me. Well, because I'll tell you, the first time it happened, like 3 or 4 years ago, I freaking cut it because I didn't know. It was just like a stem, I was like, oh, that's ugly, and cut it like a big dummy. And I've been waiting for like 2 or 3 years now for any of them to do it again. And now I got 2. That's the best one. So I want to show you, but I just,
So you do not cut that?
you can't.
Yeah,
Well,
you cut it eventually. You want it to get to a nice little bush,
Oh,
and then
okay.
you clip it.
Yeah, 'cause
Get it
it's so
so it
adult-
looks like a baby plant, and then all you gotta do is put it in a little plastic cup of water.
yeah,
I'll show
that's
that
how
in my
it's
video.
I
Mine
can't
looks like
wait.
shit right now.
I can't show you. Like, I can't. Maybe like I don't know how much time you have. Like, maybe I just can't get it just right and everything on the camera. But there's so each one it's like a stem, and then there's like almost a whole nother plant below that. And I think I have to tuck that in the dirt. It's gonna kill me if I do. I don't know how
Just
to explain.
clip the stem and leave like a couple inches up. Stick it in the water. Let it get some roots, and then right before you plant it, then you can clip the stem part.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a jade plant too, blue butterfly. Yeah. Yeah, I got, oh man, you guys, you wouldn't be surprised. See, I don't tell you about my personal life, I got lots of hobbies. I got orchids in my house. They grow like Christmas cactuses. But yeah, and I'm doing the bird of paradise, but it's the white one. It's the white one. I'm excited about that one. And then I got that big one that has the white flowers. It sits on the floor. It's about 3 feet around. Yeah, orchids. And I just bought another one tonight because, oh man, have you seen how much Valentine's? Okay, so Valentine's Day's on Friday, I know. So just buy your significant a little something and tell them next day is even better, okay? And that's when you do the dinner, and then because you know what, the day after is I love you at 50% off, okay? Yeah, because we don't want to do Valentine's. That's like a pagan, So the day after, the 15th, yeah, I love you even more at 50% off day.
I swear I was gonna say I love you even better when it's cheaper.
Yeah. And it'll be a Saturday. It'll be even better.
It's better than Friday.
Yeah, Fridays usually, some people are wore out from work.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Oh, I get sad when my plants die too. I don't like to throw them away. Like I say,
well, if you have a lot of them, it's gonna happen, right? And that's what I have to toughen myself up a little bit, because I've got a bunch of pothos because I keep doing it. But I mean, one of my pothos plants, if I hold it near my head, and I'm almost 5'7", it goes to my toes as how long that, and I've cut off of that several times and made new ones, and it's still that long.
What's a pothos?
Hold on. They're very beautiful. I'll go get. This is my favorite plant that
I
I
don't
have.
know the names of all of my plants, but I do.
Those only two I really know. I've got other plants I really don't know the names.
So I
of.
have
But
is plastic plants.
I have
But
these.
now
ones
I've
that
given
are
my
red.
plant. Do you name your plants? Because I have names for my.
Oh, I'll
plants.
run out of names, but I name my chickens. They have to have names because you can't say which one did it. It's got to have a name, and like, yeah, that's probably not good. But I name them. But I don't name my plants because there's too many. I've run out of names.
Yeah, I used to name my plants. I still have some of them still named.
Mhm.
2 jade plants going and a succulent. Yeah, I like the succulents too. Okay, so are you going to show me that plant? Did she go get it?
She might have.
I could come through my phone and but my husband's sleeping and he's a very light sleeper and he works and I don't. So
I know, that's how I am.
yeah, so I'll do a little video and I'll post it for you guys tomorrow and I'll put
All right.
especially for cola.
Yeah, I'll look.
Oh, yeah, I got one of those. We call it Grandma because Grandma gave me this plant and it was dead. And Jim's grandma just walked up to me and she goes, "Here." She's hand me this dead plant. And I'm like, okay. I just just recently met her and everything. And she goes, "I'm giving this to you because I know you can bring it back to life." And you know what I did?
Right. They're so beautiful and they are pretty easy to take care of. For me, both of those two plants, if I just wait about every week and a half, 2 weeks, water them real good and then leave them alone. And just as long as you get a little light and they're just fine. They're like, if that's all, like, I'm pretty irresponsible. If I can keep them alive, anybody can. You just have to know what you're supposed to do.
And
So
they like filtered light.
Not straight in the sun.
Yeah, not straight in the sun for those guys.
But like before, when I thought I could never have a plant or I would kill all plant life, it's because I would get one and then something would go wrong and I panic. So I'd overwater it. I'm like, it must need water, or put it in the sun too much because I wouldn't even take the time to figure out what. And with these, it's that simple. That's why they're my favorites. Just every 2 weeks or so, give them water. And other than that, leave them alone. That's just pretty damn easy. So I feel like anybody could keep these two alive if they just wanted to,
Mm-hmm.
And
I had chicks and hens, but they were in some pots outside. But the thing about chicks and hens is, you don't want to plant those in, say, your garden beds right by your lawn, okay? Because the thing is, if you hit those, you'll have those things growing everywhere in your lawn. That's what's bad about chicks and hens, but they're cool succulents. And it's really weird about those things, you guys.
Oh, I don't even know you were. I thought you were talking about hens. Like I didn't know.
Oh no, those succulents. Those things only grow
God.
here in. I watched a whole documentary on it because guess what? There's an underground black market for those succulents in a lot of Asian countries. We're the only area of the world that chicks and hens grow on the cliffs down in California.
Oh.
And they would climb the cliffs at night and bring out these gigantic hens, the original. And those things could go from anywhere to $3,000 to $1,000 in China and in Asia. And so there was a black market and they were literally, it was weird. I saw this whole thing on it. I thought, well, that's a weird thing to steal.
Yeah, my daughter has them at her house. She digs them up for me every year.
But when you've got the only place in the world that they grow is here in America, supposedly, naturally they're, you know what I mean? It's just, I was just dumbfounded. But, the plant industry's really exploded in the last decade because of the millennials. Mm-hmm. They've really gotten into it. They got little plant clubs, guys. Yeah. Plant clubs. They don't have children, a lot of them. You notice that? My daughter's one of them. She's in her late 30s, almost 40. Doesn't want any kids, but she's got plants and dogs.
They talk about empty nest syndrome when your kids are gone.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, I guess that's kind of funny because my room, I've got a room with plants right now. Like the room has an overhead fluorescent light. I got trays for like things for the garden, things that are flowers, an aerial garden. So instead of an empty nest, I just have a nest full of plants.
But that's because your nurturing nature will always be with you. And so now that the kids are out of the house, I think maybe that's why I have a garden going too. Like I baby my plants and my dogs too. But
Yep.
you know, I think that means you might be a good person, you know,
Yeah.
like good energy. Because plants don't like it when they're in bad energy.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like they give me good energy. I really hope so. I saw this meme that was like, because she had a lot of plants, it was like, well, you should look up the recommended amount to purify your air by NASA. And it's something crazy, like 18 or 20 plants to like purify air. And I'm like, well, got that. Not in every room, but I've got at least that many indoor plants and they all look good. And it's like, that does make me feel blessed, to be honest, because I never thought I just had bad luck with a couple little plants. I'd have one at a time. And then I don't know. One day I just kind of dove head first and I got plants everywhere. Because, like I said, these guys, they multiply. You can just cut the little end off and it's so easy. I don't think I've ever cut any of my pothos and put it in water and it didn't grow roots and then become a plant. Like it never just didn't work. It works every single time. It's freaking phenomenal.
I know. And that's why when I offered my husband's sisters for a starting of their grandmothers, because their grandmother's been gone for 10 years. I've offered everyone in the family, if you want a piece of grandma's plant, I still have a piece of her 10 years later, guys, and none of them will take me up on it. Go figure, you know, like if my grandmother died 10 years ago and I found out that one of my relatives had one of her plants and was like, I didn't get that. So anyhow, I'm taking care of grandma. And see, grandma, she was a funny little grandma. At 4:00 every day, her and grandpa, they'd have, you know, their little drink. And he'd have his beer and she'd have her glass of wine. So I got her in a pot that's got like a wine sign in it. Yeah, on a wine barrel. Yep, just for grandma. It's right by the front door. It'll be in tomorrow's video. Watch for it.
Echo's pick is really cute.
Yeah, I don't know how to take care of succulents either. Those are really easy too, right? You just barely spray them or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I
had.
didn't know they had medicinal uses, though.
Oh, that's like, so I'll probably say it wrong, but that's one of the, I had one girl as tall as me too. It's called Love Lies Bleeding is the name of amaranth. And that stuff is, you can eat it and do all kind. Only thing I've done is grow it. I've never done anything. You can like make some kind of like popcorn out of this. You could do all kind of stuff, and I've done none of it yet. But do you know what I'm talking about? It's pretty too.
I did that with hibiscus. I got hibiscus, and I thought that, you know, I'd make it into a tea, but, you know, I never got that far.
I made one. I grew one chamomile, and I didn't save it either. I thought the same thing. I'll use this for tea, and I never did. But I totally did get one to grow, a little chamomile. It was it looked like kind of like baby's breath or something, you know. It looked real.
Oh, okay.
I had no idea. I'm learning stuff every day. Did you guys get the what are they called? Honeysuckles out of your backyard when you were kids? Either one of y'all live in climates that my grandmother taught me that. You like she would just
because the clover grows.
Or you like pull this part out. It's been years. I haven't even and then like there's this little bit of honey or something.
Yeah, they were little white they're puffy little balls that are little pokey, but they were soft pokies and they were white on the top, but they're purple at the end, and that's where it was tasted sweet. Yeah. That's in I think those are clover flowers.
She called them honeysuckles. And that's all I know. And I haven't had one in years, but I saw some. I thought about trying to grow up. There's so many varieties. I have no idea which one it was that she's just picking up. She's like, here, and pulls it apart. My brother knew how to. I still don't know exactly what they did, but honeysuckle.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be afraid that somebody sprayed something somewhere.
Yeah, now for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially, yeah.
that's a problem.
What's up, SE?
Rose of Sharon is a hibiscus. Is that the super red one, Pootie? Because I grew the pink one and the red one, and they both died.
Oh, I grew a light pink one. Isn't that one? It just keeps blooming a new one every day or something. Isn't that the one, or was that something else?
That's a daylily.
I don't know. I just, like I said, I didn't used to plant anything just a couple years back, and I'm learning. Everything's new, and the coolest part for me was those. Shoot, I forgot the name of them. With all the seeds. Oh, I can't think of the name of them. It'll come back to me. But I didn't know how. It's really actually easy.
Oh, the zinnias.
Yes, that's what it was. Zinnia.
Zinnias.
I knew that name had just kind of left my head, but yeah, I mean they're really pretty too, and they were super easy to take care of. If they'd look kind of droopy because they were getting so big. As soon as you put water in them, park dried up like nothing. You kind of had to water about once a day, sometimes even twice a day when they got really big. And then when they got old and died, they just shrivel up, dried up, and you just pull each petal out, and it's crazy. There's a certain shape, and that's right, Billy. And then you pull off the dry kind of part, you break it apart, and then you have this little bitty spear looking thing, and that's a seed. And I mean, so that means each flower, I probably have 1,000. I don't even know how many seeds I have, because I actually sat there and pulled them all apart and got rid of the stuff you don't need. And I kind of felt dumb doing it, but I thought, you know what, I'm gonna, and if I do this again next year, be seeds. I'm gonna have flowers forever. But I didn't used to know that. It's all brand new information to me. I had no idea how to do any of this stuff. And I sometimes
like
wonder, perennials, and that's the ones that come back each year. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I need to work on that. That makes more sense. And then you just wait for them to come back. Yeah. If you either want to be grown poppies, like, because I have some seeds for that, I'm trying again. That's the only ones. They were supposed to be like kind of red or pink or something. They're like, it didn't happen last year. I'm trying again.
Where'd you get poppy seeds?
I don't know. They're just probably from Amazon. I got them in the other room. I could look, see what they were.
Like in Washington and California, you can't grow those, the ones that, the opium come out of.
I wonder if these ones have it. Like, do they all? I think that's what they.
I don't know if they all do. I don't know.
They probably don't, or they wouldn't sell them, right? I don't know. I didn't even think of that. They're just kind of like a pretty flower, is all I thought.
Yeah, they're like your first spring flower.
It makes me feel old, though. I get really excited over the stuff, like learning all this and planting flowers and stuff. Like, I didn't do any of that when I was young. I probably should have, but I
can't remember what 4 o'clocks are. Are those little blue ones?
I'm not sure.
Hoodie's asking in chat. I like violets in my yard and obnoxious in garden. Yeah, violets. Violets jump like daisies. But if they're the little jumping jack ones or whatever they call it, you can eat those. Like marigolds are edible. I've had them in a salad before. Kind of freaked me out, but I was like, 1 bite rule. I'm game. It was good.
I wanted to do something with those seeds. They're supposed to be, like I said, some of it was similar to popcorn. You kind of pop it up like popcorn, and it's like a snack, and it's really good for you. But I never tried it. And they say you can even use the leaves for like salad. Didn't do that either. I don't know why. It didn't look like something that was going to taste good. It's a terrible reason, but they did say it was really good for you. I'm going to look more into it next time. And I still have like I said, so those ones are, I don't even really, it's weird. Like there's a drier part, and then you put them in like brown paper bags, and then the seed is heavier. It reminds me of that Bible scripture which talks about the wheat from the tare,
Yeah.
So that's basically what you do with the seeds. You have this lighter part, and then after time, like the heavier part falls to the bottom, and they're so tiny. They're like itty bitty, and there's probably there's probably hundreds of thousands of those. So it's like kind of cool. It's like I'll never, as far as those two plants go, especially if I do it again, I'll never run out of seeds. And like the way you were just saying something about the prices of flowers and stuff, I was thinking, man, I'm glad I started when I did, because I'm pretty set on flowers for a while. You know, you don't think you'll need to store up on flowers, but I kind of did without realizing I did, you know?
I could not believe the price of the bouquets. Like when the guys go in there tomorrow and Friday, they're going to be shocked because the $50 bouquets from last year are now $100. And this was Safeway, and most people got a Safeway, you know.
Yeah.
And mine didn't even. I don't know. They just didn't look very good. That's why I went with the blue orchid. I know it's dyed, but
Trader Joe's has orchids and flowers too. I don't know if you guys have a Trader Joe's.
I wish I lived by one of those. I'm out in the boonies.
Are you? It's about 15 miles from my house, but
Oh yeah, it's a good 2.5 hours.
oh yeah, that's a drive.
Yeah. I don't live where there's anything good. I live where your food's grown. And then Pootie's gonna go, where do you live? Eastern Washington. There you go, Pootie. I knew he's laughing right now. I know he is. They make fun of the way I say that, so pansies are easy. Oh, and there's some. Oh, there's Head Gal. There you are.
I know.
Do you want the link?
I sent it. If she wants to come up, she can.
Oh, Jay fucking. Oh no. Hey, bro. Oh shit. He's trying to. Oh, he messaged me like at 9:30. I didn't see it. Now I feel bad. Oh well. Please forgive me, Jay. Okay. I'm a bit concerned about not having snow during the long sun temperatures that can wipe out. You know what, Echo? I'm a little worried about it too, because we haven't had enough snow up here to kill the bugs. That's what I'm worried about, is a bug invasion.
We got enough snow. I'm over it. I thought we were done and I got some more, but I think we're about done with it.
Well, that's where did the earth tilt or something? Because why are you guys getting the weather
I
you
know.
would be getting? You know, like some just doesn't, you know. And I don't know, did the pole flip or move, or I mean, the moon looks kind of weird lately. It's got a smiley face. I don't know when the moon had a smiley face. I thought it was
darn flat Earth.
I'm gonna tell you, I feel really. I don't even want to admit this, and I'm on a live stream too. But like the whole man on the moon thing, people talk about that. I didn't know that. I just thought that was like fictional, like, you know, the man on the moon. I didn't think.
Oh no, the face.
I've heard you say that, and I was like,
yeah, and it rolled back for a while until John Levy of YouTube pointed it out, and then within the next week, all of a sudden, the man on the moon's face straight on. Interesting.
No idea it was a real thing. I thought it was just something.
See, I could tell you I notice these weird things, and I tell Pootie, I tell the group, and man, I sound weird until a big YouTuber. Yeah.
Like I said it first, damn it. You are a big YouTuber, Tim.
No, we're little. We want to stay little. We're shadow banned. That's because we tell you the truth. But yeah, the man on the moon's face was tilted back there for a while during the summer. And I thought that was just like, you know, and I always blame it on, first thing I say to myself is, you're really high, aren't you? No, I didn't smoke that much weed. You're high. And that's the first thing. And see, you know, being a pot smoker, it makes it even worse. Because then they can always blame that. Oh, yeah, you've been smoking too much. And they walk away and they don't take you seriously. Or they label you psychosomatic in your medical charts and basically saying you're crazy. Oh, yeah, and that's a dermatologist doing that shit. Yeah. That's when you know something's up. Hey, there's Jay right now. Come to Cola's live. Okay, I'm texting Jay and telling him to come to your live right now. I'm going to share that link. Did you guys share the stream out? Did you thumbs up it yet? Bet you didn't. So now it's time to hit it. I want to see those numbers go up.
I did send it to Steve, but he said he was trying to get home through after work. It's like whatever time. I know when it's midnight here, it's like 8:00 his time because he's in a
Really?
beautiful part of the world. So a lot
He's
of times,
in the last time zone.
yeah. So I
Yes.
don't know.
He has. What do you mean? I'm in the second to the last one. He's in the last one.
I just remember him telling me one time when it was midnight, it was only 8 there. Maybe I've got it mixed up, but it's definitely way off. Whatever time it is,
It's
like earlier there.
It's an hour behind me, I think. I'm pretty sure. So it's almost midnight here. So it's almost 11 in the last time zone. Because that includes Alaska. Yeah.
Okay.
Parts of Alaska. Not all of it. Just parts of it. Isn't that weird? It goes right down the state or something like that. Well, not really. But
Yeah, I moved like an hour and a half away and I'm in a different time zone. That's it. Just an hour and a half. You wouldn't think that would.
Really?
It's kind of crazy because
Yeah.
it gave me an extra hour. I'm a freaking vampire too. I always have trouble to sleep at night. I always sleep when it's like morning and I wake up late in the day. And if I get too far back, it gets super depressing. But it's funny because Yorga keeps describing this to me, and I'm like, I know that. I live it. I can't get out of that schedule. I feel like, they talk about there were times where one person has to stay up. I feel like I would be the night watcher. Like everybody sleeps and I just like watch out. If I had a job, in a group of people, mine would be up all night and wait. And then when people wake up, then I can go to sleep, Now you guys watching my back while I sleep,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what she said. I thought it was Hawaii.
yeah, he's in Hawaii. So he's in this last time zone because I'm the second in the Pacific Northwest. Sorry, I just took it. And I'm texting Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cola, I'm going to step down. It's like going on. What time is it? 3? Yeah, it's 2:45.
I'm just so happy you came up. You kind of surprised me. I was like, man, because I haven't seen you in so long and not on a live for sure. So I was just happy you came up. It's good seeing you again, girl.
Yeah, definitely. I'll come back. I'll come and visit.
Awesome.
Now I'm sub to you and everything.
Awesome.
And it was nice to have you on panel and talk with you.
Oh, yes. Very interesting. And I will look for your live also. And I'll come over and say hello. But I keep yawning and my nose is getting stuffy.
Well, good night. Thanks for coming.
All right. No problem. Thank you. All right. Good night.
Wow, it's 2:44 a.m. on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even the 13th here. I'm still in. I'm in the second to last time zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 11:47 here. Ooh, the party's just getting going. Remember?
It's 1:47 here, and I love it when people are backwards from me because that means when it's late here, they're like it's 10 o'clock. That's good for me because I am up late, and that's how I ended up in YouTube in the first place. Dangerous in his all night streams, I'd be just there all night. Fall asleep, he's on. Wake up, he's still on.
Miss Binders, who? Yeah, I'm on retirement time, and I'm in my go-go years. So yeah. Sorry, that was a really good hit. I'm going to mute for a sec.
Yeah, but now I want to know what go-go years are. Go.
Oh, so when you're doing financial planning, you want to think about the different stages of your, geriatric, years. So when you're financially planning, you need to plan for your go-go years, your slow-go years, and your no-go years. And I'm not kidding you, okay? Because you're going to require more money, in the different, times to be able to get you through, depending on what kind of health problems you have. So when you're financial planning, you plan for that. I know that sounds really weird, but, and I'm in retirement in my go-go years where I got the energy. I can still do stuff. And then I'm going to be in my slow go years, you know, when I got my walker.
Hmm.
It takes me forever, you know, to get to the computer. And then the no-goes, well, then I'll be in bed and I'll be streaming with you. Well, yeah, because that's what we do in this new world, because that's what this is all about. It's bringing our reality into the AI world, because at least that's what they're planning on doing. At least that's my theory, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't mind. I like being able to detach, you know? I don't want to be stuck in it. You know, like, I don't want it in my brain. I don't want to, like, I want to be able to, yeah, see, you're in my world, Tennessee. That's what time it is here. But if I was it would be 2:49 if I were in the city still. But I listened and I got out of the major city and got into the country and I have
That was
chickens.
smart.
Well, thank God, because if I didn't, I'd been scared to death because that's all I ever heard. Get out of the city, get out of the city. And I'm just sitting here watching, prepping and stuff, dead ass in the city, in a bad city too. Well, depends on who you ask, right? And now I'm in the country and have chickens and I do feel safer. And I really don't miss it the way I thought I would because I've been in the city my whole life. And I remember I did live in the country for a brief period and I was bored. I was miserable. But this time it's different. I actually do enjoy it.
What city, major city were you?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, okay, because I was from Seattle.
Well, see, yeah, people think Louisville is just, oh, it's Kentucky. They think it's nothing, but like they're pretty high up there. It's pretty bad. It didn't used to be when I was young, but it got that way. Yeah, Seattle might be. I mean, it's probably, I don't know. It may be worse. They may be the same.
Oh, it's terrible now. It's ghetto. It's so
Mhm.
ghetto. The homelessness and is just out of control over there, and the mental health and the drug, you know, because they basically decriminalized, you know, these things down the West Coast. It was all part of their plan, you know. But Seattle, when I moved from Seattle, I got to tell you, I wasn't real happy about moving out to Eastern Washington because I moved out here in 1999. So it was pre, you know, tower shit. I wasn't awake. I was only like in my 30s, you know, or 31, 32. And I was like, oh my God, roll my clock back when I moved out here, you know. But then now I've been out here almost 25 years and I'm thankful for it because in a grid down, yeah, I don't want to be in Seattle. And Seattle is so overly populated now, and just in the last 25 years since I've left, that I get all cringy when I go over there now.
Yeah, it's different now for me too. Like I feel I've been gone just long enough and I never felt that way. I get mad because I grew up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a mall that I used to walk to with my grandmother, okay? And nothing bad ever happened there. And by the time I was 20 and 30 years old, people got shot there and gangs got in fights there. And it's like, you know, you live long enough to see it go from something that you could walk to. I wouldn't let my kids walk there. You know what I mean? Like it changed so greatly.
I think what got me was the Chop Chaz. And my son and I drove from Eastern Washington to Seattle, and we went into Chop Chaz, you guys. And I'll tell you what, that was the most wildest shit ever. I was more angry than anything because I couldn't believe that these people were taking over and creating a country within my country, my state that I was born in, my city that I was born in, you know, grew up in. And yeah, that changed everything for me. That was wild. So that's why with the protest shit, you know, I get kind of amped up, Cola, when they start doing that on the West Coast here, because I'll never forget that Chop Chaz. I'll never forget it. And that was a scary place, even during the daytime. Like they kind of knew it was very planned though. Like, you know, we all knew that after the fact. I mean, even during it too, but I don't know. Yeah. That's what changed me for a lot of things. How dare you? But guess what? I got to sneak into an illegal country as an illegal alien. Only for about 2 or 3 hours, but that's okay.
Yeah, see, you saw Hit Gal said it was bad. My daughter still lives there. She won't, I mean, she does live in the better part, but it does suck that she's still there. But it just is what it is, She doesn't want to leave. I get it. Like there are a lot of good things. There's good things about it, but it's like the bad's overweighing it, and she's not trying to see. I was the same way. I used to get mad when people said things about it.
But you also know what the potential of what could be coming, and the thing is that people that live in in the cities, at least I feel like, is a lot. Well, I'm going to say Seattle. Okay. And not everybody in Seattle, because I mean, there's a few of you out there that are from there. Okay. It's the liberal, like they just get up, they do their thing, and they don't even know what's going on until somebody throws, a wrench in their cog for the day, and then they're all protesting and shit. Did that make any sense? Probably not.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. They don't think about what could happen. And in a grid down, the cities we all know, come on, even the movies. The movies are predicted off of our responses of things. Like the Y2K thing. That was a whole big test. Because my husband even said there's not the computers will flip over. They'll be able to flip over to 2000. And everybody was all worried, oh, the world's going to stop. Because we were getting very automated, and a lot of technology was involved in a lot of things, in the 2000s. Okay, I'm just rambling now.
Well, that's what we're doing. It's rambling. I don't really have a lot of other stuff. I have I was wondering, the thing is, if there's this 8-minute TMZ thing on Wendy Williams from like a week ago, but I don't even know what it is. So if I play it, we're going to find out together. I do wonder about, it's funny because she had like a clash with Diddy of all people, and he kind of shut her down.
Oh, yeah. Well, because she was the first one that was really starting to call him out way back in her radio days. And like he even sent a group of other hip hop girls to the station that she was working on.
I just found this out.
Yeah, to kick her ass and shit. And she's in a conservative. Oh yeah, guess what? Because see, I follow that stuff on the side. I just don't do that on TV unless it's got something to do with right now, which Diddy was kind of a big thing because it's the other side of the Epstein. Or another branch of the tree.
Exactly. And that's the thing is that, I do, and then Allie Carter and a lot of things like that. But it's just the fact that I have no idea. I just run out of time. 1 week goes by quick.
Is it by Tisha Tells, or is it by the Messy Sweet Spot? Because I watch. Yeah, I'm into all that kind of
a guy called Jamel, aka Jamal, or something like that. And
I follow him too.
I love it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I just don't tell everybody what I do on my off time.
I mean, it's just
none your business if I'm looking up celebrity shit or Scientology or who's the crazy nuts on TikTok this week.
But the thing is, like, it does have to do with it though, because like once again, it comes back down to him, and that's the only reason things are bad for her or whatever.
Yeah, I like him.
Me too. I don't know. I do have the banner going, so that's good. I can figure out. Oh, I got the mute
by the window or something like. Now I know everything that had been going on with her and her I forget what it's called.
Conservatorship. Yeah. We'll
Welcome
fill
back
in
to
the
TNT
blanks.
Live. Wendy Williams got some news from the judge. Some news that we know she will be thrilled about. She will be able to celebrate with her father for his 94th birthday. This had been a big
Wait a
battle.
minute. Pause it for a second.
Most immediately that she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is TMZ covering it, you guys, and we know that the TMZ is actually the bad guys. So you got to read between the lines here, okay?
Right.
Yeah,
What is
it's
that? Read
yeah,
between-
'cause- yeah, because he just said she's getting the opportunity to go to whatever, like why can't she just go on her own?
Yeah, why is there's always exactly.
So just remember who the
out of
story
this assisted living facility where
I'm sorry. Remember who the story's coming from. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, got it.
what she calls a luxury prison, so she could celebrate with her father and the rest of her family. So we are doing a documentary on this, and I might explain that's what you're seeing there. My personal opinion is this is one of the biggest outrages I have seen in anything we've done at TMZ. This woman is locked up in this facility in New York, an assisted living facility.
Man.
And the only way that I could interview her was by phone. And we had a camera on the street, and she went to the window because she can't come out. And so this was part of the documentary before the judge allowed her this trip, this 2-day trip to Florida. This is how important it was to Wendy. Your dad is turning 94 in February, and he's up there in age. And I know you want to go to my.
Hold on, man. That looks so like she's in the window on the phone.
Over the breakouts.
So now, who does this remind you of, you guys? Britney Spears, the same thing. And the thing is the gal that had the whole
person.
Well, the
that
gal
moves
that's got
somebody
the hold over Britney. I'm wondering if she somehow has a hold over. And I don't know. I don't remember her name only because we don't want to say that lady's name because she will come out of the blue and she will sue the F out of you because she went after a big YouTuber that was a big Britney. Yeah. Okay. Let's read between the lines. Read between the lines.
Oh, shoot. Did I? Oh, sorry.
Oh, my goodness, man. Phone. Conservativeship. That was the word I was looking for.
We knew.
Oh, my goodness, man. Y'all cannot tell me that that looks wild.
Miami to see him and celebrate his birthday because you don't know how many more there are going to be.
Right, exactly.
That must be important for you.
It's extremely important. It's extremely important to see my dad for his birthday, and that is a family thing. It's not just a me thing, I would wish that along with celebrating my dad's 94th birthday, that we as a family would come together in peace and harmony. That's what I wish for my dad.
This is a woman who the judge and this guardian say has frontotemporal dementia and that she cannot care for herself. I have been on the phone with Wendy Williams for hours and hours and hours over the last 3 weeks. This woman is the Wendy Williams from 10 years ago. She had a problem with alcohol, and she was off the rails a couple of years ago when that happened. She's sober now, and she sounds like Wendy Williams, and I'm not the only one saying it. Everybody who's interacted with her is saying that. And yet, she is locked in the guardianship, where she has virtually no phone access, where people can't call her. She has no internet. She has no ability to go outside.
Very limited going out. What you say?
Twice in 30 days. I mean, murderers get more than that. And she is stuck in this room, and it's amazing she has her wits about her with what's been going on.
I say conservatorship. I meant guardianship. Twice in 30 days? That would drive me insane. Nah. This man said, but I do remember that one lady who's like a news lady, and I think it's her niece. They said it comes and goes. It comes in waves or something like that. What she's been diagnosed with. But, what do they think she's going to do?
So I totally saw one where they were saying that every day when they give her that tea, they're actually dosing her up and down and stuff with her tea, with drugs and stuff. I can't remember which one it was because I watch a lot of this stuff. This is my, the world's not going to end information. Like it's just kind of like easier to watch than all the stressful stuff. But I don't know. I just remember one of them was saying that they were putting stuff in her tea, and I'm like, how do you know?
Yeah, I remember that in a video too. But the thing is I think what it was is Wendy was one of the like dropping the tea, radio host back in the day, and she found out about Diddy. And Diddy's, obviously we know, he's done a lot of people pretty bad. And maybe, okay, so this is one of my theories. They're either trapping her in there for a reason to shut her up, or they put enough pressure on her that she's going to play the game. And that was part of a humiliation ritual for her to be seen on TMZ up in this window, panic crying, pushing her hand, palm on the, the window, like, help me, help me. But yet we couldn't get close enough to see, was that really her?
It did look like a wig, but I mean, she might have been wearing a wig, but I totally thought that she did look.
I mean, I just don't put TMZ past anything to like this.
Why are they letting it out kind of thing?
Yeah, why are they letting it out like this? So, hey, there's AB. Good morning, AB. Do you want to come up, or are you just waking up having your coffee? He's probably driving. Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. But the whole Wendy Williams thing, I think, I don't know. I think it's all to shut her up and control her, just like I think the Britney thing is. And the Britney thing still to this day, just like, how did they do this to other celebrities back in the day? We just never heard any stories about it or something.
Oh, yeah. What's the girl that played Dorothy, in The Wizard of Oz?
Oh God, what was her name?
Her stories, it's terrible.
Well, Natalie Woods didn't seem that great either, but because I still think I don't think it was her husband that killed her. I think it was the other guy. I Want More Cowbell guy, whatever that guy's name is. Yeah. But I don't know. It just seems really weird what's going on. It's all controlling them because, yeah, she was opening her mouth. So they just shut her up just like Joan Rivers. Oop. Allegedly. Allegedly. Judy Garland, yeah. Oh. Shirley Temple, I seen her story with that King guy. What was his name? Little short guy with the big glasses and something King. Help me out, chat.
Stephen King? What? Short guy with glasses?
No, he was an interview. Larry King. He interviewed Shirley Temple as an adult before he and her died. And she was talking about how her and her mom went to some producer's studio on a film, and she was supposed to go in with one guy and her mom went in with another guy. And when Shirley got in there, the guy started taking her pants off and she started giggling and it pissed him off. And then her mom and her talked after the fact, and her mom said that a guy in the other office tried to do something similar, and this was when she's starting to age out. You know what I mean? It's probably trying to introduce her to the club, because Shirley Temple was only in movies for a short period of time, but she did kick out a lot. I don't know how that kid did all that. Shirley Temple talked about going to MGM, at 12 years old, and the executive got naked in front of her. Yep, thank you, Navy Vet. That was the one I watched. And she just started giggling, and the guy got pissed off. I don't know. Hollywood's super crooked, too. We know that, too. And we know just the word Hollywood, comes from the holly tree that they would make the wizard wands out of, the Hollywood.
Yeah, the actual tree. Down. Oh, there we go.
You're changing everything. Okay, today's gonna be stormy for you, AB, and Sunday. Oh, heck yeah, I was giving forecasts for the greater Georgia area. Thank you, Hick.
So, do you think anybody hasn't seen Joan Rivers talk about Michelle Obama as a woman or as a man? Do you think anybody's yet to have seen that?
Oh yeah, that was viral a long time ago. But the thing is we have a short attention span. Like, could you tell me what you ate for dinner on Friday? Last Friday? Okay.
Not last Friday, no.
I couldn't either. I could tell you what I did on Saturday, but last Friday, no, I couldn't tell you. A lot of people saw that. It just,
Yeah, I had it. It's on my. I still haven't watched it. I've seen it years ago, but I've got one. It's 9 minutes long. How dare you, bitch? I wonder if there's something new. It's 6 days ago. But the thing is, it must have something new in there. Why would they put it out 6 days ago? I haven't seen it either, though. I'm like playing Russian roulette with.
Well, the thing that I think is kind of interesting is I feel like we're almost in a little bit of a time loop right now, and it's just for a short period of time. It's kind of weird. But the things that a lot of us that woke up to what's going on way back, like say, well, like for me, example, 2019 is when I kind of, everything clicked. Okay. Well, everything that clicked then from like 19 to 21, that's all seems to be coming up now because there's a whole nother group of people waking up to what's going on. Does that make any sense? And I think we're going to be on this for a little bit until everybody wakes up and either they get on board or they, does that make any sense? I know that's
I actually said that once, but I was muted and you obviously didn't hear me, but I was like, yeah. And then you just said it again. I just realized I was muted the first.
It's kind of like God's releasing the army and waking us up in waves for a reason. Because if we all woke up at the same time, shit would be all cray, right? Mm-hmm. I'm like wondering why God woke me up and why he did it when he did it. Like, why'd you wake me up like 20 years ago on shit? Yeah. It would have been helpful. Because I was one of these, oh, no, the terrorists, they took down the you-know-whats, and, let's get ribbons for our town, and blah, blah, blah. But, so it's looping, and I can see that on TikTok. That's why I've been over there so much, you guys lurking, because things come so much quicker on TikTok now with the kids.
Right.
And a lot more millennials are waking up to it. So you're going to see a rehash of some things that came out maybe back in 2019 that we knew about, like the Hunter Biden stuff,
Right. Well, that's the thing is that, like, a lot of people knew she said that, but then she died during a routine throat surgery or something like that. Like, right where you speak from. Like, that's kind of weird. Do you want to check it out and see if there's anything new in it, or do you just not want to watch it?
Well, the thing that was interesting about that is they kind of brushed away from the story by putting another scandal on top of the scandal. Okay. So the original scandal was her saying what she said as she was walking into that building with that interviewer, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the second scandal was all about the people in the room taking pictures of her, and they made a bigger deal about them taking pictures of her dead than they did about her saying what she had said weeks prior. Kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I haven't looked through a lot. Shaka Khan just said some more stuff about how weird it was when Clive let the party go on when Whitney was dead in the tub.
Who would do that?
One. Here, let's just see if it's anything new. I'll put it on fast speed too.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
Clive Davis, man. Yeah, Whitney's upstairs dead, and you're having a big old Grammy party. I would have canceled the whole. I thought that was his money ticket.
Well, she was worth more dead than alive, is what a lot of people said at that point, because she was kind of getting in drugs and stuff. So yeah, Shaka Khan. It was I've got 3 or 4, but I didn't.
But was she into drugs, or were they doping her tea too and catching her on video at the right moment? See, that's
Possibly.
the thing. We don't know. And back in the day when people, checked out, like the 27 Club, they blamed everything on drugs and alcohol, like Elvis, Janis Joplin, who else was?
All kinds of people.
Yeah, all kinds of people. They always use that as an excuse. But what
Most
if that?
recently, Nick Carter, one of the Backstreet Boys. What is it?
Yeah.
His little brother. And then the one in One Direction jumped off a balcony or something. It just doesn't. That just keeps happening. Chris Cornell. Well, the one jumped off a balcony, so that's not drugs. But anyways, do you want to check this out real quick? If it's the same thing, I'll stop it. I'm thinking
let's check it
something new
out.
might be happening. I have no idea. Honest to God, I didn't have a chance to even see what it was about. Other than, of course, we know.
Celebrity gossip, you guys.
Switch
modes to celebrity gossip. Conspiracy style.
Officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited. I should do very well because I don't choke.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first
Oh,
woman
we already had it with Obama. So let's just calm down.
president?
Let's just calm down.
No, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay. We all know.
The internet.
The thing about her is I know she's not lying. She's just like, we all know. It's okay. It's kind of freaking hilarious in its own way. But there's supposed to be, I'm assuming there's something new. But because this is old news, but maybe there's not. Let's just see what this lady's saying.
The internet is on fire right now, and it's not slowing down. The Obama family's darkest secrets are being dragged into the light. And let's just say it's getting messy. For years,
you know what it is the Jennifer Aniston thing. That's probably what it is.
And make sure nobody drives up. Like, I don't want any little black, guys coming, Because, like, he also had a chef that kind of went swimming and drowned in 3 feet of water. Just saying.
Not go swimming.
First, people have whispered about Michelle Obama being a whole man. But now, the speculation is reaching new heights. And trust me.
No, she's very feminine, YouTube. Okay,
I don't
believe she's feminine. Allegedly, it's Big Mike.
Allegedly, we don't know shit, YouTube.
Really, we don't.
Even I couldn't believe it when I went down this rabbit hole. And let's not forget about Joan Rivers, who boldly spilled the tea before her sudden and suspicious passing. She flat out said Michelle was trans, and just weeks later, boom, she was gone. Coincidence? Chilly. I'll let y'all decide. But wait. It gets even wilder. Over the years, Barack Obama has been caught multiple times slipping up and calling Michelle Michael or Mike during speeches and interviews. Now tell me, why would he do that? And why has this happened on more than one occasion? And we can't talk about Obama family secrets without mentioning mysterious deaths, honey. Like their personal chef, Tafari Campbell, who drowned
we're gonna have black
circumstances.
SUVs at our doors tomorrow, girl.
Allegedly, it's celebrity gossip. We don't have to watch the rest of it. I just thought maybe it's going to go into the Jennifer Aniston thing. I just realized. Other than it's all the same things we've already heard. That's the one. This is where he says Michael. This is one of the first things that I caught my attention that I was like, oh my God, no way. I couldn't believe it.
He's done it a couple times, and you know what? People know it, and then yet it's just been passed by.
It's wild, yeah.
That's
well,
the
and then there's the
thing.
guy that said he did drugs with him, and you know what?
Women,
Here
Oh
it is.
yeah.
Michael and I right here.
Most of all, Admiral Mullen.
Oh my gosh.
Deborah.
Sorry, thought it was sooner.
Michael and I
Michael
also
and I.
want to acknowledge your son Jack, who
Keep the noise
I want to make sure.
See, for me, when I first saw that, what I kept thinking was, who's he speaking to? The military. And a lot of times they know things before us. They probably all knew, and they're just like not going to say anything. He didn't care to say it. But yeah, I just saw that and I knew that's what that was because I remember it. I remember thinking, oh my God, I didn't. People think you're nuts. I had a friend, this couple, that's about the chef. And I told them this stuff, and they're like, oh, you're crazy. You're so crazy. And I sat them down through about 3 videos. They go, oh my God, it's true. Oh my gosh, what's this? Is that him talking? Oh, this is that senator or whatever. Whoever it was. Oh my gosh.
To rub up his thigh, and I performed.
Oh yeah.
Just when you
skip
thought the
past
couple couldn't
that.
go deeper, Barack's own words resurface.
Oh, we're so gonna get we're gonna get knocked off by the CIA.
Right. I'm done.
The thing is I feel like the whole Jennifer Aniston thing is to throw us off because Obama seems to be getting some kind of heat and so they got to get in front of the story. Maybe it's going to be something about the chef. Maybe it is something about Joan Rivers, or was this all part of the movie and Joan was supposed to say that and she is on a private island somewhere. She just checked out of Hollywood because she didn't want to be on that side. I don't know that, there's so many things that could be happening on. Like, this is a book, sci-fi.
Bestseller, probably somewhere. I feel like there's aliens somewhere, like us, like season
What
72, episode 4.
Something is going to come out on Obama, and so they got to get the everyday people that don't care about politics, that care more about celebrity gossip shit in another direction so they won't see what's coming out. Distraction.
I don't know. The whole Jennifer Aniston thing is weird because
I think Jennifer Aniston is hermaphrodite.
Oh my gosh.
And then her parents chose her sex as a female, like Jamie Lee Curtis.
Is that true about her, really?
Yeah, I asked Stephanie about it because she was born during that time. She remembers when it was all over the news. A big thing. Yeah, it was a big thing in Hollywood, and then it died down. Because the thing is it came out when she was young, and then by the time she got to be an adult and got into acting, that nobody even knew that when she was doing all those movies.
She's a trip, man.
But yeah, I do. I think she's a hermaphrodite. She looks more manly, Jennifer. Look at her shoulder ratio to her head. I don't know. But I also think that other gal that we were talking about earlier from that movie, I can't remember which one. Shit, I'm really bad with movies. Just stop y'all messing on my crushes. I know. Well, I do think Farrah Fawcett was born female, just so you know, because I know every one of you boys had her poster on your wall. Because that's what all the boys did in the 70s. I think she
know
was
about Helen Hunt.
Sandra
Bullock.
Yeah, I think she's a man.
Oh.
Yeah, she got an Adam's apple, I noticed. If Goldie Hawn is one of them, I don't want to. No, Goldie Hawn was a female. The thing was her family was wrapped up into the Hollywood stuff prior. Like there was a bloodline with her. But she's female. Yeah, no, I don't think. Look at the head to shoulder ratio.
Oh, I know what you're.
Okay, so think about this. It's like, okay, so you're an archaeologist and you dig up, some bones. How do they know? Like, say you were a transgender, they wouldn't know. They'd know if you're a male or female based on your hip.
One time I saw
and your shoulders.
Missing persons one. And the way they found this girl was the only thing left was her fake boobs. So the way they found her was the serial numbers.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of that.
I mean, it's like, it's kind of embarrassing, I suppose. But hey, that's how they wouldn't have known otherwise. It's kind of creepy, but like good for her. She got found. It's kind of nuts.
Miss Mindersue put Helen Hunt. I question that one. I'm not sure. Because she's got, I don't know. The thing is the men, if they change over, it's hard. I don't know, because Chaz Bono doesn't really look like a man, but I guess she does. Or
Well, that one's isn't that a transgender person right there?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I think there's more men that you know. I don't know. Why did we get on that topic? Oh yeah, because we were talking about celebrities. Let's
Well,
see. And Cher. I don't believe it about Cher. I searched out old footage and I saw an apple. Yeah, well, it was that whole comment about her saying, well, mother, I am a rich man. It was in one of her interviews, and during my wake up time, one of those rabbit holes. Yeah, I always thought Cher was, yeah. But way back in the day when they did theater, women weren't allowed to play the parts, so the men would play the parts, which was weird too. Like we're not second class citizens just because we have memory glands. Cher's kids started it. Yeah, I remember her on their show when I was a little kid. She was so cute.
Mad respect.
What was that?
And I'm in the back. No, it's me. There's this really short video of Kenneth Copeland, who's like a pastor, and it's really short, but I swear I don't know. I don't know if anybody's seen it. Oh shoot, it's playing right now. I thought it was an ad. And there's just I don't really know him that well, but I guess whatever this person's saying hit him in just a certain way, and he got scary looking. And like I said, it's only about a minute. I was just going to show you because I forgot about it. Just popped in I don't know what we were talking about that made it pop in my head.
Oh, maybe Twiggy was a man.
Oh my gosh.
We don't know.
You're right. Let's see. Like I said, it's really short.
When interviewing this man, she was facing the demon and stood her ground.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. The airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere near. Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes.
Again, getting back to the comment, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
I don't trust that guy. Never have. And if you've noticed, he had that lizard look to his eyeballs. Do you realize?
Yeah, and he kind of smiled for a minute, like
we've been streaming for like 4 hours. Holy shit!
Oh shoot! And now here's AB. I didn't even see this. I was busy looking up Kenneth Copeland.
Oh yeah, good. AB, come up. He's like a cup of coffee. He'll wake you the fuck up. Best part of waking up is AB on the stream.
What? I don't know. Maybe they were. Maybe some of them were men. Some of the men were women. I don't know which ones. I think
I kind of wonder about Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt was so pretty in the face.
Yeah, he's definitely pretty. That's definitely true, but I don't think he was a woman. But
and then he hooked up with that Angelina Jolie, and she had. Do you want me to? Oh, I sent him the link. I think. Yeah, did I send him the link?
Well, he was with Jennifer Aniston first, and he left her, and then got with and that's why I said, man, I don't think she's a man. So I don't know. Maybe he left Jennifer Aniston because he found out. I don't know. I just always thought she was a woman.
Well, the one thing I noticed about Hollywood too, and I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but when they first get really popular, they hook up with another popular actor or actress, and then they stay married for about 7 years. A lot of them end up having, children together, but it's almost like they have a contract.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Something just seems weird. Let me do this to AB. AB. Let's see. AB, there's the link. I just texted it to you. And then when I was also going to mention too, like within the last like decade, there's been these weird interviews with like Beyonce and then that other chick that was weird. And they said that like they get some kind of spirit that overcomes them.
Oh yeah, she has her Sasha Fierce, she says.
Yeah, Sasha Fierce. And then what's that other girl?
She's
got like a male one.
Oh, Nicki Minaj?
Nicki Minaj. And when these guys were talking just so nonchalantly about it on an interview, I'm like, oh, that's some crazy ass shit. Oh, hey, good morning, Mike.
Yeah. I think we're both still up. That's what happens whenever I stay on long enough. It's funny because like people leave and then different people come because people go to bed and people wake up. But here, yeah, it's just early in the morning here.
I haven't done anything like this since AB. Remember back in the wake up days when we do all that midnight, we would stream into the wee hours in the morning because we were just so overwhelmed with rabbit holes.
Man, I'm telling you, that whole this stuff is so weird in politics these days. People can't admit that it's weird. Like the things that they
shit.
said.
Can you drop the link in chat for AB because it's not okay? And if you're not AB, don't jump up here unless she asks you. Okay.
I hope I just did this right. Hold on.
Because I just tried to send him the one through the phone, so I'm thinking if you drop it in chat, he can go through his phone through that. Let me double check if I fucked up. I could have done that too. It's very possible because it is. Oh, it's midnight here. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Best Life.
That's
awesome. And AB, no flashing. No.
What the hell?
He won't do that. I was just kidding.
I know.
Yeah, he would never do that. There he is, Dirty Rotten Trucker of Tin TV.
I got to put a stop to y'all's. Oh my God, the lightning.
What do you think about all our conspiracies? This is fun just talking about bullshit. You know what I mean? There's nothing like laid out. We don't have to go over certain stories. It's all over the place tonight.
Let me give you my disclaimer.
Okay.
None of what y'all are talking to, I believe. There's my disclaimer.
There we go.
It's like it's lightning here and it's cold. Weird. I'm not leaving till this rain is done. I had a bad enough experience yesterday. I had to come apart. They keep, with what's going on in the poultry industry, they keep pushing the loads out because they can't get the trucks loaded. And I had 2 trailers loaded on the same day. And I was going to pull a hat trick, take one up to the distribution center, put it in a door, leave, go grab the other one, and come back. I go to leave, and the security guard in this facility will not let me leave.
What?
I've had some run-ins about it, but they've always just like, okay, whatever. Well, I'm not going to name the place, or because it's going to turn into a shit show. But the dude that runs the place is saying, all right, number one, they have porta potties there for the truck drivers. No place to wash your damn hands, which is strike 1, 2, and 3 for me. I'm not going to go poopy and not be able to wash my hands. So when that happens, I leave and I go to a restroom. That's strike 1, 2, and 3. That's just not. I'm not a convict. Even convicts or people in jail got running water. So that's already kind of ruffled my feathers for a while. They say they don't want you to leave because something might happen to your equipment, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. The problem is the guy's got a Napoleon complex and he's trying to strong arm truck drivers. And truck drivers, as a rule now, are jellyfish, spineless, and ain't going to stand up for their shit, which I'm not that way. So I go to leave and I set up this gate for an hour, and one of the head security ladies come up. She goes, I knew it was you. And I said, look, this is total horse shit. I got another load. They're bitching about not having chicken. I got another load sitting down there to go get. It's an hour and a half away. I'll be back in 3 hours. The trailer won't even be unloaded. And that went on for about an hour, and I just got pissed. She come up and she seen I was red as a beet. I was mad. I was almost ready to snap. And I said, don't do it. Stay calm. You got work here. The way things are in the trucking industry, it's not good right now. So just go shut up and go chill and pet your dog. So I did, and
How's the chicken?
It's
Slowly coming, or
the sickness.
Yeah.
I guess it's wreaking a little bit of havoc on the poultry industry. Okay, so supposedly the company I pull for, the poultry company, which I don't mind naming it, Springer Mountain Farms. It's one of your cleaner chickens as far as large scale chickens. Their orders have went way up, and they're trying to fulfill orders because other poultry companies are struggling to meet their orders. Okay, same thing with like the eggs and shit that we're seeing. So orders are way up. They're having a hard time getting the trucks loaded to get out of there. So it's already kind of hectic with that. But you know, when that happened, I was just like, you know what? All I had to do, but the dude would ban me from coming back into that facility. All I had to do was call the police and say they're trying to hold me hostage here, and the cops would tell them to let me leave. But then the guy would be so pissed he would ban me from coming back in that facility.
Yeah, that would,
It would be financially a very bad choice on my part, even though I'm trying to do the right thing. But it seems like right now, when you try to do the right thing, maybe it's changing. I'm current people in office, but it's going to take a while because these people are just, they're hell bent on they're in control and you're not. You're just a peasant, peon person, nasty ass truck driver. I get it, but no, it was a very trying day for me yesterday. I had to just sit and talk to the dog and make sense of staying calm. But no, it's very interesting. And then on top of that, this crazy weather because it rained all day yesterday. It is pouring now. And I'm not going to leave. I actually don't have an appointment till like 11 o'clock this morning. So normally I'm there, Johnny, on the spot first thing in the morning, and I'm not leaving till this shit stops. I had enough of it yesterday. But no, I had to come up and stop y'all talking about the women. You're killing my buzz, destroying my teenage life.
Well, Jeffrey's asked, so is Big Balls a woman? No, that was a kid, right?
No, he's a everything's showing he's a young man, a very intelligent young man.
But now Harry Balls, that's
Harry
Elon.
Balls?
That's Elon. And we showed that last night on last night's show.
So they're calling him Harry Balls now?
Yeah. Code word.
Good morning, Cola. Sorry I was rude. Thank you for letting me come up.
You're not rude. Good morning. No, I saw that on a news channel, and it was like there was
Harry Balls.
What a troll to make like ABC have to say Harry Balls like that. Like, and they're serious, like, you know how Craig, the serious newscaster voice, and you have to say Harry Balls. How could you even keep a straight face? I would start laughing.
I watched, I give Pootie hell, but I'm gonna say I watched Elon talk. Now, should he be put in those situations? No, but because I watched his hand gestures. I believe he believes he's doing the right thing, and I think he is.
Harry Balls just came in the chat.
Harry Balls. Is there a Harry Balls in chat?
Oh, yes. Welcome, Harry Balls.
Good morning, Harry Balls.
If you happen to be Elon, you rock, Harry Balls. I love it, Harry. That is a funny. That's catchy.
No, I think he's. I mean, I listened to him explain all this when he was sitting there with Trump, and he was. I mean, by his just his mannerism, his face. I don't think there was anything said that was untrue. It's just what the hell they uncovered. It's crazy, and people are pissed. I mean, I just talked to normal truck drivers, and they're like, I don't even want to give them any money because I don't believe in what they're doing. It doesn't agree with me, and I'm the same way. It's ridiculous, but they've been doing it for a long time. It just didn't happen overnight. We've been doing this shit forever. Oh no.
Oh, look, and now we got Harry Balls Jr. We're getting trolled. Oh, I love it. Oh, because remember, Elon's little son was in the White House. And did you guys see the videos on what supposedly that little kid said that they picked up off a mic? And I don't know, he was telling Trump to shut up. You're not even president. Did you guys catch that?
I did not see that. I wish I had a clip of it.
So that's little Harry Balls Jr. in here. Awesome. That is so cute. Going on here.
Oh God, Pootie's in here. I got cut my words. I never said that. He's not going to use that against me. Good morning, Cookie Mike B.
Yeah, Pootie's been in here for a little while. It's been nice. Like everybody's kind of stopping in. And we're just bullshitting.
Y'all been on here for 4 hours?
Yeah, I feel like I'm with a wake up, but it's more fun here. Like, cause you remember how we used to stream like 4 or 5 hours? That girl could she was like a marathon streamer. I'd fall asleep on the streams even.
I used to fall asleep on the backstages sometimes, just because it's kind of comforting sometimes, right? It's better than watching TV, you know. You just gotta hang out till you pass
It can be more interesting sometimes. That's for damn sure.
I'm not doing that live. I'm just saying. I have done it in the backstage.
That was so cute.
I bet Brillo Balls is next.
Yeah, we got Harry Balls Senior, Harry Balls Junior. That is awesome.
What about Slick Balls?
No, I don't think he was part of the plan.
You don't think Slick Balls was?
No. Unless, he's got a lot of kids.
Yeah, he's a breeding fool. What has he got? 8 kids?
Oh no, I think he's got like 12, something like that. Somebody'd have to look it up.
Hell, you got to be a billionaire to take care of all that.
Yeah, he's got a lot of kids. Yeah, Harry Balls. That's funny shit. Whoever did that, thank you.
Oh, it's insane what's going on.
I enjoyed that troll. I love it.
And y'all were talking earlier about what Jones said and all that.
Yeah.
You gotta go back and look the colors of the rainbow. Who started that at the White House?
Oh,
do you remember?
Yeah, that was Obama. The thing is it was this part of the soft disclosure beginning? And
I know he was buddies with P. Diddy, like he had him all around.
Oh, they partied. Oh yeah, they were both covered in sweat that night. Interviewed and said, "There's nothing like a party with P. Diddy."
Oh yeah, he said that. Well, I mean that stuff. If that list comes out,
that was John.
I didn't get to
something, and Chrissy Teigen said something about a party with Obama, and then she was like nudged to shut up or something.
Yeah.
Look, it's not my thing. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. It's not my thing. But shoving it down people's throats and make it seem like this is what you need to do and your children need to be involved is where I cut the line off. No.
Well, and I think a lot of people feel that way, and that's why things are this little movement that went on for this, I don't know, the last 4 or 5 years. It's gonna die off now. There isn't going to
Oh
be.
my God, Pootie's using Google. He is getting fake information. Find you another search engine.
How many kids did Elon have?
It says 7. Pootie said 7.
Oh, okay. Well, that's quite a. That's.
How old is he? 50?
Yeah. How old is Elon?
Come on, Pootie.
I don't even know. He always looks the same.
Remember on your stream, I asked Pootie, I said if it was going to be tribunals. He said, I thought he said by December, but he said by summer.
Oh, don't even. I'll get him started on that one because I've asked him a bunch of things.
Well, I want Ben D. Pecker.
All right.
Ben D. Pecker. Glad you're here.
Welcome.
There you go.
Welcome.
He's really JFK Jr.
Hit Gal said in June 2024, Elon Musk confirmed he has a 12th child.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because I thought he had like enough for a football team.
He's 53. Damn, he's same age as I am.
Man,
how
he's
many?
old. No, I'm just kidding.
That's old.
How many?
But it's not old like the rest of 10 TV show, except for Craig. I guess we're the 2 youngest. Craig's probably younger than me. We have a bunch of old people.
Yeah, that's the other thing that was said on there. I think it was Hit Gal said that list is coming out as long as Cash was in, which I hope he is, but we don't know that for sure.
Did anybody get confirmed yesterday? I mean, I tried to watch some of it, but I was like in a pissy mood.
I think tomorrow is the Cash thing, right? Pootie's up on everything.
I'm barely 63.
That's young. And Mike.
I like that. I'm barely.
And Echo's 53.
Mm.
We're all Gen Xers here.
Yeah.
Tulsi got, yeah, that's right. She got confirmed yesterday because I listened to dumbass Schumer. God, it kind of makes me want to chuck.
Who?
Schumer. He did a speech. He did a speech before the vote, and he was like, I guess it was Tulsi's. I can't remember. Like, you Republicans ought to be ashamed putting this bad person in. And I'm like, you know, I'm in the fence with Tulsi because she's kind of flip flop, but I'm hoping, you know, that something woke her up. I think so.
Well, I'm thinking if we know Chucky Schumer's dirty is you know, we know he's dirty. So if he's calling her out and thinking that she must be the good one, because why is he calling her out? Why is he?
Look, there's an easy way. There's an easy way. Me and Jay agree on this. Easy way to fix this. You heavily audit every one of these people.
That's what
find their money trail, and that'll tell you everything. Start with Pelosi.
I think that's what they're doing.
I think they need to.
Hoping, because they got to trace back everything, you know.
But then I can't tell because I don't believe any of them is going to be held accountable. I mean, a little bit accountable, but not with handcuffs.
I know. I'm on the fence with that one too. I mean, I want that so badly. Now, is it going to happen? Is it part of the movie? I don't know. That's where I wish it was a time jumper and I could just jump ahead.
Miss Menderson says Cash nomination vote today at 5:45 a.m.
I might as well just wait up. Shit.
Is it really 5:45 they're going to do it?
I don't know, but I certainly am so ready for it.
Pootie said names coming out today. What names?
Are you talking about the list? I think he's
talking about Pootie, you just stuck your neck out there. I'm going to use that against you.
Yeah, let's see. I hope he's right.
One could only hope. I mean, there's a lot of things like, I mean, more important to me is stop the child stuff. Quit the damn plane farts. Quit poisoning the people. Those mean more to I mean, I don't want to downgrade some of this stuff, but
Buffering's co-signing on Pootie Poots. Names are coming out. At least 200 anyway.
I agree. They're more than fraudsters. They're liars and they're pieces of shit. Sorry, I'm calling it as it is.
Steve
The
Bannon was saying
scammers.
that they want to do a tribunal for Millie and that it was under a different set of laws or rules. I played that earlier.
I could say that about any military guy. Yeah, there's a right to do military tribunals on people. I'm not a veteran. Okay, let's clear this up. I'm not schooled in military law, but you'd figure the tribunals would only go for people that's been in the military. But
Right.
who knows?
I mean, he spoke about it openly at an interview and said that he thinks that's what should happen to General Milley, and because he thinks he was treasonous. So we'll see. I don't know. He didn't say about it.
100% agree. Tomorrow could be the day we're waiting for. You think, Miss Menderson?
Miss Mindersty might be the only person with more hope in her pocket than me. I tell you, I really have not given up. I really do believe things are going to get better. They have to.
They're going to get a little rough. I mean, it's like a lot of us people that are, I don't know what, I mean, truck drivers and whatnot, we're all talking about the cost of parts. We already know parts are jumping up in price. Anything metal. You know, we talked about it a little bit the other night. I guess, I don't know when we talked about it. Aluminum cans. That was last night. I was on Telegram talking about aluminum can prices, aluminum prices.
Yeah.
It's gonna get. I mean, that's. We've all said this. It gets worse before it gets better. So let's hurry up and get the worst here, and let's get it over with and start stepping forward instead of stepping backwards. Wednesday morning, the Senate decided to vote cloture on final vote required to confirm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Health and Human Service Secretary. Okay. Well, Miss Mendersue and Pooty, they're the two big ones in here. I mean, I commend you for not giving up, but also I just got my opinions like anuses. Everybody's got one.
And see, Miss Mindersue, though, they totally are saying things. If they are not aware, there's no way they don't know what they're doing. They're trolling because they're. I can't remember who it was. She probably remembers who said we're in the storm. I think it was Hegseth. The storm is upon us, or the storm can't stop the storm, or something. And just like all these key phrases being said by
It
these
looks like it. Yeah.
no way that they don't know what they're doing. You know.
As we talk, sitting here storming and lightning as we sit here and talk this, it's weird.
Yeah. Well, it's upon us. No, it's
I
raining
hope.
here too, actually. Yeah, I'm saying like it's weird because here's the thing: if it's not a good thing, then they're trolling us. Like there's no way to make that good. There's so many things that are just like little signs and comms. It's hard to put it out of your head. You'll see something else. You'll hear something else. The whole sword at not his inauguration, but the ball. You guys noticed that there was randomly, he was just had a sword. He picks it up and does a little dance with it. Like, that goes along with the blind justice thing. That shit was intentional, in my opinion.
Well, Pooty, you know my opinion. I don't trust nobody's plan except my plan and God's plan. So I don't trust anybody laying out a plan for me. Never have, never will. I'm a lone wolf. I do things. I make my own plan. It's like right now, I got a plan. If none of this happens, I got a plan. I'll be okay. If it does, that's fine too. Cooking with Mike B. AB here until Tuesday. We are getting ice, wind. You must be up north of me. Yeah, I've been watching. It's been a lot of nasty shit. Weather. Like I said, it's just weird. We're February. What is the day? 13th, and it's cold, and it is lightning repeatedly here. They're not modifying weather. Yes, Miss Mendersey, that's what I said. Trusting God first. My coffee's getting cold now.
I know, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I run in my own pack.
Yeah, you don't want to be one of those. You're your own lions group.
Whatever.
Pick another fucking animal.
How about a possum? I'm a lone possum.
Oh, or an armadillo.
Yeah, armadillo. Yeah, we got plenty of them here.
Possums are pretty mean though.
I hope not, Pootie. I don't think so. I don't think it would be intentional.
Yeah, I don't want him to be one of the great deceivers. I'll just be so upset about that. But then I'll be upset if they try to lower the interest rates because they're really trying to push on the Fed to lower it, and we can't afford to do that right now. I don't think
lower? Why can't we lower the interest rate right now?
because if we do that, that'll just make our money more liquidy.
Shit, it's already garbage as it is.
We gotta just hold your cards right now. But yeah, the Congress or Senate.
I hear what you're saying, Echo. I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm just. Look, I always tell Pootie this. Stone Cold Steve Austin had a vest on, and on that vest it said DTA, and I've lived that way my whole life. Don't trust anybody. That's just the way. Being in business for yourself for a long time.
Or was he in Hollywood?
Who? Stone Cold Steve Austin? He's a pro wrestler.
Yeah, well, maybe he got like jumped, you know.
This was way before. This was when he was in the peak of his wrestling career. I mean, I don't think he was Hollywood, but you know, a lot of them, like The Rock, they go to Hollywood, and next thing you know, they're wearing a dress, which is weird. Y'all were doing a thing about Tyler Perry earlier. There's a lot of question marks about that cat too.
Well, the whole thing when they talk about a man having to wear a dress as part of the ritual to get in that club, and it's funny how in a lot of movies, you know, we thought they were funny movies because they were guys that dressed up like women, and now it's an everyday thing.
Yeah, best life. I like to use this on Pootie. Trump did a lot of business with Vince McMahon back in the day in pro wrestling, as we all know. Even though they're athletes and they do get injured and things like that, it is a scripted thing. And I always tell him, I said, dude, Trump worked with Vince McMahon too much. Pootie gets all twisted. Time will tell. We all waited for 4 years to be over with and a new election. That's happened. We were all told that, you know, the election was going to get overturned, which never happened. Trust the Supreme Court. You know, they didn't do shit because they're compromised too. TV shows and one of the experiments. Yeah, he was. Yeah, that was after his heyday, Cooking with Mike. Yeah, he did. You know, he went into Hollywood.
But I think it's easier for people to see the deception now. It's more in our face.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. But also, who was in the Expendables, Mike? Sylvester Stallone, and he's heavily supporting Trump.
Oh, I don't know.
You being the celebrity person, Tim, have you ever dug anything up bad about Sly Stallone?
No, I'm not. But I'm not the celebrity person. I just watch weird shit. No,
Oh.
no. Stallone, no. Now the other guy from this is Scientologist.
Cruz?
No, John Travolta.
Oh yeah, he's a good one.
That kind of freaked me out.
It seems like when they get up there and they make all this money, they get into weird shit.
Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about. Like these, only the rich and elite go on these big game hunters, and then what do they do when they get bored with that? Well, then maybe that's where those stories about human hunts are real. Like, I don't know.
What was that movie? Games. What was that?
Hunger Games.
Yeah, Hunger Games.
Oh, that was a trippy movie. Like, who thought that shit up? What the hell were they smoking?
Well, and Steve Austin was in this movie where they dumped them all out on the island and they were hunted. There's been quite a few movies about that shit.
And we all just thought that was like a movie thing. No, I think I think these people, they get so rich and powerful that they just controlling us is their ultimate fun.
Yes, yes. This is exactly what I went through yesterday. I got a little Napoleon son of a bitch trying to, control my life. It don't work like that. With Ice-T, The Condemned with Ice-T. I don't know if I saw that one.
Surviving the Game.
Surviving the Game. That was Ice-T was in that one.
Those two go together, and that one's different. Yeah, they're talking about different things. It seems like.
It's all we can do is hope for the best, and that's what I try to do. Even though I give Pooty and quite a few other people shit, you hope for the best and stay on the positive side, but also dig into the other things and try to figure out the truth. That's what we're all trying to do, is figure out what's real and what ain't, because it's so damn hard now. Ugh. You got AI, you've got all this damn media. What do they call it now? Legacy media. That'll sit and spin every damn thing. You don't know what's real and what ain't no more.
Well, I think it's important to have a game plan to, plan A and plan B, because you never know.
Always. Always. You need the 3 Bs. That's beans, things that go poo-poo, and Band-Aids, which is your medical supplies. You got those 3 things, you're stepping forward. You're prepared for most anything that happens. Lord have mercy. Maybe this rain's easing up. Y'all sound like y'all about to die off, and I'm just getting going.
Yeah.
Tried to make myself go to the gym this morning. I just couldn't do it. Steve Austin is probably a libtard too. No, I don't think he is. But there's quite a few that are, that you would never suspect that's been in pro wrestling. Kevin Nash is a libtard. Dave Bautista's a severe libtard. And I don't understand it.
When we were growing up, politics was politics, and movies in Hollywood, and now everything's all together.
Oh yeah, it's like Robert De Niro, and I mean he was in some great movies, but
yeah, I can't deal with
screw him.
Anymore.
And I think SNL, Saturday Night Live, is fixing to have their 50th anniversary, and I saw names floating across, and his name was one of them. I was like, oh my god, this clown.
I won't watch anything now with Robert De Niro, because he made such a big thing about Trump, and that was really stupid. You taking one for the team there, De Niro? Because you're on the list too.
Gary Busey, that's another one. Poor Gary Busey. I see all the memes on him.
Here's what everybody's been talking about. I just now saw it's he's announcing a news conference set for tomorrow. He's going to read a list of names of recipients of waste, fraud, and abuse. See, I was thinking they were talking about a different list, and it's
Trump.
Yes, I'm going to read you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. That's a quote. This is a quote. I say it in front of our attorney general. There's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes, walks away with millions of dollars, that money is coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. Another quote.
100% agreed.
I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, 3, and we'll be talking about that tomorrow. Yeah, I want to commend Elon. He doesn't this, he was abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. Those were all quotes about, I guess what they're talking about. I was thinking it was the other list they meant the names were coming off of, but they're all just as important.
I mean, common sense. If you make $180,000 a year, and within a few years you're worth $10 million, how the hell does that happen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's only one way. I mean, I can only see, unless I'm blind, I can only see one way. Some kind of backdoor fraudulent bullshit. It's the only way that I can see. Somebody please in chat tell me that. Do you see something else other than that?
It's like
I
nobody's
mean,
mad about it either. That's the weird part. Like, hey, I'm pretty not happy about it.
Sean Ellis. My father was a professional wrestler. He ended up crippled in a wheelchair. The damage from wrestling is done by themselves, and most, damage done involved our family when he wasn't around.
Oh.
I've seen. I don't know who your father was, Sean, but I've seen quite a few documentaries about a lot of people that got, you know. Oh, there's a list of them. I was just watching something the other night. I mean, you look at all of them that's been around. They've been beat all to hell. Sean Stryker will tell you because I think he still does some wrestling stuff. Yeah, they just abuse their body. He was the grappler. The grappler. Yeah, that's getting on back there, I think. NWA or something like that. The grappler. Well, Sean, I'm sorry that happened to your father. McAfee, that's a whole nother story there.
Yeah, because he came out with a lot of shit and then he disappeared. So was he part of the movie and it was scripted for him to come out and he's on the island too?
NWA.
And maybe he's on the same island with Joan Rivers. Because, there's a lot of islands out there, you guys. A lot of islands.
AWA and NWA. Yeah, that's old school wrestling there. There's a lot of weird shit that went on in pro wrestling too. I mean, Vince McMahon and all the shit that he was involved in. There's another billionaire involved in weirdo, freaky shit. Sorry, Vince, I got to throw you under the bus, but it is what it is.
Oh, Hugh Hefner was another weird one.
Did we ever, was Hefner involved with anything child, or were they all 18 and above, which is still,
Yeah,
old perv?
we don't know. But, he was allowed to do what he did and live his lifestyle and print the magazines and get that whole movement going. Who knows?
It was the first, because all the celebrities, it was cool to go there, and they would all go. He was obsessed with celebrity. He didn't like regular people, they said. He was obsessed with celebrities, so he wanted them to come to his place and all this and do all the nasty shit they did there. And it was just like catered to.
Were they freaky nasty, or were they just having a good time having orgies?
We don't know. But
was there drugs involved, and what is it? Were they roofied them, or I don't think I ever. I don't know.
Took drugs. I think he gave them to them, and they willingly took them. Quaaludes were a big thing back in the day. I wasn't around for that, but yeah, like
I don't know anything about this type of stuff. Let me make this clear.
Well, the thing I think that's interesting about Hugh Hefner is the timing of his death, and because he was like one of the first celebrities to just kind of die, and then the next thing you know, they're ripping up his mansion, and then years later we find out that Diddy possibly has a tunnel that goes to Hugh's house. And then that other guy that played in Casino.
Not Casino?
He played in Casino, the TV series, and his son was the blonde-haired guy on Hawaii Five-0.
You got me on that one. Maybe chat knows.
God, I can't think of his name. But his house had a tunnel that led to Hefner, and it was like kind of like that was one of the first but then he died and we're thinking, oh, he's just an old guy, but yeah, they were ripping up his, what was the guy that played in that? It was a TV series. I think it was called Casino.
Casino was the movie with De Niro and who else was in there? I could see their faces. I can't remember. Yeah, Sean, that's the scandal that come out with Pat Patterson and the Ring Boys. Yeah, I've seen all these documentaries and them talking about that.
But how many celebrities' homes had tunnels?
Probably a lot. Pesci. There you go, Sean. Nicholson, Ned Beatty. Fucking weirdos. Sorry. It's just the way I look at them.
Who is that guy? I'm going to try to figure it out.
Mm-mm. What about they said that Kendrick Lamar performed a song that basically calls Drake a pedo in the lyrics, and like
Joe Pesci, that's it.
yeah, somebody said that right here. Is that? But I don't know if that's who she was thinking of.
Yeah, it's definitely a strange ass world. While us common folks are out here working every day, they're out there doing their weird freak offs. Sick individuals. Well, my coffee's gotten cold. I'm getting cold. Lightning's still popping. And I think I'm going to go inside and chill till I decide to go crank up my steel horse and go haul a load of chicken. It's going to be an interesting day.
Okay, I got it. It's Robert Kahn.
Robert Kahn.
Or is it Robert Kahn?
That name don't ring a bell.
Oh, excuse me, James Kahn.
James Kahn.
James Kahn. And then his son was Scott Kahn that played the blonde-haired guy in Hawaii Five-0, because that's one of the series my husband makes me watch. But James Kahn, yeah, there was a tunnel from his house to Hef's house.
Really?
Yeah, that came out of the rabbit hole in the very, very beginning of the Hollywood shit rabbit holes we went down.
Where now? Excuse me, I didn't keep up. Where was Hefner's house at? Was it in L.A.?
I think so.
Let me ask
California.
Siri, where's Hugh Hefner's old mansion located? No, not my location. Fuck no.
Eastern Washington in Wenatchee.
No, we need Siri.
Soul Train guy. The dude that hosted Soul Train.
James Kahn. I don't think he. Now, who am I asking Siri about? I forgot.
That's where Hugh Hefner's
Siri,
mansion.
Where's Hugh Hefner's mansion located? I don't care about no. Okay, I'll have to Google it because she's being a bitch right now. She's asking
Sean Honeycombs.
She's asking for my location. What was the question again? Wow, I'm really.
Where is Hugh Hefner's mansion located?
Where is Hugh?
Beverly Hills. In Hollywood. Hellwood. So yeah, Beverly, I think you're right, Sean.
It's in Holmby Hills, Los Angeles, California.
LA, that's what I was thinking.
But yeah, they were ripping up his home after he died.
Say Playboy Mansion's what Miss Mendersu said.
And then like a year later, then the James Caan thing came out about a tunnel and some other actor, I can't remember. And then years later now, we've got the Diddy stuff. Now he's got a tunnel. And
tunnels, islands.
Yeah, the whole thing about tunnels,
And Allie Carter said that she's been in them, and she's been from, to presidents' homes and stuff. I don't know if it's true, but she's definitely claimed it.
Who is she?
She's a
survivor.
She says that she was pretty much put into it from a child, and she's been to different foster since she was a kid. She's been in the system and, kind of trafficked or whatever.
Yeah, that gets back to the Musketeers. What is it? The thing that Disney did with the kids all the time.
Oh,
Look at all the child actors that came out of that, and they're all messed up in the mind.
Yep.
Oh no, she's
Uh,
barking at you.
well, that's what it was. Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that Walt Disney dude, he was a weirdo.
Yeah, and he got away with it too.
You know, he really did have a bright mind and a concept to build things, you know. And but the thing is he was bad, you know. That's the sucky part. So
The bad things I could tell you about Randy Savage. Yeah, I've heard a lot.
But yeah, in the beginning, it just seemed like the slow leak of the tunnel thing kind of started coming out, and it seemed like after Hugh Hefner died, and you know, that seemed to me, yeah, that's when the beginning of the tunnels. Is there really tunnels? And then I thought, oh, they go to each other's homes. Well, they're just really good buddies and stuff, you know. But then I found out about the children, and then I lost my shit. And then when I found out that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was all about the chrome, then I really lost it. And then, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I need to rewatch that one again, too.
Yeah, because that one didn't make any sense to me when I first watched it. I thought, oh, they're just tripping out on some new designer drug. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It was crazy.
Because when we grew up, there wasn't things like ecstasy and Molly and all this weird shit that these kids, you know, like we just had, you know, marijuana and alcohol pretty much. Maybe some LSD because, you know, we were kids from that generation. Because, you know, the 60s happened before us.
Right.
Well, boys and girls, I'm going to get off here and get my day going.
Well, thanks for coming up. I probably am going to wind it down.
Yeah, me too.
5 hours.
5 hours. This has been a marathon.
It was fun, though. I did not expect to be on this long, but yeah, I mean, it's been fun.
Hey, Sean, anytime you're on, come on to MTV because I enjoy talking all this wrestling shit. I look back in the 90s and then you see all this damn stuff about them and it's mind blowing.
Oh, yeah, I need to put that in again. Tuesdays and Sundays.
But see, AB's days generally on Tuesdays.
My day's been screwy. Everything's been screwed up, my schedule.
AB drives on Tuesdays, so that's usually his. He can't make it Sundays, so come to the Taco Tuesdays. Yeah.
Well, come Sunday, Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever.
Watch us on a replay. Leave us a comment, shitty or not. We love them.
Shitty or not. Well, I love the shitty ones.
Mm-hmm. We get those on occasion.
Mm.
And we get haters and all kinds of good stuff.
I'm going to unfortunately have to get my umbrella and take her out to use the bathroom.
Okay, well, I'm going to sign off too because it's past 1 a.m. here in the Pacific Northwest, second to last time zone.
Y'all have a good day. I got to go.
Okay. Good night. I got to go too. I love you, Cole. Fun stream.